What's going on, buddy boyos? We are live. Welcome to SNC Sunday Night Cope Weekend Chat Random Discussion, Episode 9 of Season 2. Aw, shit, dudes. We're fucking back. Ha ha ha. We are live. We are, in fact, live in Rios. We got 6 people in the chat. Aw, shit. We're ready to do this shit, dudes. It's another fucking SNC. Another week of a weekend or weekend today, Sunday of Cope. Let me share the screen real quick. Share the audio. Let's yeah, play that music. All right. Let me set that volume down a little bit. The volume's pretty loud. Move it over a little bit too. All right. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. Holy shit. 7 viewers in the chat. Got a lot of comments though. Wow. A lot of good comments here so far already. So, damn. Sunday. Yeah, dude. How is everyone coping? What's going on, Medican, my dude? Come on stream, my dude. Talk about your experiences and going to fucking C-Maxing, my dude. I think with Thailand, I believe. Tell us about the experience, my dude. Another day of avoiding the rope with cope. Ah, yes, based. Only way to live your fucking life at this point, dude, is to avoid the rope with the cope. Medican, go on mystery stream and tell us about your awesome time C-Maxing. We need hope. We need hopes. Yeah, we need some hope in our lives. We all do. Dr. Martin Goldberg dropped a scathing video today, decimating Joe Maxers and Passport Bros. It's fucking over. Really? Why? I might have to watch that video, I guess, on stream. I want to see what his argument's going to be. Yeah, we'll expose Dr. Goldberg. You can only see the forklift operators if you buy and wear the new Yay mask, though. Oh my god, dude. What the fuck was he doing with that mask on, dude? Shit was crazy. Net and Yoo-hoo, bro. And Lord Boo is monitoring developments across the Mano Ball universe. Huh. My decoder ring I got from listening to the radio was just an ad for Ovaltine. Oh god. Please drink more Ovaltine, I did. Mystery School is the Supreme Kai, the black pill. Really? Had the time ring of Drolix and the sword of Infomatics. Do I really? They can't track you as long as you use Drolix VPN. Yeah, dude. What other black pill planet will fall? Stay tuned for new, more exciting developments of Mana Balls Z. My god. Even if I get all 7 Mana Balls, it won't let me get it. Let me wish for a GF. Yep, dude. There's no way. That's how fucking sad our lives are, dude. Even if you had a dragon that can grant a wish, you probably couldn't find you a girlfriend, dog. It's like, nope, can't do it. Why not? Well, you're extremely ugly, my dude. She'll just cuck you later on. You're like, no. Blackpill Conversations unfortunately got slain by trans Broly Whore Maxer. Oh man. If you get all 7 Mana Balls, you get the Boo recognition of Lord. Protects you from the Majin of the Mana Ball universe. Oh man, we are alive. What's up, dude? Where my LVM's at? Be like Todd and send for a female PUA channel when she buys you a $10 multi-light lamp. I've been watching a lot of Bass FZ. He's been talking about this kidology girl. I don't understand the point of kidology's channel. She's obviously not a real femme. Like, you know, femmes don't exist anyway. So I don't know what her point of her channel is. So I'm trying to understand your community, and it's like, okay, but like, what's there to understand? It's a bunch of people who think they're inadequate and probably are inadequate in the dating market, and they can't find girlfriends or wives or anybody to deal with them. So what's the fuck's the point of even talking about this issue? Like, you already know what the answer is going to be. Like, there's not really a lot to understand here. You know, you can understand why it's happening. You know, hypergamy and women's changing preferences and stuff like that. But the reality is that though, like, I don't know what the point of her channel really is. Like, what she really trying to achieve. Hey guys, I've been to at least 2 family events saying Kanye was right. Damn, one wasn't even my family. Yeah, it wasn't necessarily wrong. That's all my attorney has allowed me to say. Oh, you then just make a wish to become a Chad. That would work. Yep. The dragon only has so much power. Yeah, was 100% correct. Yeah, what Ye said was not like wrong per se. He's like going on this rabbit hole though of like talking about how like, oh shit, there's Nazis and blah 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 all around. Like, okay, dude, like you jumped the shark a little bit now for American culture, but who knows? Maybe it'll work out in the end. Who fucking knows? Everyone brings something of value, especially Inkwell. Yay. Oh man. Whew. Reading a lot of comments, dude. We're 6 minutes into this stream already. Oh man, got some music going. Yeah, people really enjoyed that last stream I did, I guess. I thought it was really good. So I guess it worked out in the end, I guess. The last stream I did on what was it on Thursday, even though it said Wednesday. It was Thursday. Also, I will never forget Krillin wasting an entire wish for a thought and still getting temporarily curved. Ooh, yeah. 2023 is the year of Chad Lights going ER. I missed Blackpool Conversations on YouTube. I was wanting to see a 24-hour live stream, the Cope and not Rope stream. Yeah, it would have been interesting to see what would have happened on that stream, honestly. He actually invited me to come on that stream, and I said I could, but he didn't really have it planned out quite yet, so we ended up not really meeting. Anyone watching the World Cup? I mean the World Cope? Not watching it, dude. Hey, what's up? What's up, Chip? Guys, Jim asking for Single Mom stream was the last one. Yeah. Remember that LTR I told you about? Yeah, she gave me the pink slip yesterday. Dude, I'm telling you, dog. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable, dude. You can't find anything. There's no point. Yeah, I had like a long conversation with my family the other day about like this whole dating shit and the state of the market. How like BB basically had to be fucking like phenomenally good looking to get a girlfriend or a wife at this point. And they all get it, but it's like they still expect me to fucking have like some fucking weird like some weird like sixth sense of how to deal with the issue to some extent. Where it's like they expect you to just figure it out. And it's like it's not how fucking life fucking works, dude. And like but still like they understand to some extent, but they still expect you to just figure it out. Like they expect you just to fucking do it. And it's like it's not how fucking life fucking work, dude. Like, yeah, like you have ever changing. What happened exactly with Blackpool Conversations? He was a really great voice in the space. He got into the drama with Hormaxer, who was another YouTuber in the sphere. He got into a drama with that guy and ended up somehow he was already a semi dox. So I'm not gonna say Hormaxer doxed him, but like Hormaxer basically threatened to inform his other people. I guess he must have owned like a business, a Blackpool Conversations owned like a business or something like that. And he like threatened to like expose him about his Black Pill content to his partners. And obviously him being a smart guy, or not a smart guy, I guess maybe him just being trying to be safe on the safe side, he just nuked his whole channel. So that's the gist of it. I really don't care about the World Cope. Yeah. New cell 9.9 out of 10 equals virgin for life. Chad just slipped into the pink. Yep, that's all Chad do. Boomers are delusional. Paid for everything. Yep. Tell me about it, dude. We had a date the night before, Dave & Buster's Island Restaurant. I'm doing well, so money wasn't an issue, but women will always find a reason to dip. Yeah, dude. They're just using you for fucking a foodie calls. They always have a reason, dude. The reality is that you just weren't attractive enough. That's the only conclusion you have to come to at some point, dude. Chad sells 11 out of 10 only for 2024. Lasagna, Killa. What? The fuck's gonna do anything? What the fuck's going on? There's some Chad in this community. Yeah. Have you tried going to church? Boomers. Oh man, boomers will tell you that shit all the goddamn time. Well, let's go to a church and find you a wife. Like, are you serious, Doug? That's for like reformed hoes go to fucking feel better about themselves. Jay, the burger joint islands. I don't know. Even offered to pay for her acting classes. I wouldn't have done. I wouldn't have gone that far now. That's like too much. But mom made her mac and cheese for Thanksgiving, but ultimately she wasn't a very nice person, if I'm honest. Brutal. Jay, keep grinding, keep hustling. Dave and Buster's and Islands are terrible places for dates. Chicks expect more. They expect you to take them on like a fucking take them on vacation, like overseas or some shit, dude. Keep in mind, a lot of these chicks are getting like flown out by dudes at this point, dude. So who knows? They're getting flown out. They're either they're going on vacation themselves, or they're getting flown out to places. So like, either way, they're finding a way to travel. And at the end of the day, they expect better dates out of men now because all those men are paying that kind of top dollar shit. And other women are saying that, saying that, oh well, if she's getting that, I want to have that too. And it's like, oh shit. So even if those girls haven't even been on those dates, social media can definitely influence women, obviously. And they'll see their friends going on these dates, think that I need to go on that type of date too. So it's like it's almost like a social contagion for women. Genitals. What's a good place for a date? Damn, BPC had a financial business or channel or something. That sucks. That weirdo like Transmaster can have the influence or have that influence. Yeah. What happened between you and the Void? I would never ever get him for an interview. Saw your comment on this video. Oh, in the Void. I don't know, he didn't even bother to like contact me again, so I don't know what happened. There's another guy who wants to come on the channel at some point. I think he's from Sweden or some shit. He wants to come on the channel and talk, so maybe I'll have him on. Just have another guest on. Ever get him for an interview? I tried, but he didn't want to come on. So some hipster restaurant or hipster cafe place or the pier. Deion Sanders leading HBCU for a better job and more money, and black people are crying. Huh. The fuck happened to Hormack today? Was cool. I don't know what the fuck happened to Hormack, dude. Chain restaurants are ick to chicks. I'm still here coping. Still autism. What's up, dude? I like chain restaurants. Just enjoy being single. It's funny seeing beta male pandering to women in their relationships. Black and red pillars turn to blue real quick at the slightest whiff of pussy. Yeah, I don't know why. Yeah, it just happens, dude. It just happens. Chain restaurants are only for when you have already had BFGF. Look up Drowsy's video on how to keep up with Floyd in 2022, Mystery and Jay. Me and my friend frequented churches for girls. 90% of them are thoughts that go to church to feel better about themselves. Yeah, it's just true, dude. There are no good women left, dude. They're all gone. They've all been ran through by Chad. Not saying they all have, but there's definitely a sizable portion of them who are just like completely fucking derelicts and just have been ran through by like the age of like 15 or some shit, dude. It's just insane. And the girls go to church for salutes. Every church feels like a funeral home for me. To me, every church also feels like hell. From Since We Came to Since We Shall Return. Yep. Never get up. Maybe try Roots Chris next time. Not Chuck E. Cheese if you're going to going to Beta Bucks Go Hard. Simping ain't easy. How long term, Jay? You're not that wrong. Woody Johnson, what's up, buddy boy? I haven't seen you in MD stream. He's here? Anyone heard from Facing LMS? I've been trying to get him on the stream, but I don't have his information on Discord. I'm trying to get someone else to contact him for me, so he might be busy too. Who fucking knows? But I was only able to get him last time because Emrios helped me get him on the stream. Wasn't in the long term. Beta Bucks is right. I was beta bucking, but you can't be cheap with it. Never been on a date, and I regret it less every time I hear a ghost story about these chicks. Yep, you get ghosted hardcore, dude. They'll just use you for a free meal, use you to get free shit, you know, free validation, and then you'll just ghost your ass, dude. Happens all the time. What's up, GC? Been busy, just starting to come back and catching up, boy. What's up, Woody Johnson? Oofy Doofy, it's a new blue pill code for black pill. We're not sure how valid it is, to be honest. I don't know. I guess if you're willing to like not placate yourself, if you're willing to prostrate yourself down to a feminist ideals and be a beta cook simp, you can probably get a girlfriend. As long as you look good enough, you can get a girlfriend probably. Try to get Pluto on the streams. Has some same mystery. That'd be some good shit. I think it would be interesting in a funny stream. Maybe. Maybe can you show Drawlix a video on how to keep up with 2022? It's like a YouTube short, I think. Yeah, dinner dates are for simps. He's editing the latest Would Attract Women, hope to release by Xmas. Oh wow. Dates are just paying to have a job interview. Yep. Keep trying to keep getting rejected. Yep. Oh, someone give me Face of that. I can actually contact Face at some point now. Would Attract Woman 8 coming in 2024. Huh. And she dumped me via text. Every girl who's ever dumped me has given me a phone call, which is fucking weird. You always want to talk to me, which is odd. But I'm like, okay, whatever. But I can always tell it's coming. I can just feel it. I'm like, I just know it's gonna happen, dude. You just feel it coming. Over, yep. But I dodged a bullet though. She had an abortion, not a good relationship with her dad, into astrology, had cats. Oh man. First is wrong about Oofy Doofy and anti-STEM maxing. I don't know why he's against anti-STEM. I don't know what's up with that one. I guess it should be just another a stem cell, but better than being broke. Do you think in the void ascended? Lol. I don't know. Maybe he did. Maybe he made it out of here. So basically a woman. Yep. I read the anti-Semitism maxing for a second. Lol. Mystery had that Chad voice. Women want to hear it one last time. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe it's having the fucking lisp. It's like, oh shit, dude. Oh shit. I don't know what's going on, dude. That's why I was about to say Jack got it right. I always love the lisp. I don't know what it is, dude. They're like, let me get some of that fucking lisp again, dude. I can't believe it, dude. But they always want to talk to me one more time on the phone, which is fucking weird. I'm like, this is so fucking odd, dude. He said by Xmas. He didn't specify which Xmas though. It's so weird that you can feel when a woman about to dip on you. It's like a spider sense. It's crazy. That shows how much we're used to it. Yeah, you can just Oh really? Yeah, you had a feeling too. You can just feel it, dog. It's like she's gonna dip, dog. I just feel it. It's over. You just feel it's gonna happen, dude. Because it either happens so often, or you're just like it's just innate to like male nature or some shit. But it can't be innate because like Chads probably get a validation all the goddamn time, so they rarely have ever feel this signal. But like we feel all the goddamn time, and when Chad feels it, he doesn't know how to deal with it. Versus us, we like, yeah. I've been there. I felt it literally a whole week in advance. Ooh, man, it's coming. Rather be rich and ugly than STEM acting than ugly and poor. Face LMS always playing 4D chess. You do feel it like a week in advance. What the fuck? Yeah, you just know it. What would you rate yourself, Mystery School? I don't know. Probably like a 7. I'm gonna use Kevin Samuels. Oh, you can't use 7. Okay, I'm gonna give him a 6 then. I'm an adjustable 6, right? That's what they always say, right? Kevin Samuels' rating system was so fucking shitty, by the way. I hated his rating system. It always ended up being a girl who was a 6. Like, it was every time, and it's like, these girls are not 6s, dog. Some of the chicks are like 4s and 3s. He just couldn't bring himself to say it sometimes. I'm like, okay, dude. He's like, I'm an image consultant. I'm like, by whose metric? Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, you can feel it when they're gonna ghost too. That's why I try to beat them to it and ghost first. Mystery's legendary Tyrone. Tap based, also cool name. We rate Mystery 8.4. 6 cell. Well, it's like a 6th sense. A 6 cell, 6 sense. Maybe what we call it, 6 cell. I was literally face fucking the girl the night before, shaking my head. Yeah, dude. Anyway, that's another normal day. Let's make it count. So that was another day. Yeah, let's make it count. Yeah, dude. I probably look like a low 6 in looks. I rate Mystery School of 1488. I am joking. Oh god, dude. Haha. I'm just curious, Jay. How many which dating app are you using to get these women? Was it Bumble, or you guess you said you got banned off of Hinge? So which dating app did you use to find women or finding these women? Kind of curious. I told my dad about it, and even he said to travel abroad and to leave these hoes in America alone. I use Bumble, huh? I hate Bumble. By the way, dating apps just like, yeah. I'm just wondering, like, are any of your pictures like professionally done? I had a few professionally done pictures. I still use quite a bit. I still look like the pictures. I don't feel too bad using them, but yeah. Just kind of curious because, like, like, what kind of pictures do you have on your profile? I guess I think you're pretty tall though, right? So you probably have you have that huge advantage, the height advantage when it comes to dating as well. So even if your face is pretty lackluster, your probably height makes up a little bit for it, but not enough to, like, bag them and tag them sometimes, right? Hate dating apps. If I had my full head of hair again, I'd probably be a 6.5 to 7 on looks. Yeah, maybe I would be too. Haven't lost my hair yet, but it's coming out. I can definitely tell it's coming out more and more. So I'm not on dating apps anymore. No point. Yeah, I'm honestly, I had the same talk with my family as well about this dating shit. This dating shit, and I'm basically have relegated myself to get or delegated myself. What the word is? I'm gonna basically probably end up getting a surrogate, and just going back home and living in my also land I have, and just do that instead. I built a house on that land and live in that house with my family and call it a fucking day, dude. Because, like, at this point, I realize that, like, what's the point? Like, if you're seeing all these like failure stories about men who aren't getting into relationships and men are failing to launch, men are doing anything, what's the point? of even trying to bother trying to get a woman at this point, dude. So. Not professional, but they used to work in 2019, 2020. Yeah. Also, we matched on Bumble, but she didn't message me. I messaged her on Instagram, and that's how we started talking. It was kind of a fluke, if I'm honest. Dang, you went the Instagram route, dude? Holy shit. I never go on Instagram anymore. I don't see a point. Might get that hair transplant once my career takes off more. Might be worth it. If I could actually read my fucking tarot cards, I could probably fuck more people than mystery. If. Give entirely. Yeah, that's how I feel sometimes, giving up. I kind of already have. Yeah, but Bumble sucks. Bumble's horrible, dude. I hate Bumble so much. Medican, are you here? I think he was here earlier. Medican Blackbill was here. Or Medican Coping was here. Just read the tarot, bro. With my luck, I'd pick the death card, Jack Nickelback. Cheat key, breed key. Oh, there he is. You want to come on, my dude? You want to have a little one-on-one? Said sure, post the link. Oh shit, dude, let's do it. Let me copy this link. Here's the one-on-one for like a half hour, and then I'll let other people on as well. But just one-on-one for now. See if he wants to join or not. I'm waiting for him to join. I'd like to have a Jay come on as well. I want to hear what Jay has to say about this whole dating, how the dating market's kind of changing right now. It's so fucking weird. He can maybe come on during the open discussion I've had to guess if he wants to come on at all. He's tired from his new job. Is he coming on at all? Mike wanted him to let him work a little in mystery school. He said sure post link, so let me remove the link. Alright, there we go. Medican Medican Coping now. And Medican Chad. He's here. So I have him on. What's going on, Medi?
Yo, thanks for having me.
No problem, my dude. Thanks for coming on.
Sure.
Tell us about fucking the geomaxing, my dude, the C-maxing.
Well, there was already live stream about it, but if you can be more specific, I can give you some good answers.
Sure. Like, what was the biggest shock that you had when you went there? Like, what's the treatment? What was the biggest biggest shock when you first arrived in that country? Like, was it culture shock a little bit? Was it like, whoa, what's going on here? Like, what's going on in your head?
Yeah, very good treatment. Yeah, everybody's very polite, and yeah. Can you be more specific? Maybe, it's like
sure. Like,
how did
how did the people treat you? How did people treat you and stuff like that? How was that treatment done?
So
people treat you well? Was it pretty bad, or was it pretty neutral? Or
over there, everybody treat everyone with so much respect, and very calm. polite, balanced, and very modest. You know, it's the opposite of the West, basically.
Yeah. Huh. I wonder where that comes from. What part of their culture is maintaining that level of.
It is. It goes as far as the invention of swear words doesn't exist over there.
Oh wow.
Yeah, only we are calling each other, you know, motherfuckers and stuff like that. Over
Yeah.
there, you know, but worst thing they can call you, it's like a maybe beard poop or something cute like that. Yeah, so like, you know,
Interesting. So like, what was the relationship experience like? Did you how did you even meet this girl to begin with? Was it like something you already arranged, or had somebody arrange for you or something, or what happened? How'd that happen?
yeah, like I mentioned in the live stream on my YouTube channel, by the way.
Yeah,
uh,
you can go
let
ahead and plug that if
let
you
your
want.
listeners maybe send them there, but like I mentioned, shout out to Read Info who told me about location spooker for dating apps. Yeah, and that
Yeah.
way you can swipe in different parts of planet where your phenotype actually means something. Or basically, let's say that human lives actually mean something out of the West. Yeah. So we
Yeah.
don't. We don't have to poach the JBW factor. Um, so yeah, if you do if you're gonna swipe intensively and then choose carefully and invest emotionally, I mean, you might happen to have a luck in such fashion that there are based people out there. You just have to find them. It's you have to do the groundwork. Yeah. Like Grid Info told me,
Yeah.
Medi, you did your groundwork and the fortune paid out. Yeah.
What did you use the dating app? What did you use to find this girl?
So first of all, this decision only came from the fact that we discovered Incel TV video called White Fever maybe 4 years ago. And you know how it is, dating market in the West is completely dead and impossible. So you are looking for the next solutions. Yeah. And the dating apps, pretty much all of the big ones, which is Badoo, Tinder, Bumble, and other sales told me about OkCupid and Thai Friend or something like that, but I haven't tested it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Interesting stuff there. So dating apps are a joke. Yeah, I would agree. They're pretty fucking fucked. Somebody left a comment there talking about that. So let's see what else. I guess we got off the plane, and then I guess what was the food like? I mean, we talked about the food earlier in the one of the chats. What was the food like
Food.
there? Was it take your time to get adjusted to the food or something,
No,
or what? How'd that work?
no. Um, Classic is chicken with rice. Nothing can go wrong with that. But also there are 7-Elevens on every 100 meters
Oh wow.
with huge variety of international type of food. Everything is everywhere. Impossible to get hungry. I mean, everybody doing business on every 5 meters. Everybody selling food, all kind of food. I am just avoiding spicy stuff. That's it. Yeah.
Dang, can't handle the spice, dude.
Sure, no, that's not for me. Yeah.
You can't do it. Yeah. What's your favorite Thai food? Huh?
Yeah, there is these things that if I start to name them out, I'm just gonna confuse people. But if somebody joined the Discord, I can send some pictures of some very specific types of food that I was preferring. Some of my top 10 7-Eleven stuff or my top 10 street food stuff. But yeah, nothing can go wrong with chicken or pork. A lot of rice, yeah.
Yeah.
Melon, yeah. all types of
Yeah,
yeah,
go ahead. Sorry, I was gonna
all
say
kinds of baguettes. Yeah.
yeah, tell us about the visa process. How was that process to get a visa to go
Okay,
to
so
that country?
this is very important, but for people who are considering to go right now, up until 1st April, you can enter for 45 days without a visa. You will get them on arrival. I actually had to submit a lot of documents and all kinds of bullshit, so they gave me 60 days visa.
Oh wow.
And you might do a bunch of border runs or immigration office extension for another 60 days at best. And that's that. Yeah. As a tourist visa, you cannot work. And that's that. Yeah.
Yeah. So is JBW real in that would you say it still rings true in those countries? Would you say it definitely works over there for all the white cell, the mayo cell out there is working pretty well over there in Thailand?
You know, money works and having good bones works. And even red pill works. So many things works out there. It's it's breathtaking and overwhelming how Thailand is hospitable and convenient for everybody to do anything. Even grumpy, salty complainer like me can find like a peace, yeah, over there.
Yeah.
So I truly believe any ink will through cell, all kind of damaged soul can have a chance to basically see the energy coming from that place and taste it, and it's totally everything is opposite to the West.
Yeah, I can imagine. I wonder, like I said, I wonder why that is. I guess you said that earlier, but like it's like a cultural thing, or does it matter of their genes, or I wonder what causes that level of hospital hospitable nature they have. It very really is definitely seems like it's much more conducive to like having like relationships and people meeting people naturally and stuff like that. I wonder how somebody who wasn't white would fare though. I wonder how is there any stories about people who weren't white who went to that country who succeeded as well? Do you think they get like a money max and still make it over there?
Sorry, what is the question?
So like, do you think that somebody who was black or some sort of other race would have fared as well as you
Yeah,
did over there?
a lot of boyos from my server is asking me this, like maybe what about black people going there, or what about Kuris going there?
Yeah.
And I cannot believe it, but I keep saying that it's more important what are you actually wearing and how clean are you, and if you are not smelling bad, and if you have the right manners.
Yeah, but let's pretend
Lookism
like
there is not so important.
let's pretend like all else is equal though. Like let's not muddy the water here. Like, do you think that two people have the same level of they're clean, they aren't smelling like dog shit, and they aren't doing any crazy shit like that. All things equal, they might even have the same type of build. Do you think that the
I
person who's black or white was there
noticed
better? Yeah.
they are lacking judgment, and also being black can actually work if you are appearing as somebody from important background.
So basically, you need to like be status max as well.
No, more like fashion max in this case.
Well, you said someone from an important background, right? So like,
And well groomed.
you have to appear as somebody from a well background, or what? Or what do you
Yeah,
mean?
appear it. I'm not talking about the bones definitions and color right now. I'm talking about carrying yourself in such a fashion that you are not either toxic troublemaker or somebody smelly, basically.
Yeah, but like I said, like let's not assume that like there's just these smelly people out there. Let's just pretend like they're just both people. We have a white cell and a black cell, and they both go over to Thailand. And let's say they're both equally
Both.
clean.
Okay, good question. Both gonna be people gonna be fascinated by both only because of the fact they are foreigners.
Okay, so basically the being a foreigner, especially from maybe a Western country, nets a benefit to a black cell as well as a white cell equally. You would say
Not
in
not
that
equally,
regard.
not equally, but black cells are
Black
not
cells do have
completely.
a shot over there to some extent, just not nearly as well of a shot as the white
Yes,
cell would have.
yes.
Okay, that makes more sense. Okay, I was trying to get
But
that.
don't take this answer for granted because I was raised in Eastern Europe. I'm just assuming stuff I seen for 2 months. Okay.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
Broski, just say it's over for ethnics. Or Essex. Essex? Maybe he meant ethnics. Can't tell if it's ethnics or Essex. Huh. Don't ever get up. Yeah, don't get up, dude. Okay, makes sense. Yeah. Tails is here. Just 12 more hours of janitor work. I need to send my Indian parents some money so they can buy me a god. Buy a god. What the fuck? Anyway, let's anybody else have any questions for Medican? Any good questions for Medican here? About the C maxing?
Yeah, I can answer all kinds of technicalities. If somebody is really serious, maybe in the Discord. Also check out the YouTube
Yeah.
channel.
Join his Discord and join his channel. By the way, he's a really good guy. I'm glad he made it over there, and he has ascended. So
Yeah, recently I decided. So your Sundays are dedicated to SNC,
yeah, basically.
and up until next few months I'm gonna dedicate Fridays for open mics on
That's a good
my
idea.
channel. Yeah. So everybody is invited to cope with us. Yeah.
How will you make money in Thailand?
In Thailand, most people will tell you to be an English teacher if you have a native English accent, but there is this laws in motion which require foreigners to have bachelor degree in Thailand in order to be hired by companies. Then you need work permit, and only then you will get additional visa.
Yeah.
Or you can start a company, but you can't own more than 49%, and you need
Damn.
to hire 2 Thai workers. Yeah.
Wow.
Or people, how did it? People with bachelor, they were hired by some company even back home in the US, let's say, and they were sent to Thailand to, let's say, outsource some kind of distributors or research or some kind of remote work. Yeah. But also there are these pages like Thai DB Jobs Thai, and all these portals. Yeah.
The black cell who recently ascended with a Vietnamese girl. Why do people keep trying to act like JBW wasn't the first rule God made when the universe formed? God damn. Did the women approach you first or look at you first? Yeah, how did that work? Were people like just
No,
looking at you at all,
the
or?
citizens are very high in HIB, but also friendly. But the girls are shy. Other men are genuinely curious, friendly, but the girls are just shy. But I can tell in their eyes they're like slightly lasting or slightly surprised. But all the girls are also taken because it's really hard for these girls to sustain economic pressure alone. So every time you ask a girl if she have a boyfriend, she will almost all the time say yes if she's not lying. And by shy, I just mean high in hip. Yeah. I mean, I look like a fucking Mr. Bean. I'm like sub 6 at best, but they will never go low in hip on you, even though maybe two chubby girls actually approached me, asked me for coffee invitation. But you know what I did? I didn't wanted to reject them, or I didn't wanted to mention I was staying with a girl already. So I just said I smoke weed. And you know how it is. Most girls basically don't like weed. And she walked away uninterested, thinking of me of some kind of pothead. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So this is a workaround for refusing politely. Maybe some PUA or some other locals trying to get drunk. Yeah, just tell them you are going somewhere already, no time, or you tell them you only smoke weed exclusively. Yeah, they will understand.
Huh. Are you going to bars and clubs out there, Medican?
No, no, I was playing it very safe, very safe, and how to say this, monogamous and loyal and friendly. And I was exploring mostly the other vendors, and I was checking out some weed shops because weed was legalized. So I was just checking out how much they are. It's in already in the culture. Yeah, after half a year of complete legalization, by the way. So yeah, a lot of scouting, taking pictures, feeding animals, making photos of all kinds of cool vehicles and food. And I was actually language maxing with locals, using a lot of Google Translator on the Android, right? So I was chatting up locals a lot. Yeah.
That's cool. Cool shit, dude. Medi rejecting women. Medican such a Chad in Thailand. Shy equals over. Shy to you equals over.
Uh,
I asked Shy one
I
of my
know, I
other
know.
citizens a little
Yeah,
trick.
yeah, yeah. In the West, we know what exactly means shy. It's like Chad only, yada yada yada. But over there, shy means shy. Okay. I'm not here to convince anybody. Um, yeah, yeah. But yeah, good questions. Basically, the bottom line is everybody gonna treat you and appreciate you very well. You can chat up anybody, and they will make sure all your questions are answered. Um, they're so hospitable and polite and friendly. That's how the world's supposed to be, man. Yeah, should be.
Yeah, that's the way it should.
Nosel,
You hope it
Nosel
would be
is
like.
asking about my phone, yeah, because I have Nokia, so it was kind of a meme over there. Yeah, even the locals have better phone than me, but that's just like a side story. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Shortest versus tall Thai women you saw or he saw.
Only short girl, or at best my height, which is good, which is very good because with my 5'7", I totally was feeling, you know, what's the word for blending in? You know what I mean. Well, nobody was high dogging me. I wasn't high dogging nobody, so
sort
it
of just
all
like
felt
blended in.
blended in, I think,
Yeah, we'll
when it
say
comes to
that.
height. And then I returned back to Slovakia, and a bunch of 2 meters ogres everywhere with huge dogs, and all these women that are taller than me. You know, it was insulting reality. Yeah.
Yeah. Camouflage maxing. Have you had any success with women over there? Yeah, I think he's with a girl now, right? You guys like officially together?
I pretty much did the groundwork, the homework. I managed to Well, there is a Thai girl out there waiting for me, and she saved my life, and that's that. Yeah. And I'm very lucky that it still continue, and I guess it's very white pill and hope filled, and that's it. But don't forget that we came from black pill community. We have to count with the worst, right? We have to be aware and vigilante, right?
Yeah, I was gonna ask the question as well. How did it make you feel about the black pill? Did it change your perspective on things? Was it like, okay, maybe this thing really
I
real,
guess
or
I was just lucky. I guess I was just lucky, mystery.
yeah?
I guess I'm just lucky in this matter. Because okay, let me tell you. Do you wanna hear a joke?
Go ahead, buddy.
Okay, here it comes. My nearest match is at 8,000 kilometers. Yeah, then that's the joke. You see,
Yeah.
it's pretty insulting. I have to fly so far, so long, so expensive. But at the same time, I'm lucky I vibe with that person. But it's also insulting that you have to fly so far to get just basic human needs. Yeah.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
So it's both insulting and fortunate. Such a strange mix combination. Yeah.
Yeah, I wish more people who make it would just concede that it was luck. A lot of the
It
time,
is
because
luck.
like,
It is luck because here in Eastern Europe, I have 0 matches for a decade now. It's impossible to date. The society is collapsing, reversed demographics, hostile attitudes, customer service terrible. I just enter some kind of building here in Slovakia, people are already rolling their eyes, stuff like that. So, yeah.
yeah, it must have been pretty crazy to go from a place where you're literally nobody to literally being like I think you described as being like God on earth
Yeah.
to some extent, where it's
It's
like
literally exactly the contrast. Going here from Europe, being totally unavunged, unwanted, undesirable, parasite. Yeah. And over there, they treat me like I'm John Lennon, like I am, Michael Jackson, like.
yeah.
It's like people, like I mentioned in my live stream, if they call you Mr. Bean over there in Asia, it's a compliment. But here in Europe, if they call you Mr. Bean, they have in mind total insult of being weird, ugly, no girlfriend, yeah. But over there, it means like a status value of a comical value of appreciated actor that can make people laugh. And also Rowan Atkinson when he was younger. I mean, he was something like Robert Downey Jr., right?
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to looks. So they are not judgmental in this matter. Yeah.
It's insulting, yes. I just said on my Facebook again, all my DMs are from thousands of miles away. Wow. Over when a man has to travel across the fucking world just to be treated like a decent human being. Yeah, prison to paradise. Your take on artificial womb pill. I kind of want to see it come to fruition. Honestly, I think it's a good idea. It's the only way to correct the birth rate at this point, because I don't think we're gonna go back in time to the 1950s in America and have a women back be shitting out kids again. So it's not gonna happen. That's the way I view it.
Listen, Mystery, maybe you should have as a guest someday that guy called Black Pill News.
I did.
He's also Black Cell, and he used to date some ethnic girls, yada yada. He has so many good stories to tell. I talked to him.
Is he still around?
Sure, I guess. But he has so many good stories to tell, and he also extremely looks maxed, and he took it pretty far. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I talked to him before. He like tried to I don't want to say grift, but he has like a whole. He used to have it. Now I think they got rid of it off of Fiverr, but he was charging like I think it was $500 for the like a looks maxing course. something like that, which I thought was like kind of weird. But yeah, he did have some pretty good stories though. Yeah, I think he did his eyes. He had the hair transplant done. He did his teeth.
Yeah, he literally went from looking like a Somali pirate to looking like a cousin of Jeremy Weeks, you know.
Yeah, which I
That
think the
was
eyes was a
crazy.
bit too far, but everything else I kind of get.
But in the West, it's still not enough. But outside the West, he got good odds. Yeah. Yeah, outside that face rating crap, he's actually a good guy. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I'll have to get him on again, I guess, at some point. Who knows? I don't know where he is. I think I was one of his first interviews on the channel, actually.
He's also very polite and good talker, so you will have a very good input from him.
Yeah. Well, Medican, thanks for coming on, my dude. I'm gonna open the panel up. If you want to stay on, you can stay on. Otherwise, I'm gonna open the panel up. It's been about a half hour, so.
Yes, I'm thinking what else to say. Yeah,
Yeah, give us some last words.
Yeah, go to my YouTube channel, Medican Coping, and you will find much more intel over there.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely. Subscribe to Medican Coping's channel. You have think you have a what's that shit called? Not a Discord. What do you? We have a Discord server too as well.
Odyssey.
Odyssey, you have Odyssey as well. Yeah, you have Odyssey channel.
Yeah,
So.
I'm posting movies with literally full movies. Yeah.
Oh
if
wow.
you need to cope. Yeah. So anyway, do you have some topics for tonight prepared, or some memes, or it's just random?
It can be random shit. I might have a few things to say on my own every once in a while, but other than that, this is free random shit. I'll bring up topics as it goes on. I have a few articles I want to read as well. So.
Yeah, you know what? If I'm gonna hear any good topic, I'm gonna reconnect. Okay.
Okay, buddy. All right, thanks for coming on, my dude.
Thanks for asking me all this stuff. I hope I provided good answers.
Yeah, it was good, dude. Good interview.
Okay, Mystery. See
All
you
right, buddy.
soon.
See you soon, buddy. All right, let me do an intermission. Intermission starting now. I'm gonna be back, dudes. Get some water. Get some coffee, and then we're gonna start again. So yeah, and go ahead and join the StreamYard when you're ready, and I'll let you in when I get back. Here's the intermission, and I'll be back. We're back, buddy boyos. We're back. Let's get started again with the open discussion. X out of that. First one on deck. Hey, boy.
Yo, what's up, my jigger?
What's up, hey, boy?
Nothing. Just chilling. Is Maddie gone or will he back? Will he be
He
back?
might come back later on, but yeah.
All right. What were you
Next.
talking about?
We were talking about his trip to Southeast Asia, C-maxing. Next up on deck is Jack Tisson. Jack Tisson, what's up, my dude? You there?
I think he went to walk his dog, huh?
Oh, did he?
Yeah, I think he wrote something in the private chat.
Oh, he did. Yeah. Your only chance to ascend as a short black cell is become a prominent entertainer. Anyone see Bass FZ's video or vids on Kidology in his most recent bid? Yeah, watch that video. Yeah, it was pretty good. BPN spent thousands, but he's still short. Being a short black cell is pretty much game over. He didn't seem like a grifter until he started saying he was coming from a position of authority, even though he's hard looks maxing didn't seem to do much for him. Yeah, Medi needs to make it. One more saved Inkwell. Disney Love wants to join. I wonder who this is. Disney Love, who are you? You're new. Never seen you before. I'll leave me a private chat message so I know who you are. I want to see who you are before I let you in. Let me try to just let him on. What do you guys think?
Yeah, why not?
See what we get. Hello?
Hello, how are you, my friend?
What the hell?
What's up, my friend?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm looking for true love.
You
Wow.
got money?
I believe in Disney movie.
Nice.
I have my petrol money.
That's good. Are you in Dubai?
No, I'm on Earth,
Where are you?
in the desert.
Oh my god. Alright, dude. Thanks for going on, my dude. Always a pleasure. I don't know what the fuck that was.
Assalamu alaikum, buddy boyo.
That's that last laugh. People did not support you. And your friend will not be one part of your life to loss. That's an Excel. That's Tails. This guy's a troll. I don't know. That's Tails, boy. Hell, if I know. I don't know.
Troll.
I don't know who Tails is.
His accent was pretty bad.
Yeah, that's pretty
His
bad.
accent was bad, not realistic at all.
How you know? I don't know. He was a Saudi royal trolling.
Yeah.
Might have been.
Didn't sound like Aladdin.
Isn't that Dippin? It could have been Dippin.
Oh, sounded like him.
Haven't heard from Dippin in months. True love, it doesn't exist. Goes to that entire Western ideology. Jack Tisson's dog taking a shit right now, probably. Dippin is Disney maxing. Dippin is Portuguese. That dude sounded half curry, half Saudi, so.
No.
Why would Saudi Prince be here? Just to be honest, just another IQ troll. Yeah. Bass says Z still in the culture of believing women care about behavior and women can control BS. No offense to the guy, but it's just odd that he has some quotes about women going strong. Well, yeah, he does this weird game where it's like, not a game, I guess, but he has this weird ideology where it's like, oh, well, a woman should consider virtue and goodness and kindness in men, and all this goody two shoe shit. And but the reality is that I'm assuming here this is probably like true. Oh, Jack Tisson.
How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing good.
Oh, good. Good.
Yeah, I was just talking about Bass FZ's video.
I don't even know who he is.
Yeah, he's
Bass
another a YouTuber kind of in the sphere a little bit. He dabbled in the incel stuff a little bit, basically saying that incels are right, stuff like that. Either way,
good.
He's another black self, I had to guess. He basically thinks that women should be focusing on stuff like virtue and goodness. Like he's like I never hear women talk about behaviors like being good or being a good man or being virtuous or being kind or walking with integrity or
all right,
being respectful. And it's like, well, like women are never going to ask for that stuff because like I would assume that those are like I don't have a basis to say this, but if I had to guess, I'm assuming that the men who behave in that way would probably die off compared to the guy who was assertive, took what he wanted, and behaved in a way that was very, very almost like a borderline criminal, effectively. If you know what I mean? Like, that guy would probably get more women than the guy who actually behaved in a way that was like respectful and courteous and kind.
Yeah.
So, like, 1/7. Go ahead.
1/7 of the world is related to Genghis Khan. Put it that way.
Yeah. Like, all I'm trying to say here is that the men who took what they wanted, got more of the pie than the men who didn't take what they wanted. The men who were respectful, reserved, and just did what they were told. And the fact that he believes that like women would care about that over that, like, no, all women care about like what I hate to quote this guy. I'm not even sure if it's actually his quote, but like what Richard Cooper said was that like women don't care about your struggles. They fuck the windows at the a finish line at the end of the day. And they don't really care how you acquired your wealth or your power. All they care about is that, hey, you have it, and if you're good looking enough, I won't cuck you or some shit like that. Or even I still will cuck you at some point, but who knows? Like, either way, women are going to be attracted to you naturally because you have some sort of like power thing around you or something like that. At the end of the day, you either have looks or you have money or you have power or something like that. And a lot of times those traits are oftentimes lined up because like the halo effect is so powerful. Like if you have a really strong halo effect around you, you're probably going to behave in a way that's going to be more arrogant to begin with. Actually, at the end of the day, right? Like it makes some sense because like you've been treated so well, you developed a little bit of a narcissism a little bit, and then you end up I think it can happen pretty easily if you've been treated well your whole life. Like you've been treated like a little prince or a god your whole life because you're so good looking in the face, something like that. Like stuff like that. You're really tall, so like all these things come together to create a personality trait that's like very much like, oh like I'm gonna be really arrogant because I've been treated well my whole life. I'm gonna behave this way, and it's like it's all attached. Like you can't separate the looks from the personality. Like it's almost like your looks is your personality to some extent. If that makes any sense.
You actually think that if you got it's pretty obvious. I think you're right, actually, a mystery, because if you look at a personality, what is it? It's a projection. It's a projection of your internal world, and if you've got a dude who's good looking and he's intelligent and he's athletic, and he's a dominant character in different facets, obviously that guy's going to be more self-confident in a lot of situations, and that'll come across as like more magnetic. And you look at the celebrity worlds. I should imagine if someone like The Rock, I mean, he's the most famous man in the world, The Rock, the wrestler. He's going to have a personality defined by his life and his attributes. But obviously, if you've got an inkwell like that dude I spoke about, the 4'11" dude from Indonesia, that dude's going to have a very understated personality because he's never had any feedback that tells him it's okay to behave. He's going to clap that time, so it's going to be more of a regressive personality. I think what you're saying is correct, mate.
Yeah, and then like, is this honestly explains stuff like just be yourself? Well, it's like obviously if you're able to just be yourself because you're so assertive, you're so dominant, you've been treated just like this your whole life, and society already accepts you for who you are. Well, then like somebody else who behaves that way, they wouldn't be just being themselves. They would effectively be almost lying to society. Like this guy who wants to assert himself, and he looks like he's like a 5'2" inkwell or some shit like that, or something like that. Like this guy, he looks delusional, being that arrogant. Like so, like it's almost like your looks at your personality. Like you look like a little small man, like a little like Napoleon complex kind of guy, where it's like, oh, you want a lot of power or something like that, a little man or something like that. Yeah,
yeah.
It's all attached. Like it's all the same shit. Yeah.
Yeah, if you've got like raw animalism, like the basic sort of like struggle between guys in like a hierarchical situation, like a street fight, or like gang posturing, that type of thing, when you've got loads of dudes who are asserting themselves, and it goes to some type of confrontation. Everyone laughs at the short frame cell who starts to assert himself. People don't even take him seriously because he's just looked at as having a Napoleon complex. But then if you've got some dude who walks in and he's like a tank, then that's going to create a whole different projection. They're going to say he's a dominant personality in a way. You know, I think your genetics does define how people perceive you, without doubt.
Yeah, even in psychology, so there is a natural dominance, right, which is height and broad shoulders and masculine traits. Yeah, that's a natural dominance. Yeah, and there's also other dominance which you can basically learn, or which you take. You know what I mean? It's not natural. It's learned or given. Authority.
Yeah, definitely. Also, you got like how your face looks. If you've got a dude who's older and he's got a bald head and he wears a pair of glasses and he wears a suit and he's got that kind of autistic look about him, you perceive him, even if he isn't, to be fairly intelligent. Like he's got the professor look, and you're going to take him more seriously than some dude that's got like a wide sort of warrior skull type of cranial structure. You're going to think of him as more of a brute, and you're not going to take him seriously when it comes to his intellectual achievements or intellectual posturing. So I think how you look does define a lot of about how people perceive you, without a doubt. And not often it isn't true, because I mean, some dudes that don't look smart are smart. And that's often the case. Some of the smartest people on the planet, they don't look intelligent. They are. And then you've got some dudes who look smart and they've got all the look, but they're actually, when you actually peel back the layers, they're pretty much cognitively challenged. But there is that perception, and that definitely is something that goes on. Definitely.
And then like for like any sort of like real task this person ever has to do, let's say like you're really, really attractive but you're extremely fucking stupid, like it's almost like it's like a halo effect so strong around you, where it's like it like protects you from like really being like a challenge or fire, because they always just assume it's something else, like, oh well, maybe he's tired, or maybe he's this, or maybe he's that. This goes for a dating and relationship as well, where it's like because of that halo effect, the women always just assume that like his assholishness or his standoffness or the way he carries himself or the way he treats him, it's like, oh well, he's just it's always a fucking a bunch of excuses. But for the inkwell, for the guy who's like not as attractive, it's always like, well, he's just a bad guy. It's like, okay, well, like you're making excuses for bad behavior on like for one guy but not for the other guy. Like it doesn't make any sense. Make it make sense.
Some people are so socially skilled as well.
He's intelligent, obviously, but something in his subconscious won't accept harsh truths in the black pill. He's holding on hard to ideas and axioms that are faulty, untrue. He won't accept looks or you. The looks, his personality is a thing his viewers and himself can't truly grasp. Every time I watch him, when it comes to something black pill related to the look sense, his brain cushions the blow. Yeah, Baz of the bone is law. The cuck Tyson Max. Bones Law. Never heard of him. Yeah, looks. Yeah, like there's a new guy who wants to join. Let's see if he calls an echo or not. But yeah, we have an echo.
Hello.
Any echo? I think we're good.
We good now?
I
Echo.
think we're good. What's up, Ryder?
Hey, Ryder.
Hi, boy, and Jack Tisson in mystery school. Hi.
Hi.
Hi, mate.
Anything you want to talk about, or any topics you want to bring up, or what's up? Anything you want to add?
You know, something, I don't know if you've addressed this previously, but this is something I've not really heard any, at least I haven't heard any black pill content creators mention this, was the whole Roe versus Wade overturning. And because in the black pill community, we talk about how there's going to have to be a lot of us believe systemic changes necessary to turn this inkwell problem around. And I just wonder what effect the Roe versus Wade decision would have on all that. I don't know if anyone has
yeah, did it change the reality of the inkwell mindset of the inkwell who's just fucked facially? Not really. Like, she wasn't gonna fuck him anyway. Let's be real here. She wasn't gonna fuck him anyway, right? So it doesn't affect him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's like, oh, we're gonna go on a sex strike, but you weren't fucking me anyway. Like, you know, you got some dude in some dead bedroom. It's like, I'm gonna go on a sex strike. What? He's gonna be looking around like, what are you talking about? We haven't been having sex for like 6 fucking years. You only give me sex on Valentine's Day or some shit. Like, some dude in some dead bedroom. He's like, oh, you think he gives a fuck? I don't know. Like, I don't know. Like, as far as like Roe v. Wade goes, when it comes to the dating market, though, I guess like it definitely has an effect. Like, they're if anything, it probably made them choosier a little bit because like they have the you know, they have like to be like, okay, well, if I can only fuck certain men, I'm gonna go for more chads. Then, you know, like why would I bother to sleep with a beta Billy on a slow night or something like that when Chad's not picking the fun up or shit like that? Like, I might even just avoid sixes and sevens at that point. Just go for 8s and 9s because like I might as well go for those guys because they have all the money and resources and power. So we've like bestowed upon them for being so good looking or something like that. Like, so it's insanity. I think there was a yeah, you could they become even more chat only. If I had to guess, like someone's like a weird thing where it's like, okay, well, you're taking away my options now to get rid of Beta Billy's child because you know Beta Billy's not really a guy I like, so I'm gonna abort his kid, but I'm gonna keep Chad's baby or something like that. Like, you don't know what a level of games that like people would play with you at certain points, dude.
You know what my opinion about it was, I kind of figured that it would have a positive impact on the inkwell community, and I kind of projected that maybe within a couple years, maybe within a short time span of 2 years, we might see women kind of being less choosy because a lot of them are gonna be having babies that they were not able to abort, and so now they can't, because they've got a baby now. They can't really focus too much on men's looks, and they have to start to choose men for other reasons besides looks, like how much resources.
Yeah, but think about how like thick the game is right now. Like, I honestly, I just had this thought in my head now, where it's like, think about it. Like, you own nothing and you'll be happy. Okay, you won't even own your family at that point, dog. Okay, like your family is literally just a byproduct of like Chad fucking some chick on a slow night, banging her up, full of baby, and like you're just like you're picking up his already made a save file ready to go for the rest of the game. And like you might get a kid out of the game, you might not. You never know how vindictive the chick is about like how bad your looks are. And at the end of the day, you're just being like sucked on like a fucking leech on society. Like, what's the point? Like, why would you ever play the game at that point? If you're like an inkwell, if you're truly black-pilled, you wouldn't even play the game at that point because like, what's the point? You're gonna see it for what it is. Now, like if you're like a blue-pilled incel or something like that, where it's like, oh, my queen can do no fucking wrong, or some high-tier normie or some normie guy who doesn't see shit half the damn time. Yeah, those types of men, they fall for those types of tricks. But if you're just like literally just like a black pilled guy who like sees the world for what it is, it's like, okay, well, it's like, no, I see it for what it is. Like, you at this point, society's moving towards a way where it's like the nuclear family's gone. The reality is that they're making a ready-made families now for you. So it's like, okay, well, your chick will come with a baby now. So like, you want to have kids? Hey, here's your kid. Hey, look. But it's like, it's not really your kid because but that you're getting cucked by the government to take care of these kids. Like, the bachelor tax is gonna cuck you. Yeah, basically, yeah, they're gonna cuck your wages, dude. Okay, fine. If society's men don't want to marry their women or keep making baby mamas, well, it's like we're gonna just cuck the rest of society to pay for their fucking problems and mistakes and shit like that. So yeah, it's all about the same agenda. You own nothing to be happy. So like I said, you won't even own your family anymore.
Wow. Ready-made family. Wow, that's catchy. I like that term. Ready-made family, like ready-made.
Yeah, it's a ready-made meal. Yeah, like everything else in our fucking society. Everything's so fucking ready-made and ready to go. Like I said, it's all a huge grift. It's all grift to get more money out of your ass. So like everything's so ready-made because it's more cheaper to consume and make. So if you just buy a ready-made shit, it's more processed and it makes you fatter. So they feeds other systems as well. The medical system feeds out your fat ass as well for years. If you're trying to lose weight or you're buying high blood pressure medication and shit like that. So it's like it's all a huge grift, dude. Any path you walk is a huge grift. Even being healthy is a grift. Think about it. Like you're now being sucked on by a supplement people to maintain your physique. You're taking whey protein. You're paying those guys. Like think about it. Like you're paying the gym to maintain the gym, a body that's freaking that's above the top 1%. Like doing all this shit. So it's a huge grift. Everything's a grift.
Yeah.
That's the way I view it, dude. Everything's a grift.
Yeah.
Child support, huge grift from off society. It's a huge grift. Everything's becoming a grift.
Yeah.
Why would you play this game?
The game's set up for you to fail. Pretty much.
The game's literally set for you to fail. You might as well just like not play. Like the only winning move is literally not to play.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if you can find a way out of the game, like where it's like you have enough money to like live off your own shit and just like do your own thing. That's what I would totally do. Dude. That's what I would totally do. If I could just. It's just a grift. Life is a grift. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. That's the way I view the world at this point, dude. It's a huge fucking grift.
But I think that I've got pretty strong views on that Roe v. Wade. I don't know how to say it really. I think abortion's terrible. I think it's just an awful act. I don't see it as some kind of healthcare act. I see it as infanticide, registered government approved infanticide. It's terrible. And I was quite glad when Roe v. Wade was pulled back because it just disgusts me. I'm not quite sure how people feel about it in general, but it really disgusts me when I hear of a poor little baby being murdered.
Of course, it's murder. Even in the beginning, I think a fetus is developing a sense to nerve his nervous system in the first week already. Yeah.
Yeah, it's terrible. It's absolutely terrible.
Yes, it is. And because we have some US cells here, so I have heard that some states in the US want or are talking about making abortion legal until the day you are born. So shortly before you give birth, you can abort. And there were also some talks that there you can even kill the baby shortly after giving birth.
No way!
Yeah,
really?
Because there was let me look for the English word. There be a midwife. Yeah, there be a midwife, while giving birth. So there's a midwife who will ask you like if the pain is too much for you. And if you say yes, she will ask you, do you want to abort? Yeah, so you can have an abortion while giving birth. Imagine like all of these fucking ideas coming out of the US.
Is this
That's
actually
crazy.
becoming part of the medical discourse that you'll murder a baby as the mother is delivering?
I heard that some states in US are really considering this. So how far are they in US, guys?
What the hell?
I'm in the US. I've never heard that. Oh. Crazy.
But at least they were probably discussing it somewhere, right? In a state.
That's
probably California, more than likely California.
California.
Always California.
Oh yeah.
I mean, if you can actually murder a baby as it's being delivered by its mother, I don't know if there's a crime any worse than that. That is pretty much that's the kind of thing that you would see in a Dante epic in the lower layers of hell. How the hell could you even contemplate doing such things?
Yeah, I had an experience. Well, with that girl I mentioned earlier, she told me about her abortion, and it was, and I was, and to be honest with you, I didn't even ask about the abortion. She just kind of said, "Did I tell you I had an abortion?" And she told me about what happened. Lack of sympathy, empathy. It was just kind of insane how she had done it. Didn't feel any remorse or guilt, and she took a pill, and I guess it fell down the toilet or whatever. And she said, I kind of feel bad, but it's I don't know, man. And I gotta be honest, I did look at the woman a lot pretty differently afterwards. I mean, I still kept seeing her because no options, but it's just kind of insane how the moral decay of women, how even because there was a time where when a woman had an abortion, it was like a big, even going back to the movie Juno, which came out in 2008, that movie would never be done today, because the woman will abort it, right? But it seemingly there was a point in time where women were a lot more remorseful, kind of sad or guilty.
Yeah, they don't even view it as human. They don't view it as human. Yeah.
My views on it were changed. I saw
no,
a video.
No. It's not. No, it's not that. No,
Yeah.
real quick. They do view it as human. Fucking rap song about murder on my mind. They know. They fucking know, bro.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
So basically, they're happy to do it. Then it's like, okay, well, basically, it's my life or nothing. At the end of the day, basically, it's all about me. So if it inconveniences my life, then I have the right to kill it. And it's like, okay, well, what the fuck?
God, it's one of the things that really disgust me. I saw a video about it in the early days of the internet. I didn't really think much about abortion until then, and I saw the video, and this doctor, who was a reformed abortion specialist, to use the most euphemistic language, and he showed exactly how they murder these poor little babies in the womb. And I watched it, and after watching that, I thought any person who does that to a baby in the womb is pretty much a criminal in my eyes. It's a disgusting thing to do to a baby in the womb. I can't even describe how sick it is. I can't even describe it. It's absolutely barbaric. And I think, I don't want to sound like I'm hyper moral or anything like that, but I think you've got to have a certain amount of love in you in this world, and you've got to have that certain quantity of love in you. Otherwise, there's no real point in you being on this planet. And to do that, you've got to have all you've got to have in you to do to murder them children. You've just got to be a very hateful person to do that, because it's beyond reproach.
This Western society is so far gone. If you I had this discussion with a normie. Yeah, I had this discussion with a normie, and he was like, yeah, vegetarian and don't kill the animals and blah blah blah. And I told him, dude, listen up. Yeah, we are murdering babies. We are aborting babies in our society, which is perfectly fine, moral and legal. Yeah, and you are telling me to not eat meat. Fix this system first, yeah. And they all were looking like me, like I was the devil, just for logically pointing or logically telling them, look how sick all of this fuck is, yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And as long as you, I mean, it's a harsh argument. I understand it's a harsh argument to tell a guy who is arguing against meat, yeah, who is a vegetarian, and just telling him okay, but so it's something like it's okay to murder babies, yeah, but it's not okay to murder cattle to eat them, yeah, that's not okay. And really, those normies were looking at me like I'm kind of an evil, an evil person, a devil. I mean, it's unbelievable, really. This is how far we are gone, yeah. Forget
Yeah.
it. It's unsalvageable. It's the West is lost. Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the good things about these religious communities. You know, like the Mormons, the Amish, other religious communities in other continents. They do tend to sanctify life and see it as something that's a gift. And I'm sounding really hippie-ish here and really, really virtue signaling. I don't want
That's
to
not
make
part
it
of
sound
any
like
discourse in the U.S. That's clickbait. I'm in California. No, dude. Like literally in my own state of Virginia, our governor Northam talked about how like like they were actually gonna like punt up a bill talking about you know not even partial birth abortion, talking about abortions outside of the womb, where it's like this. Okay, well we'll keep the baby comfortable and then we'll discuss with the mother.
God.
Like okay, like it actually happened in Virginia. Like they didn't pass any bill about it, but they definitely talked about it. It was part of the discourse for a little bit.
Do you remember in Ireland? I've got Irish ancestry on my dad's side, and I remember the day that Ireland decided to allow the infanticide agenda to become legal in Ireland, and this is when I was still drinking, and I'm an ex-alcoholic, so it's like 6 years ago, about 8 years ago when I was still drinking. I was in this bar. And I was ranting about it in this bar, and they're all normies, and they're just going whatever. He's going off on one again, and I walked into this fish and chip shop, and I was still pretty distraught because I thought it was so demonic that this law had been passed. And I spoke to these old people. There was an old couple. And the woman said to me, women have got a choice, and it's not this 1960s anymore. And she spoke to me like I was a total piece of shit for being against that terrible crime being done to unborn babies. And that's why when people tell me about their moral principles and what they think is right and wrong, I often don't take them seriously, because it's often their moral boundaries are defined by the zeitgeist of the age, and they're not really morals; they're just things that they follow. And
Well said.
I just think that if you can, I mean, if a woman has a child that she doesn't want, I can understand if she's young and she hasn't got a financial structure around her. But if there was a society that had any form of intelligence and advancement and decency, that part of the taxes that went into the government could be allocated to bringing up the children of unwanted children. You could put them into certain social structures so you could advance them as they go older in life. But the problem you've got is that these care homes that are allocated to children, to unwanted children, they're filled with predators. Absolutely filled with predators. So they're not safe in these environments, and when these children are some of the most vulnerable people on planet Earth, or the most vulnerable people on planet Earth. So it just shows you how much human nature has swung to the incredibly degenerate side. But fundamentally, every person who has been conceived on this planet should be given a right to have a good childhood and to actually have life itself. And if you're killing babies in the womb, it's disgusting. It's disgusting. It's revolting.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, Chip Skylark wants to come in. Who is this guy? I think I caused the echo. Is there an echo still?
I don't hear an echo.
Oh, I think we're good, Mystery.
Okay. What's up, Dralix?
Not much. Just chilling, listening to the conversation.
Okay, good shit. Got 51 people here already. Wow, we're still in the chat. Wow, pretty good numbers tonight.
Good job, Drolix, for kicking Medican's ass the other day.
Oh, dude, I further I'd further kicked his ass in VC because he was like, check this out. He was like, yeah, man, what do you say to, I've already tried sushi and I found it disgusting. And I'm like, okay, yeah, that's a fair point. Like, you don't have to like everything that you eat. But my point is, if you're fucking stuck in a desert island and the only thing you got to eat is sushi, raw fish, are you gonna be fucking complaining that it's not my style?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like you're desperate, you're starving, you're gonna
Yeah.
fucking eat dog shit if you had to.
Right.
It's like you're in the middle of the Sahara Desert and you're about to die of thirst, and the guy offers you water, and it's like, oh, it's not like pristine mountain spring water with minerals. Like, fuck off, dude.
Jesus.
Yeah, the point is, it's like you got no options. Like, well,
Yeah.
what are you thinking? It's like you're willing to travel halfway across the world to get some punani, which is unfortunate, but it's the reality and the circumstance. But
Mhm.
you're like unwilling to work hard to improve your money max and job status. Like,
That's weird.
yeah, just
Yeah.
help me make that sense. But yeah, anyways, it was a kind of funny for sure.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, I mean, when you're in our situation, you can't be picky. You got to do what you got to do. So, you know. That I guess that was some tough love.
No, sometimes people just need to be told that they're. It's like I remember one comment. It's like I'm afraid to fail. I was like, bruh, newsflash, you're already fucking
You're
failing in
ready
life.
for yeah.
You're already an inkwell.
It's like,
Fuck. Jesus.
yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
That's a really good point, Drew. Because I didn't think of it that way. That's really, really good point, mate.
The
No,
Oreo Man mentality.
Yeah, I think even Pluto and Batman Beyond were trying to save Oreo Man. And I know like CDL and trying to get like a commercial driver's license and all that shit, people sound cope. But it's like, check this out. I just saw a good documentary. I think it was in from the Philly area. They got like vocational technical high schools where these boyos are training to be truck drivers from as soon as they get their license at 16. So by the time they graduate at 18, they already got a job lined up making 85K at 18, dude, fresh out of
18.
high school.
Wow.
I'm like, dude, imagine even if you worked there for 3 years, you have a solid CDL track record license, and you just earned what, like 85 times three? So almost 200K by the time you're 21. Like, it's fucking head start than any motherfucker right now would get in life.
Oh
It's
yeah.
great.
Like, yeah, that truck driving stuff, that stuff makes good money. Like if I wasn't involved like in the STEM tech field, who knows? Maybe I might be driving trucks. I don't know.
Yeah,
They
no,
make
no,
pretty good money.
exactly. I thought about this too. Had I never stem cell max, I'd probably be in blue collar shit. I probably would have been a car mechanic, to be honest, because that's what I like to do, tinker with cars and shit too.
Yeah, and with cars, like everyone's like that's never going out of style. Like that's never going like I'm saying when I say like being a car mechanic, that's never going out of style. Like people always need their cars fixed. Like that's
Yeah,
always going
and
to be a demand for you.
mechanics are killing it right now, dude. My buddy was like, I went to the dealer to get an oil change, and it was like a 2 week wait to get an oil change.
Jesus.
I was like, why don't you just do it yourself? And it's like, oh, I have a free lifetime, oil change deal or whatever. So I guess that makes sense, because if you buy a new car at a dealer, they usually give you a whole bunch of perks. But I'm like, bruh, I could literally do an oil change in like 10 minutes or less.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, so if an oil change takes 2 weeks out appointment, good
You
luck
guys,
on
oh,
getting anything fixed. Yeah, go
Mhm.
ahead, Jay.
I was gonna ask that you maybe I missed it. Did you guys like read an article or something?
Oh no, we were just it's talking about how Medican needs to stop being such a choosy.
Oh, you're muffled.
Am I?
Yeah,
How about now?
you sound fine.
Okay. No, I said we were talking about how Medican needs to stop being a choosy Susie. So
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
no hate for yeah, just real quick, no hate for Medicaid, you know, it's like I think we've been all been there, like in that doomer stuck mentality. Sometimes you just need to be told. But yeah, go ahead, Jay.
I was not gonna say the mystery. You know, I was listening to your stream about it was like I think the last stream that you did about relationships, and that was like utterly pointless. I was listening to it after that girl home after our date. Like I was
Yeah.
listening to it, and it was just like this weird kind of foreshadowing, and I was just like basically you were breaking down how like you can you know, you're paying for all this stuff, you know, you're taking her out, you're all just for it to 99% of the time deteriorate, and it's like it's afterward, it's like you hit the girl up or she hits you up, and then she just gives you like this dissertation on all the wrong things that you did. And then you look back and it's like, wait a minute, like what value did this girl kind of add to me besides being good looking or even decent looking and just providing box every so often? You know what I mean? Like was this woman kind? Was she did she add value? What was the tangible kind of things that she provided for? So ultimately, it's kind of like that saying. I know I'm ranting a little bit, but it's kind of like that saying of if you're living in shit, after a while you stop to smell it. And it's like I think a lot of guys, even when they do have a chance of being with a woman or maybe being in a situationship or relationship, they're so used to it being bad that they can't even tell that they're in a bad deal, because that's all they've really had the experience of is just a plethora of bad deals. So they don't know what a good deal is.
Yeah, imagine being like some guy who didn't have a lot of a dating experience, and you have like a glow up or some shit like that, where you have to kind of like you get better as you get older, and then like you're sort of like in this weird era where it's like, oh shit, like I don't have a lot of like early on dating experience. I don't really know what to do, so like you look for dating coaches occasionally or something like that. You're one of those dumb kids who might somehow have the money to pay for all that crap, or maybe you're trying to ask your mom or your dad, and you're getting weird answers from those guys. You don't know what you're doing, so it's like. And as you get older, and you have less and less experience with women, and then somehow you have like a glow up or something like that, where you look better somehow as you get older, you're gonna be like way behind everybody else when it comes to dating and stuff like that. So you're easy someone to basically be like an easy simp or something like that, because you have such little dating experience from dating actual women.
Yeah, the thing is also if you how to cope with unsuccessful dating and a lot of lost energy and emotions, is I would say either you have options, yeah, but that is chat, yeah, or you just don't have huge expectations, yeah, which is kind of hard because if you are really a true cell, yeah, or just below average guy, you will have not many dates, so you will really want to invest there, yeah, but still, yeah, either don't have expectations or have options, or at best both, because if you don't, like, you will become depressed, yeah, because as just Black Pill J said, this is 90 to 99% leads to nothing, yeah, and you're just standing there holding the bag, yeah.
Yeah, no, right. And but also in my case, looking back, because I told you, Mister, in the comments that that we had matched on Bumble, but she never messaged me. So that I wasn't the Tyrone. I was in the chat. I wasn't the Tyrone, because had I been chatted Tyrone, I would have gotten a message. So when I ended up messaging her on Instagram, and we kind of talked, I guess I kind of quote unquote game my way into it. But the problem with that is that because not her first option, she is holding you to a different set of standards that ultimately you can't live up to. I call it's like the Wile E. Coyote theory. It's like the Wile E. Coyote is never going to catch the Roadrunner. because it's not supposed to catch the runner. The road runner is the Wile E. Coyote is always going to chase after the road runner, and the road runner is always going to escape, right?
Yeah.
And that's where even the guys who are more normie men find themselves in that Wile E. Coyote stage of, okay, you are already kind of behind the 8 ball because she's had better than you, right? But if you are in the game, if you somehow talked your way out of the, maybe you did listen to the Lucario chorus, maybe you did listen to some, maybe one piece of advice did work, but you're still behind the 8 ball because ultimately you're still on the clock. So you're still trying to find a way to not make this thing work. So you have to, it's like playing Dance Revolution. You have to get 100%, but as soon as you touch the sides and operating goes, and you're out the game, right? Because there's always there's another long line of other men behind you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And honestly, she's probably only really truly interested in like 3 or 4 dudes. So you might even be like a side dude where she's just like using you for like dates and shit like that.
Just for attention.
Yeah, for attention and shit like that. Just have a dude around. And in reality, she probably already has a boyfriend or something like that. She just seeing you for free meals and shit.
There's really a problem.
You don't know what's going on down here, dude, or maybe you do, but
the problem is also because some of these chicks.
That's a big.
Yeah, so the problem is also that some of these chicks are they just string you along, yeah. So you have no choice of getting emotionally invested, or at least expect or hope for something better or something real this time, yeah. Some of them are gonna take it like this, yeah, and on this far, and on the last minute they just jump off the boat, So you are standing there holding the bag. So I can understand it's kind of hard because previously I just said it's kind of hard to stay to don't have expectations, because with some of them she will really string you along for a while.
Yeah, but here's the thing too, because but here's the crazy thing, and I'm not sure if some of you guys have, or some of the guys, and I know some people don't have a lot less luck than others, but my jadedness level has gotten to like just a shocking degree. You know what I mean? Like I just literally like I'm able to see when women go, so I'm able to see it coming from at least like a week out. We talked about that earlier. Then when things like this happen, whether it's like it's like it doesn't really affect you the same. And when I look back, I'm like, okay, when's the last time I actually legit liked a woman? Not like liked as in I liked her company or whatever, but I'm talking about liked as in I really like this woman. I admire this woman. She's kind, she's sweet, she's like like all that, I guess blue pill stuff. And I guess maybe as like I've gotten older and I'm able to have a better assessment of women and also by options, because if you've been dating, your options have gotten worse over time.
Oh yeah,
more than likely have your options have gotten worse over time, whether it's a dating app or just because you probably did have at least more options. Like this whole thing, and it sucks because I think the red pill has led a lot of men astray. I think a lot of men who discovered the red pill in college were told, hey, don't get a girlfriend in college because you're going to be 30 and you're gonna have a whole harem and blah blah blah. These men were fucking straight, man, and I gotta say, man, I think I was one of those guys.
Yeah, wow.
If a girl is truly chat only, it's over. Even if you get into a relationship with her, she will treat you bad and build resentment because you're not Chad tier. Roadrunner theory.
Absolutely.
So Jay, literally, I was in VC with Face and LMS yesterday, and so he was like, "Don't listen to these fucking red pill grifters or any of this shit. While you're in school, high school, college is the best time to try to get women."
I agree.
So it's like, you shouldn't be fucking in VC listening to us. You should be trying to get women. And he is so right. Like, once you get out in the real world, post college and shit, the opportunity to meet women is like Face was like the only time I talk to women, if at all, is possibly on the bus or the train, or as they call it, the tube, to go to work, and or foids at work, which is just awaiting sexual harassment. So yeah, there's literally very few opportunities post school.
But you know what's funny? So here's the true irony of this shit advice, right? Wait until you're 30, you know, and this is something that Rollo Tomasi. So basically, Rollo Tomasi said it in a book, and all the Rollo's disciples basically regurgitated that same information, right? But here's the problem. There's two problems. One, you know, using Rollo Tomasi's own words, even his advice is old order thinking, right? So that's the first thing. The second thing is, by saying that once you become 30, your sexual market value is going to increase as opposed to back when you were 20, right? Or what have you. It's a combination of it being old order and also as well apex theory or the apex fallacy, right? They're looking at the men in their 30s who have higher sexual marketplace value more so at 30 or 35 than they did when they were 20, 25. They're doing the same exact thing that they say women are doing, because I would argue that most men at 33 have a lower sexual market value at 33 than they did at 23, because at least at 20 they probably had a full head of hair, they're probably, you know, thinner, you know, younger, you know, XY. Like most men do not look like that's another fucking lie. Most men do not look better with age. They don't. They're looking at fucking Brad Pitt, when in actuality, again, that's the exception. The exception doesn't disprove the rule.
Yeah, that's a huge issue with a lot of things, really.
Yeah, I mean, even the example, like, you know, they bring, what is it? The common one is Tom Cruise, right? Like that guy's literally an outlier.
Yeah.
You know, he was born good looking. He did have surgery when he was young to correct his jaw and shit. You know, he looks like fucking really good for, you know, 50 plus. But how many Tom Cruises are there? It's like literally one guy out of like millions of men. This whole like men
Tom
age
Cruise
like fine wine is such a cope.
Yeah, that's a cope.
Dude, if Tom Cruise didn't, but here's like, no, just use Tom Cruise. If Tom Cruise did not have surgery, if did not have the surgeries, did not have the hair transplant, was not worth, even if, let's say if he was worth like, I don't know, if he was worth like 100, 200, 300K, which is still good, which is still like in the top 5%, but not obviously not a millionaire. If he was just a 6-figure guy who didn't have all those surgeries, Tom Cruise by age 40 would look like shit. He would look like shit at age 40. He just wouldn't. It just would not. Yeah. So
Yeah, and
so yeah,
even
man. I
the
don't know. I think
common
we don't talk about how the rest.
yeah, and even just take a look at
Mhm.
Fight Club, you know, I would say that Brad Pitt was like in his 30s then, and he looked really good. Like now he's in his 50s. I mean, you can just see the years, you know, just of aging. It doesn't matter how good his genetics is. It's like you
Right. But
cannot,
he's
you know,
yeah.
yeah. So that was my whole point.
He's
It's
still
such
Brad
a
Pitt though. But
fucking
my point, I think my yeah.
Do
But
you know
my
what? I
whole
was
thing
having,
is that like we don't talk enough. We don't talk on. Last thing I'll say is that we don't talk enough about how, sure, because even black people can admit there's a lot of truth with the red. They don't.
do you know, what? I was having this
Is
conversation
that me?
with my sister today, and sorry, mate. Sorry, I've interrupted.
Yeah.
are we
Somebody said
getting echoes?
Yeah, someone
I
tried to
think
join. Let me correct the stream. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Let's do a long pause here because it takes forever for this shit to fucking correct. Very active stream tonight. People want to really join the conversation and stuff like that, so which is good. Got 53 viewers, so all right, let's do it. Echo.
yo. Seems good.
All right,
Yeah,
good shit.
I was having this conversation with my sister today about men and age.
I'm gonna say we don't talk enough. Go ahead, Jack.
All right.
Oh,
And
you're good, Jack.
yeah, I was having a conversation with my sister today about men and aging, and my sister during her peak years, late teens, early 20s, right up until her mid 20s, I would categorize her as a Giga Stacy. She was very attractive during her younger years, and I was asking her what she thought about men when they get into their late 30s and early 40s, and are they as attractive relatively as they were when they were younger? And she said they're more attractive. And the reason she gave me was that guys, when they're younger, they may have the looks and the aesthetic, that image, that youthful looks, but guys, as they get older, if they look after themselves and they acquire wealth and status and all the different acumens that you'd expect for a guy in his 40s to have, then he's more established and he becomes a more viable option for women who are serious and want to settle down. And I know they say in our sphere, and often it's the case, that you should listen to women's opinions, but I think in this case she was hitting some kind of truth. And I think what it is that I don't think when you're in your late 30s, 40s, you can slay, because obviously you're not going to be pleasing to females. But I think you definitely, if you've done some things with your life before the age of 40, you're a certain amount of establishment, I think you can at least pick up a chick who wants to settle down. I think that's the option for a guy that age.
I think it may work for guys until they are something like 45 or something max, yeah.
Yeah.
Because
yeah,
a guy
yeah.
in
There
his
is an age,
30s,
yeah.
a guy in his 30s is still there's not much different to a guy in his 20s, yeah.
Yeah, but at that point though, would you really be getting anything worth a fuck though at that age? Like,
oh, why not?
like
Why not?
the average man's probably not going to be dating a fucking 22-year-old. It's going to be very much like those like,
Well,
we keep forgetting that the system always still gravitates towards, the women still gravitate towards the top. They're always gravitating towards the top because of hypergamy. It doesn't matter that, like, we have a few people who make it, but like it's always gravitating towards the top.
Yeah.
And it's like, because of that, this whole thing about like, women and always going for the top, like it still applies here as well.
Yeah, that's true. Of course, like when you are when you are in your 30s, yeah, or
like if you were ugly in your 20s, and then you somehow have like a money up in your 30s, like what are you really getting at that point though? Like what kind of woman are you going to be getting? Are you going to be attracting at that point? You're going to be attracting fucking single mothers. You're going to be attracting crazy ass fucking bitches who don't fucking know how to spend money, because they spend money like a fucking like they're fucking fishing water or some shit, drinking water up, and it's like and they don't know how to fucking do anything else. So it's like these women are like completely fucking broken, and like what are you really getting? Like I'm not going to tell a man not to date, but I'm trying to say that, like, what are you really getting at the end of the day? Like, you put all this money out, you're spending all this money out, you're getting grifted, you're doing all this looks maxing, you're going to the gym every fucking day, you're busting your ass, you're going to work every day, and then what are you doing that all for? You're doing it all for a woman who's been ran through by fucking 20, 30, 40, 50 men, a woman who literally fucking wants to be an Instagram model, even though she travels all the goddamn time. So you got to spend money out for traveling.
Yeah.
She
very
quote
little...
unquote wants kids. Like, so if she wants kids at all, it's like, okay, or she wants to, she's like 35, so it's like, okay, so you can't start a family, so you're 35. Okay, that's some crazy shit. Like, you got to deal with all this crazy ass fucking shit with women nowadays. When in reality, like, your father didn't have to deal with this shit. Your father just had to be like, because the standards were different back then. But there was still hypergamy back then as well. It still existed. It was just different standards. Now the standards have gotten so absurd now, where it's like you got to be making like mid like 30 to 40, 50, $500,000.
Higher standards for a lower.
For like
higher standards for a lower
tier good.
Let me just answer that question. Yeah, for a significantly lower tier good, but here's the thing. I would argue that the reason why
I'm trying to say you get Chad leftovers. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm cut
you off. You do. So here's now all it is for me, because I had to think to myself as well, like, okay, why are you doing this? And I think that the reason why a man would still date nowadays, if he's red pill or black pill or whatever, what do you want to call it, is just simply for either that experience or just for a good time. If I go on a date with a woman, even like the last date I went on, right, even though it ended up, it didn't result in anything, it's just kind of like you're just kind of enjoying the moment. So anytime you're able to enjoy a moment with the woman, whether it gets sexual or not, or what have you, right? You kind of get like, it's like a simulation of what a relationship or what something seemingly normal would be, right? Even if it's for a few hours or for a day or for 8 hours or for a weekend, right? So a woman can definitely let's be honest, will more than likely leave you at any time. But if you're able to just in that moment, whether you're watching a movie with the woman or cuddling or having sex, whatever, just enjoy the moment and know that once you drop her off, once she leaves, what have you, there is a good chance that you're never going to see that woman again, and being okay with that. Is it ultimately worth the squeeze? Probably not. I think it depends on the type of man that you are, because obviously some men have to pay and work a lot more than others.
It's pure hopium. It's pure hopium at this point, dude. What you're basically doing, in my opinion, is that like when you're going on a date still, and your success rate is literally, let's say you legitimately want a relationship, your success rate is fucking 0% for like 2-3 years, 4 or 5 fucking years, 6-7 years, 8-9 years. Like it goes on forever and ever and ever. So like you have a 0 success rate with relationships at all, or even trying to even get sexual access. What the fuck's the point? Like if you have 0 success, but back then, one of the best predictors of future success is past success. Like if you haven't had success in the past, like I'm not saying you can't learn something new to like, to get your game up, but the reality is that like you're probably not going to be achieving very well either. People are very consistent across time. It's almost like you're stuck in a cast. I mean, that's what it feels like. It feels like you're stuck in a cast, like a caste system thing, where it's like you were supposed to be a loser. Like nobody wants to hear that, but like you were supposed to be a loser. There were a better men in the room.
Yeah, even if you ascend. Yeah. Even if you ascend, I mean, let's think. I mean, Kanye's not the best. It's not the best. Yeah, no. Yeah, I'm saying even if you ascend, still it doesn't. It's ultimately. I mean, Kanye will never be a Tyrone. So despite him ascending, he will always be that kid from Chicago that was probably getting made fun of when he was 15, 16 years old, making beats in his living room. You know what I mean? Like it's. But yeah, no, ultimately it is kind of pure copium. I mean, it's not worth the squeeze probably ultimately, but unfortunately, man, you still have that drive of being with a woman, of being intimate. It's fucked up, man.
It sucks to have this drive to like want to the sexual urge is so fucking strong in men. It's so fucking sad that women almost have you by the balls to some extent. If you want to get any sort of like intimacy or any sort of access at all, you have to like play these fucking games. And especially if you're not Chad tier, obviously Chad's just get it, to get it by the first date. Sometimes if she's really feeling him, she might like make him not feeling the guy. She'll make him wait for the second date. Like if your success rate is 0, like I said, you're probably not going to have.
But Chads are getting either. But here's the thing. Yeah, but here's the fuck, and here's what I realized. So especially like talking to women and just hearing their experiences, Chads are getting the leftovers of other Chads.
Yeah, they're all being passed around, dude. It's basically a huge orgy, and you weren't fucking invited, my dude. That's what it comes down to. It's a huge orgy, and you weren't invited.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so it's kind of like you can't. So you almost can't. Last thing I'll say, you almost can't even really blame Chad. I mean, obviously, like you can't blame Chad for not wanting to commit to these women, because Chads are the ones who actually see women in their worst form and in their best. Like they get the best from women, but they see them at their worst, because it is the Chads that are the ones who are sleeping with wives of women who've been with their man for 15 years, and he's a great father, but she's still fucking a different, a different guy. What was that show that came out? Sex Life, right? It's like the Chads are the ones who are meeting women, and within fucking 17 minutes of meeting them, they got their dick in their mouth, right? It's the Chads who are seeing these seemingly, regular women at their, getting their best, but at their worst. So Chads, even though like a lot of Chads and Tyrone guys are very delusional, they're also in a sense either jaded or have a real sense of what women are, because they get to see women in their purest, most degenerate form. We just get to
Well, but still, I mean, it sounds like so Travis Blackpill made a video about this, right? When he was part of this SM group, yeah, and because Mystery said a gangbang, yeah, and there were 3 tiers of guys, yeah. So there were the alphas who were getting all of the females. Then there was the mid-tier guy, yeah. So they were initiated, yeah. They learned from the alphas, yeah. and there was the low tier guys who didn't get no sex but were just bystanders or just looking at it, you know. So at least they could observe, yeah, all of these SM gangbang parties. So I mean, once again, I'd like to tell you guys to look at Travis Blackpill's videos. Yeah. But anyway, so in my opinion, I cannot fully agree, because when I was in my early or mid 30s, so until I'm 35 or 36, I dated a lot of girls who were like younger than me. Yeah, even up to 10 years. So when I was like something like in my early 30s, she was 25, 26. Yeah, I'm not talking about having a relationship. Yeah, I'm talking about dating, because we all know that if you are just an average guy, 90% of these girls will sooner or later flake. Yeah, but there it makes sense, because I really think if you are just like an average guy and you are young, you have no value, because you are just a spurg. Yeah, really, you're just spurging out. You have no experience. Yeah, you don't get anything. Women, no, you don't get shit test. Yeah, you don't get them. You fail them. You let them. You will be taken advantage of, and you will play along. So there's a difference. You will have no car probably if you are very young. Yeah, you will have no savings, and so on and so on. So there is a argument to be made. Yeah, for guys who are in there from early 30s to probably late 30s. Yeah, and also women really like to date a little older guy. I think the average is somewhere in between 2 and 7 years. So the average was, I think, 5 years. I think this was on also one of the dating site stats which came out. Yeah, that females in their profiles mostly search for guys who are between 2 to 7 years older than them, which is 5 years on average. So there's another argument.
Christ, stop. Behavior is largely overrated. Just be good looking and talk like a normal person, and that's it. Thug maxing or chatting up is not gonna help. Behavior is overrated until you're hot.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yo, but
behavior is overrated, you know, but not having a car, yeah, not having an apartment, yeah, not having experience, and not being a spurk, a 21-year-old, 18-year-old spurk, yeah.
I don't know, man.
So
I don't know if
it
that's
is. At least that's my experience.
yo, I wanted to add, man. So, I mean, irrespective of dating and, having to work for the basics and all that shit, it's like also ties into demographics, right? But if you
Yeah.
look at the grand scheme of things, as a human being in current society, you're actually fucking worthless until you're, let's just say 20 years old. I
Hmm.
mean, because if you think about it, you're still technically under your parents' care. You're not fully a legal adult, let's say 21. You're not a net positive taxpayer. You're low skill. You don't actually have a job. You're either still going to school or whatever. So in general, like you are a shitty, not a shitty. That's the wrong word. You're basically worthless in the eyes of society in the grand scheme of things. So it's only like when you reach 30, 40, it's like you're in a high functioning career, you're money max paying taxes or whatever. You started a business or whatever. So only then are you actually valuable to society.
I,
And so even tying it back to the demographics pill, like at the very least, society can't function until we are properly having babies to, compensate for this gap essentially. And so, this demographics shit should have been solved, quote unquote, 20 years ago. It was a problem that needed to be solved 20 years ago, because all this problem is only going to manifest 20 years later, per se. So, if you think about Chad 19, 2019, think about 2039 and how bad it's going to be then, assuming that there's not going to be a huge birth, spurt in the next 5 years or so that would compensate for that.
hmm.
So just add in the fact that you are fucking worthless until you're at least 21 and paying taxes and becoming a positive, net positive in soy society.
I think, yeah, to maybe your societal value is worthless, but I think your sexual market value is very high at that age. I think
Yeah,
that's,
yeah, and
that's,
yeah, if I left
that's
out,
the one thing I think you have going for you as a guy. I think that's just what I think.
yeah, and what I left out was as a void, essentially your value it doesn't necessarily matter in terms of like as a man if you're not like let's say a business owner or you aren't paying taxes or you're not a worker drone. Like as a woman, your value is inherently just because you're a woman and let's keep it legal here, 18 and older, you can reproduce. Like that is an inherent value that all society values. Therefore, you technically all your value is literally from just existing, being young and youthful, and having that capability to reproduce. Like,
But but I'm saying even from the male perspective, as a man, as a male, I think even at, let's say you're 18 years old, you might not have a lot to contribute to society. But I think you still have sexual market value. That's I was speaking from the male perspective. And that's just what I think.
Yeah. Could I just add something about this whole viewpoint that you've got guys who are getting the bottom tier women and they're getting the leftovers, and I think I'm not quite sure. It might just be how I look at things. If you look at it from an evolutionary perspective, if you've got some dude who is getting all the leftovers, and this is really base way of looking at it, but this dude manages to like this is really base, like fertilize 10 leftover women, and then that produces 10 offspring. That guy's been more evolutionary successful than a Chad who's run through loads of Stacys throughout his life, but as he dies without any offspring. And the whole affection thing from a female, and this sounds really horrible, I know. Does it really matter if she likes you or she's got this affection for you or she rates you higher or lower than her previous men in her life? Doesn't it just matter just producing the next generation with and continuing your patriarchal lineage? I know it's really really base way of looking at it, but I just don't think it matters. I've met dudes in my neighbourhood where I don't live there anymore, but I lived in a really poor neighbourhood on the borders of East London, and I met a dude who's like a toothless individual who had zero sexual market value, but he was just going around picking up low tier women and fertilizing them every week. And this guy was like a Chad when it comes to Darwinian activities, and he people like that, they make the world go round, and it's I suppose my view isn't NT, but that's my perspective. I don't think it matters if it doesn't matter what colour the cat is. It matters if it kills the mice. Yeah, that's the same we've got in England. So that's my perspective.
No, I agree with that. I think, yeah, in the when you look from the big picture perspective, yeah, like I think the guy who took the leftovers but successfully reproduced more, yeah, obviously, yeah, from a mother nature standpoint, yeah, he was more successful. Yeah, I agree with that. But it's kind of crazy when you talk about your friend who had all these kids, because I'm thinking about like my brother-in-law. Like this dude is in prison, and this dude has like 4 kids by 4 different baby mothers, and he's been in prison for most of his adult life. And
yeah, I feel like I made this argument at the very start of the stream. I talked about how who do you think is more bitches? The guy who's like who was a straight ace guy who was like a good guy and he did everything right, or the guy who's fucking been out of prison and he's been doing crazy ass shit. And come on, like it's pretty obvious. Like and I wonder why that guy was able to be behaving in such a way, like because he probably had positive reinforcement his whole fucking life. Like he was either really tall or had some sort of like personality quirk that allowed him to be such a bad person and all that shit. So yeah.
and this guy's in prison, and I'm like, I've never been to prison. I mean, I've got my college degree and got a good career and all that stuff, and like I got no kids. So like,
Yeah.
how the hell is this guy beating me from like a reproductive standpoint? Like how the what the hell? It's kind of crazy when you think about it.
So, Ryder, how do you calculate sexual marketplace value?
Social market value.
Sexual marketplace value.
Sexual
Yeah.
market value. You know what? That's a very good question. I thought about this yesterday because I recently saw a video by another Black Pill content creator, and I would say that, and watching that person's video helped me answer that question. I would say whoever the most desirable women are going after, that is who has the highest SMV, and the studies have shown that 20-year-old women are the most desirable women, generally speaking. And then you just have to ask yourself, well, who are 20-year-old women going for? And this is what I was watching in the video yesterday by that other content creator, and I think I agreed with what they were saying in the video. 20-year-old women are going for 20-year-old guys, right? Generally speaking, but
that is true. Yeah, I didn't even think about it.
Does that answer your question, Chip?
Yeah. But what I see is a lot of guys, they'll say increasing your money will increase your sexual marketplace value, but that's so false because all it is looks.
Right. Exactly. Unless you're like,
it's the new thing. What?
No, I got an example. So my sister, right? Her current boyfriend, he makes about $250K, right? When she just showed me his picture, she was like, "What do you think?" I'm like, "Yeah, he's not really good looking or attractive at all." But she goes, "Yeah, but he makes so much money." So what you'll be is it's kind of like a candidate for marriage. You're not really high in the sexual marketplace, but you're gonna be a candidate for pretty much a beta bucks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and like who wants to take that fucking deal? Like I've been arguing the whole time. Like the deal,
Yeah,
like
no,
the raw deal, dude.
we had this conversation last stream, me and Ryder, and yeah, because him and I both make over 6 figures. I know Prem's like pretty high up there too. Ayebo makes pretty good for the Eurocell standards. Like I said money doesn't buy you Stacy's love. Like
No.
I advocate for money maxing to make your own fucking life easier. Like you can't deny the fact that having more money in life is gonna make your life that much more easier. But but don't be disillusioned or not disillusioned, but delusional that thinking, money is gonna make you more attractive. It will make you attractive to be a beta bucks. Yeah, I agree with that. But thinking that Stacy's gonna love you because you're rich, like fuck that.
Right.
You also have to keep in mind, like, this stuff still applies to like a looks level stuff too as well. If Chad gets more money, I think Chad is infinitely more attractive than the Enzo gets more money, obviously. So the Chad gets more money. It's like, whoa, that's like icing on the cake. Like, not only does he look good, but he has money too. Like, oh shit, it's like that's like even more. He's even like the Terra Chad at that point. He's got money and he's attractive. Like, okay, well, then you add on a bunch of like trust fund kids and stuff like that, and yeah, it can get really dicey out there for a lot of incels, depending on how bad the market is. So
why does it matter? Why does it say you've got a dude who's he's in the higher income bracket and he's very successful economically, and he manages to attract a young Stacy due to the fact that she's just after him for his money. If he's getting what he wants and right down the line, and she stays with him and all that, and she's only with him for the money, but she doesn't truly desire him, isn't that just funny and great for the guy? Because he knows he's so successful, he's so wealthy, that his woman who doesn't find him attractive is with him, and it kind of makes him a
it makes him a kind of like draconian character who's like right at the top of the tree of manhood. That I just think guys like that are funny, you know.
Yeah.
No, hey, but
I
Jack,
mean, what? I mean, it's a
wait.
feminine thing. It's a feminine thing, wanting affection, love, and caring, and having a desire. Who cares? You just want to.
No,
You just
yeah,
want to get
I
the
get
deal
your
done, don't
point.
you? You know what I mean?
I get your point, but also, I think the term beta bucks has gotten a negative connotation, for obvious reasons in recent times because of the situation that we're all in.
Mm-hmm.
But you got to understand, beta bucks was 100% fucking normal back then, essentially. Like the social contract was that, she traded in her youth and beauty and fertility in exchange for resources. It was just as simple as that. And that still holds true today for the most part. But then, if you're, black-pilled and aware of hypergamy and all this shit, like we're essentially targets, painted on our back for quote unquote gold diggers or, these women that will take advantage of you. So in that regards, if you're educated, you will save yourself from the headache. But Beta Bucks, I agree. If she is willing to, give you everything that you need in exchange for money, I don't necessarily think that's such a bad thing. You just got to be aware, like, are you really being taken advantage of your money?
But he's taking advantage of her. I mean, you can imagine like the classic, sweaty, greasy, hairy-backed, obese billionaire. he's in his mansion. He's like a hideous character, and then he's in copulation with this attractive blonde Stacy, and you can imagine the sex act.
But I wonder how much. You're right, Jack. It doesn't. I guess maybe in looking at it from the big picture, it doesn't really matter why she's with you. I guess you could make that argument. But I wonder if even those beta bucks relationships, I wonder, do they really last? I don't know. And the reason,
I mean, I have a friend right now who I'm not sure if he was beta bucks. He got married fairly early on. He's already going through He's already getting a divorce raped, dude. And he got married like in his 20s. He's already getting divorce raped. He has kids. Gonna pay child support. I think he's a police officer or some shit, dude. And so he's not like I'm not sure how much this guy's making nowadays, but he's probably not making the most money in the world. And he's just kind of like, it's what it is. Like, I think that these relationships aren't going to last because like nobody was really taught to be women were no longer taught to be mothers and wives and be these things. They were taught to be career women, go to school, stay educated, stuff like that. Be this and be that. They're being influenced by the culture all the time, as are men as well. But the reality is that I think women are far more susceptible to societal whims than men are. So it's just a convolution of factors that lead us to this problem at the end of the day. So
yeah, because see, when I look at some of these these rich athletes, I'm seeing like these rich athletes who they've got these hot wives, and then it's like I see a bunch of them like shortly after they retire, their hot wives are divorcing them. I'm like, once he's been cut from his team, his football team or something, and no one wanted to sign him to a new team or something, like all of a sudden the wife serves him with divorce papers.
Yeah.
So I'm just kind of like thinking to myself, like, how long does the beta bucks thing even last? Because I would even make the argument, we know women are filing the vast majority of
Yeah.
divorces
I
now.
got something to add to this too.
We know women are filing the vast majority of divorces, and I would argue, I'm just conjecturing. I would argue the reason women are filing divorces at record numbers, I think it's the looks issue. Honestly, that's just me. I think they're just not attracted to these men.
No, you're 100% right. So, in terms of the athlete thing, so think about it. They are on top of good looking already because they're like essentially world class athletes or whatever. If you're like an NBA star, and then they get money. I know Spencer Cornelia did pretty well outlining why these athletes go fucking broke. Like a lot of them don't understand the game that's being played. Like, for example, in the NFL, I think like your sign-on bonus is only guaranteed, and you play for like 2, 3 seasons, and then you'll get your millions or whatever. But like nothing's guaranteed, and as an athlete, it's like one fucking injury, and it's like over for you, literally over. And so a lot of these would get money like thinking they made it, but then they blow it, and they literally just fucking blow it. And if you think about it, handing over millions of dollars to a fucking clueless 18-year-old or whatever that just got signed on, like they have no fucking clue on how to manage such kind of money, right? So like a vast majority of them end up fucking broke. And then the worst fucking thing they can do is get married while they're athletes or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And the divorce grapes coming down the line, literally.
Right.
So the smart ones like I don't know, Scottie Pippen, Shaq, Michael Jordan, all of those guys were smart enough to financial max first, and then going to your point, Ryder, like, I don't know if you saw, what is it, like Scottie Pippen, Larsa Pippen got divorced
Oh,
now.
oh
And
yeah, I know about her.
she's yeah, dating MJ's son, which is kind of fucked up too if you think about it.
Yeah.
And so, it's like I think in terms of like Scottie Pippen's viewpoint, like he did everything right, like he was married for decades to the woman. He financial max, money max, status max, everything, and he still gets cucked at the end. And I think part of the reason why all these divorces are happening is because they can get away with it, essentially. It's like now she secured her fucking 200K or whatever per month alimony, and she's free to date younger, hotter dudes that are willing to blow her back out. That's all it is. No offense to
But say
Scotty.
you've got this dude
Yeah,
who's
well, let me finish up, but no offense to Scottie Pippen, but when you're like 50, 60, dude, a 30-year-old guy is always gonna beat you out in terms of stamina and the rest of it in terms of attractiveness. It's just like, what's the point? Going back to mystery, like, yeah, I really don't see the fucking point anymore.
I do. So you got a dude who's like in his 40s, late 40s, and he's like he's a 1 out of 10. He's repulsive. He's the biggest true cell in his whole area, but he's the richest guy because he's managed to acquire lots of wealth. And there are guys like that all over. There's if you look at the richest men in the world, most of them are repulsive to look at. And he's got this guy. He's got this guy. No, he's got this girl. She's like 23 years old, and she's really attractive, and she's just with him for the money. There's no other way she'd be with him. And then when they're involved in a copulation scenario, he knows it, and he's sweating in a way, and he's even more repulsive during that act. He makes her skin crawl. And what he does is, because he's IQ maxed, what he does is he gets a prenuptial. So he says, well, I'll give you X amount of money if we divorce. I really love you, and I think we're soulmates, and I think we've got like a metaphysical connection. But I'm gonna do a prenuptial just to be secure. But I don't think we're going to need it because, I love you so much and you love me. And he knows full well that she's going to leave him, but he's got that surplus wealth. Yeah. And he just basically has like a sordid life with her for about 5 years. And then she leaves him. He gives her the prenuptial.
Yeah, but then it's also a matter of like, was it really worth it for all that headache just to fucking have sex? I mean, that sounds like a fucking like.
Because he's probably going to reproduce. He's going to reproduce with the Giga Stacey. So the Giga Stacey's going to produce him Chad sons. Secondly, he's had a great time.
Or she'll just abort them.
Well,
because she can, because men have no reproductive rights at all. So she'll just
but I mean, that would be part of the prenuptial agreement and all that kind of thing.
Well, why would she ever sign it then? She might be like, fuck it, dude. I'll just find some other guy. Like,
but he could use his money to move on to the next gold digger. And this is the kind of thing that you've got.
No, dude. Hey, Jack.
I'm tired of hearing the prenup. The whole prenup thing is just so fun. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, Jack, this whole scenario is fucking stupid. Like, if you're a billionaire, why would you entertain the fucking thought of this kind of BS? And mind you, all the examples out there, like what's his face, Bezos and Bill Gates, like they found out their void long before they got their wealth. So they have like decades of, established relations as opposed to like some fucking gold digger trying to get Bezos's money. I'm just saying, man. It's like and even as a billionaire, you might be unattractive, but being a fat fucking disgusting slob is just not the case, man. Like if you were a billionaire, you could afford all the best foods, doctors, whatever. Like if I was a billionaire, I'd be fucking trying to live as long as I can for as long as possible, being healthy.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know,
yeah. I'm just
I'm
using
I'm
that as
sure
a great
these
example.
fucking gluttonous people exist, but this is just silly, man.
Yeah, and I'm tired of hearing the whole prenup argument because there's so many holes within the prenup that can make it invalid. So if she signs it while she's under like duress, or maybe she's crying, or she doesn't feel emotionally stable, they can throw it out. And on top of that, she can take you to court to prove how valid it is. So you can spend money trying to fight to see if the prenup is even valid, and you can lose money from that. So having a prenup is not it's not a way to protect yourself. It's just a lot of these guys, man. Oh my god. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Also, though, I think like this idea. Wait, is there echo?
Yeah, hold that thought. We got an echo going.
Let me fix this. You got two BPJs in the back. I don't know which one's real. Let me prenup for blue pillars. Yeah, they think it actually works. If I was a billionaire, I would just buy Zambia or something and just fuck everything in sight. If I was a billionaire, I'd be in noodle foids all day. Bezos' wife did help him a lot with the business, so she deserved the money. Prenups turn the toilet paper for the judge to wipe his ass after you have kids. Yep. Let's what people back in? A-Boy, Ryder, Drolix, Chip Skylark, Prem, and Black Pill J. Looks like Jack Tisson had to leave. Yeah.
I mean, like what I was gonna say was like this idea that like just because you're rich, and like yeah, you're beta buxing. It's like oh yeah, she's gonna have kids with you. I don't think that's the case. Like people forget that most of these chicks step out and they just have kids with other dudes, and then they come back to you because you have the money.
Yeah.
It's actually very common with wealthy dudes. So
Yep.
Yeah, and on top of that, Jack was playing the Apex fallacy too. Not too many guys are multi-millionaires. Most guys that are
yeah,
beta
true.
bucks are making 50K. And
Yeah.
beta bucks isn't a bad thing, but it's what comes with being a beta buck. So it's the treatment. So it's the dead bedroom. It's the nagging. It's the getting cooked behind the. It's the things that come with being a
Yeah,
beta bucks.
That's
yeah.
why,
I mean,
that's why
like
I keep
Beatrice
arguing.
had.
Like I keep arguing. What's the point? Like if you know
Yeah,
that
I
your
mean,
fate is gonna be
like
a beta bucks, why would you even bother
I
going for the beta
understand what
bucks?
Jack is saying, but I think he's like thinking that like you're getting like you're beta buxing, but it's like the 1950s.
I
But like
mean,
then like yeah, it makes sense because like you actually get a lot out of it. Like your wife does whatever you say. She cooks for you. She like does all the shit that she would want. But like now, like you're beta buxing and you get nothing. If we're being honest, like that's
well, yeah, like
that's the
even
issue.
the
It's
guy
not
who's like
like beta bucks itself. It's just that it's changed.
even the guy who's been like a multi-millionaire really doesn't have like a lot of like. He has more options than you do, most certainly. Like obviously, and especially if he's Chad tier, he has so many options that like why would he bother to even settle down to begin with? Like, what's the point for him? If he has the ability just to go from a woman to woman to woman, why would he bother? Like,
Yeah.
he can just kind of like ride the clock out a little bit, and just it is what it is. He has the ability to do all that crap because he has the money and the time and the good looks. So, PPJ came back. What's up, dude?
Not much, man. Just spending time with family. That's what's truly important. Yeah, I was only just trying to say earlier because I was having some issues. we don't talk about how the red pill has failed, how the red pill has failed a lot of young men.
Yeah, it has.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, in some ways, it's helped with it because it's helped gain more, but it also has led to a lot of young men missing out on opportunities.
Yeah,
The
it's
real
like convince men that if you wait till you're fucking 30, you're gonna be better for you, and obviously it's not true. We already discussed this, but yeah.
Like, and honestly, I think that whole red pill thing, like, I think they think they're helping men, but I think in a lot of ways they're really helping women because they keep this lie going that your success with women is governed by behavioral determinism, your personality, and that just you know that helps women keep their lie going that they're attracted to personality. So you're really just helping women with their bullshit lie. You're not helping men. So
Yeah, I'm not like I think the biggest issue I see with one of the biggest issues I see with the red pillars is that they believe that you need some like exceptional a level of game to get
right.
women. When it's like it's not the way it works. The women's already attracted to you because via your looks or via some outside factor, and because of that, normally via looks, they anything you do is going to be perceived as being decent and good. So if you're an asshole, she's going to view that as being confident. If you're a nice guy, she's going to view that as being very kind and very endearing, and she's going to love it. Like versus like if you're a nice guy as a 6 or a 5 or a 4, you're just considered to be like, okay, well he's nice, but he's not really like you're literally a nice guy, like the nice guy meme. Versus the Chad who's nice, he's actually just a kind and endearing guy. So it's like everything you do is gonna be perceived as being decent and good, unless you're like just a literal like slobbering idiot, where it's like you literally can't like string a sentence together or some shit. But like for the most part, though, like even then, like some people might even make exceptions there depending on how good looking you are. But I do think there are some limits to it. I think that would be a little bit absurd to have a man who's like literally slobbering idiot, but you never know. So but yeah, I think the levels of looks that matters here really does matter. Good.
What's crazy, here's what's kind of crazy is that women are so unaware, like for a group of people who claim and men also do it too, like we think that women are more socially astute, that they're a lot more socially savvy, when most women don't have game. Most women are not like these great conversationalists as most of the men are, right? More so than women, I should say. But it's funny how completely unaware of these biases that women have in regards to them perceiving certain caliber of men to be more like, it's like Brad Pitt says a joke, he's charismatic. Kevin James says the same joke. Okay, it's a little weird. It's like more times than not, they're not even aware of these things that we talk about. You know what I mean? Like they still aren't aware of this. You would think that they would have more of an understanding, but they don't.
I mean, that's
Yeah,
so
have
true.
have you seen these cope stream or damn, we got echo going. I don't know, maybe someone's mic's repeating. But yeah, I was gonna say those street interviews, these channels that go around interviewing foids, and it's like it's only creepy when they're ugly, and it's endearing when they're Chad.
Right.
And then women are like, oh yeah, like that's true. Like it's like they have a realization, like they never knew what they were doing in the first place. It's just kind of so funny.
It
Yeah.
it it reminds me of that I was watching no, it's not sorry, not watching. I was reading a blog that was suggested by another black pill content creator. So I was going through the blog and it was talking about um, the biggest advantages or privileges that women have just for being women. And at the top of the list, it said the biggest privilege that women have, and this segues into what Black Pill J is saying, is the biggest privilege they have is not having to be aware. Like they can just operate at a surface level and they don't have to have awareness. and they can just they're allowed to just live in their own bubbles. You know what I mean? And just simply being woman affords them the privilege to do that. They don't have to be empathetic. They don't have to have awareness. They don't have to they don't have to step outside their bubble if they don't want to. So so yeah, so they can be oblivious to their own behaviors and the things that motivates their behaviors. So
That's true, but I'll say that Gen Z, they know what they're doing. So I'll give 2 examples.
mhm,
So I was with a girl like a couple months ago, right?
mhm.
And we're just talking. When I talk to girls or people I don't really know, I try to act like blue pilled, right? So I go like, yeah, most guys
Oh,
can get,
good idea. I like
yeah,
that. Ah, smart.
yeah. So I was talking to her. I was like, yeah, any guy can get girls, man. And she goes, no, that's not true. Most guys cannot get girls. And I was like,
Mm,
damn,
she said that.
she did.
How old was she?
So she was 19.
19. Was she good looking?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, she was more on a. I'll give her like a 6, 7.
That's still good looking.
I got another example. So my
Wait,
cousin,
did she tell you? Did she tell you why she believes most guys cannot get girls? Did she offer an explanation?
she didn't that time, but another time, I had my friend over, right? And he's a tall guy. He's like 6'4", 6'5", right? I'm pretty tall too, but he's way taller than me.
Mhm.
So she goes, man, your friend is tall. How tall is he? And I go, this is after he left. And I go, oh, he's about 6'5". And she was like, man, that's crazy. Too bad he's ugly. I'm like, oh,
Damn.
yeah. But yeah, so I was talking to my cousin too. So she's also Gen Z. She's like 18, 17. And she tells me, because she was arguing with my mom about looks, right? She was saying that looks are more important when picking a guy. And my mom was like, oh no, it's about money or a personality, right?
Mhm.
So she goes, yeah, a personality and money is good for finding a husband. For when you want to hook up, you go for the looks. And I'm like, dang.
Well,
So yeah, so
I think it's a cultural thing.
I think she's one of the rare ones.
no, I see it pretty often with Gen Z.
Really? Oh.
I mean,
Yeah.
I would agree with Chip slightly, but I think it's cultural type of thing. It's just kind of like how your parents raised you.
Didn't even
I mean, like,
Susan Sarandon say that stuff though? Like those dude, it wasn't Susan Sarandon, but some Susan like real famous business chick said, "Oh, those dudes you don't like now, like in 20 years or so, they'll be the sexy ones you want." She, I forgot where that quote came from. Shit, but Mister, you know what I'm talking about. If you're here,
I'm here still.
Yeah.
What book now?
It's like 76, dude.
There was some chick named Susan something. It wasn't Sarandon, but she said basically she's talking to young women and she's like, yeah, those dudes you don't like right now, in like 10 years, they'll be the sexiest thing alive, and you'll want to.
Yeah, if I've heard that iterated before, yeah, by somebody.
That's cult though.
yeah.
I think Face and LMS, he had a video, a woman saying the same exact thing. He was doing, Face was doing a reaction video to a woman who said the same exact thing, saying, "Oh, in 10 years' time, you know, yeah, you're gonna come running back to those guys." And Face was like, "Man, that's cope."
It's cold, but
Wait,
it's still true for sure. Because beta
are
books
we
is very rare.
talking? Are we talking about the idea that the Foids reject the men while they're younger, and when they get older, they go running back to the
pretty much
the nice guy?
Pretty much, yeah.
Something like that. Yeah, she was basically saying alpha fucks beta bucks. She didn't even know it.
Yeah, basically saying on the blue.
But I don't know. But then Face was like, Face and LMS said a woman would rather start an older woman, middle-aged woman would rather start an OnlyFans page before she comes crawling back to those guys years later. And I gotta say, I do see quite a few middle-aged women who are, I will admit, they are attractive for their age, I see them. They have like these OnlyFans accounts. They have these Instagram accounts, and all they do is post provocative pictures of themselves, and they've got a bunch of simps in the comments, like simping after them. So
yeah, you know who I feel sorry for?
Who's that?
The middle-aged men that thought they were gonna pick up those women. Yeah, I'm gonna finally peak as soon as I get my fucking this raise next year.
Yeah,
become middle manager and shit. All them hoes from high school, they're gonna come running back.
You're right.
Most girls that I've talked to have dated older guys, like 10 years older, but they say the same thing. So when I ask them, they'll be like, yeah, he was 30, but he didn't look 30. So it comes down to looks, literally.
Right. Yep. So, yep.
Yo, but that reminds me of a good story. Some of the boyos in Medican posted a pretty based the data, and it was based on why there's a high density of lady boys in Asia, tranny max or transformer maxing going on over there, and apparently as
girls.
What's that?
You mean guys becoming girls?
Yeah, lady boy essentially.
Imitating, yeah.
But so I read through that and it was like pretty based, and it comes down to I think the rice cells have more higher susceptibility, or what's the word?
Susceptibility.
Yeah, that's the one, to estrogen. So which is the female hormone or whatever, and it made sense. Plus, one of the things was how we always talk about like noodles age the best, kind of. And so higher estrogen in comparison to the other females, estrogen is good for skin elasticity and keeping the skin like youthful and all that stuff. So the common trope among rice cells is that like Asian women age fine, but when they hit that wall, essentially, it's like they turn into granny overnight. And it's funny because it's just a benefit or hope fuel for the rice cells. It's like I'm well into my fucking 30s, late 30s, and we were talking to a Floyd at work. She's an intern. She's like 22 or something, going to uni, and we were just talking, and out of the blue, she was like, "Oh, how old are you, by the way?" And I was like, "Yeah, just take a guess." She's like, "Oh, I think you're like 24." Yeah, I was like, wait, is she trolling? But like, she legit thought I was like 24.
I
And
had people who think I'm in high school do is with my face look, which is fucking weird. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, bro, I'll be almost 40 soon, but
Man, you should have rolled with that, your stupid ass. Oh, shit. I would have been like 20. Yeah, how'd you know? And just rolled in.
yeah, but yeah, it was just funny as fuck because it's that gift of being rice, I guess.
When Nudifoids hit 50, year old wall, that turns into turtles. They turn into turtles. Blair White's boyfriend claims he isn't gay, right? Probably.
Who?
Blair White's this like conservative trans woman who's like what got big on YouTube a few years ago, and she has a boyfriend, or I'm sorry, it has a boyfriend.
There's a lot in this sentence I didn't pick up the first time around, so you're gonna have to repeat that shit.
Yeah, sure. So Blair White is a trans, literal trans, so a female or a male to female.
Dude, what's a conservative trans woman? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I'm not even lying.
Is it an oxymoron? Is it like a little giant or a small?
No, it's not an oxymoron. You
or
have
a cold sun, or what's that?
No. You had Queen Caitlyn Jenner. Remember?
Oh yeah,
that one going on too.
Jesus.
Who's Blair White?
I literally just described it again.
She looks like a woman. Wow, she looks good. Looks good for a
transformer.
Yeah,
robot thing.
Yeah. Congratulations. That's the first step to the dark side right there. That's it.
Yeah, don't become a Decepticon, my friend.
I mean, I'm not gay, but if I would, like, that's the whole nope.
No, nothing like that. I will look at a transformer sometimes and say, "Wow, you good job. You look good for a girl."
Yeah, that's why I really stopped the online dating too. I was matching with too many Decepticons. And that was back in 2018, so I know there's way more now.
Yeah, dude. Like I'm seeing that. Like, yeah, it's crazy, man.
Yo, Drolix, you heard?
What's up?
I told you, boyo. Asians, they are the cutest trannies.
Yeah, I found out the reason. Yeah, the high estrogen susceptibility.
I told you.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
I
were
believe-
right, motherfucker. You were right.
Yeah, I also told you this is an option for you, dude.
No, dude, I don't look anything close to effeminate. Like I'm a masculine fucking Asian
Okay.
rice.
So rope is your only option, boyo.
Dude, I
First,
have a full beard. Like, how do you look
A neck
feminine
beard?
with a full beard?
I don't know.
yeah, let's not forget there was a time in history where Asians were literally mogging and just graping everything in sight. God damn it. We cannot just leave these Mongol Chads in the dust of history. God damn it.
And then we had,
yeah.
I'm sorry, we had idiots like Rolo talking about how Genghis Khan was an alpha because he had so many children. But I'm like, bro, he was raping these women. Like,
Jesus, he was an emperor. Well, what's the problem? I mean,
right?
I remember, so these red pill guys, man, they're everywhere and they're brainwashed. My friend, I found out he was like a red pillar through his talking points, and he told me he looked up to Genghis Khan. I was like, oh snap. I don't know about that.
Bruh, didn't we go over this shit with Harvey Weinstein and now we're coming back full circle? Like, goddamn. Like, power is not an excuse, apparently. Like, what the hell are people doing? Well, exactly, sex addict. It wasn't even, it wasn't even, it was just like, you know, I won, you know. That's the prize money. Pussy. That's a historical perspective. Not saying I agree with it, just what it was.
well, I mean, also all of these chicks, they took the deal, right? Just to get a job in a movie, you see. So what are we talking here? Huh? If they would have talent, they could make it. They could make it in another way. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you were truly a 10 out of 10 Stacy, you wouldn't have to do any extra bullshit. Like things will just come to you.
Most
But then,
women on
yeah, but the sevens, maybe a high sixes,
Yeah.
they had to
Yes.
like, you know, quote unquote pass money under the table, grease the
improve their
wheels.
chances. Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
because most of the if you look at the list or the females who came out, like most of them were some sidekicks, right? Or some chicks you saw like 15 seconds in a movie and then they were dressed half naked or something like that. So yeah.
Yeah, they grease the wheels, you know,
Mm.
put some money under the table, send the pie with extra cash in it, and then now they're claiming they're victims. It's like fucking clown world.
It's not like he used some KO pills, you know, or some drugs, or he drugged them and forced them in any ways. It's just he just he did a proposition, right? He had a deal for them. Yeah, so
Do you guys know what happened to Black Pill Conversations?
Yeah.
What happened to the channel?
Oh, so he semi doxed himself, as in he did talk about his other financial channel. Like he runs, I think he has like 50K subscribers on there, so it's a pretty good channel. And in that channel, you know, he shows himself like he's basically on camera talking. Anyways, he had the BPC channel, and then he basically Yeah, he made fucking fatal mistakes like associating himself with the MD crowd, known for roasting grifters and whatnot. And I think he also had aspirations to do the grift of face ratings. But I think I had a conversation with him. He stopped doing it because of he didn't want to be responsible for any boyos that rope after his face rating report. So that was his reason that he gave, that he was gonna quit that. But I don't know. And then he picked the wrong person to mess with, which was Hormaxer. And then I think Hormaxer was the first one to basically semi dox him, because it's not really a dox when it's like a public YouTube channel with your face on it, you talking, and it's been up for like 4 years. You know what I mean? But then Hormaxer just basically critiqued his look on his on that video. Then he made the fatal mistake of copyright striking him, which he had no basis. It's all fair use, anyways.
Wait, hold on. Black Pill Conversations copyright strike Hormaxer?
Exactly.
Ah.
No, that makes sense. If you do a false copyright claim and they catch you, you can lose your channel for that.
Yeah. So then he realized like he fucked up. He says like, oh, it's because of this or that, but he knows he fucked up there. And Hormaxer's channel had been terminated like multiple times. So he's very what do you call it? Anyone that fucks with his channel, he'll come after you like a crazy badger. Anyhow, there was that whole thing, and then I think some of the boyos from Hormaxer crowd essentially went to his business partners, like, or threatened to kind of expose his Black Pill channel to his business partners and all the other stuff. And so, BPC said, yeah, it's just better to terminate this whole thing because he has a lot to lose, I suppose.
Yeah, because he's going against people who have nothing to lose. Hormaxer, if
Yeah.
you look at him, you can tell he's on his last leg. Like, he does not care about life, actually. Him and
Yeah.
Lux Maximus, they're the biggest degenerates. I used to watch Lux Maximus too, because I think he's pretty well read. He's a smart guy. But I remember one time in his live stream, some guy was talking about how he wants to start grape maxing. And I was like, yeah, this probably went a little bit too far.
What?
No, seriously.
I believe you, dog. Like shit.
Yeah,
I'm just
even
saying,
Lux Maximus
damn.
was like, yeah, I don't think that's life affirming to But I'm like, yeah, these guys are going way too far with the whole, androcentric mentality. Like,
Bro,
Yeah.
hold on. I told y'all this was the logical endpoint of this shit. You have like all these autistic genius motherfuckers who had like no reason to live. Like you just have like Hannibal Lecter going around and shit, just plotting evil on a mass
No, I
scale.
mean, at that point, drop a couple $100 and just pay a hooker. Like, why bother?
Because you don't get the sense of domination, god damn it.
Pay her extra for the
No, it
role
doesn't.
play.
It doesn't count. Goddamn. Part of it's the sense of just conquering some shit under your own power. I would assume. Not saying I've done anything like
No,
that.
no, I get it, because grape at its heart of it is like domination and power. It's
No,
not
no.
really about the act of
Now I'm not telling you.
snuggles.
I'm telling the feds that's listening. Like, goddamn it, like, don't build a case on me just because of this shit.
no, we're talking about grape juice maxing. I don't know what you're talking. What are you guys talking about?
I thought we were talking about grape soda.
That too. No, but I'm glad Lux Maximus actually he actually deleted all his content. He's actually off the internet.
Wait, why did he terminate all this stuff?
He was tired of all the I got an echo.
Yeah, someone joined. Yeah, let me correct the stream. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. All right. Almost there. Grape juice is the king. Yeah, I do like BitChute is horrible. The commenters are strong and within weirdly. Darkseal had the right idea. Don't grape, but don't save women who are being raped.
26, 27, 28.
There you go.
Okay, so what I was saying is, oh no, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I agree with VVS Void, but that's all. Go ahead.
Okay,
No,
so
I was wondering why he terminated his channel.
yeah, he decided to start living his life because he was going through kidney failure, and on top of that, I think he had some kind of spleen issue or something. I don't even know, but he decided to cut the ideologies and just start living his life.
Wait, you're talking Lux Maximus had health issues?
Yeah, he had kidney failure.
Damn. Okay. Is that a result of roids and stuff? You know?
He says that his doctor claims that it was too much whey protein, but we all know it was a juice.
Yeah, yeah.
Kidney failure with a misdiagnosis. I don't know how true that is. I don't know how true any of this is really.
He got caught with Liver King.
No, I asked him. So on his last live stream on Twitch, his last one, I asked him in the comments. I was like, "I heard you had kidney failure." He said, "Yeah."
Yeah, once you are heading towards some life-changing disease, nothing matters really.
Yeah, he said he needs a transplant or he might die. So
Damn. Okay. So that clarifies any doubts I had about him. But yeah, that's
So
pretty legit reason.
He's on that Red Dead Redemption 2 shit then. Just trying to get squared away with shit before he possibly dies. It's fucked up.
Yeah, I think on one of his streams he was showing his Fidelity account and he had like 600K in there in his portfolio. I was like, motherfucker, you doing good, bro.
nah, he's a trust fund. You can tell he's a trust fund kid by his stories. You can tell he's a trust fund kid for sure.
Oh, is that what it was? Okay.
Who uses Fidelity these days? Only if you have like old granny or your parents using those accounts, then only you can use Fidelity. No one uses that old.
Yo, Saffron, talking about finance, what do you use? Vanguard?
For what?
Which one?
No, for what? For trading, you're saying?
No, like basically an app or financial app that helps you manage your portfolio.
Yeah, so I made a terrible decision. I moved my assets on Robinhood, but I need to move it to some other wallet because Robinhood is going to be bankrupt. They're saying.
Well, hold up, slow down. Here's a stock trader me talking. How long you been on fucking? No, let me. All right. At what point did you stop going to Robinhood?
I am on Robinhood. All my everything is on Robinhood.
Bro,
where the fuck are you still on Robinhood?
Yeah, get the fuck out, man. I mean, even at this point, Fidelity or even Vanguard's way better.
Bro, you should have left Robinhood years ago. Don't you remember GameStop? How everybody got like fucking butt fucked on that one? Like, goddamn.
Yeah, I remember that.
No, you shouldn't trust these motherfuckers to fucking give you tissues. Only reason I'm on Robinhood is for fucking spreads. That's it.
Yo, it's either Fidelity, Vanguard, or Charles Schwab's or whatever.
Yeah, TD Ameritrade is cool too. That's how I deal with. God damn. Robinhood.
I don't know about you guys, but this stock market thing, man, it's got me losing all my money.
That's because you're on the bull side of a bear market. God damn it.
Oh, yeah.
You need to wait for a couple of years at least to see any profits.
Yeah, I say 2025 is when any hope of a recovery.
And what's this because of the Ukraine war?
Hell no, it's because all the free money they gave away during COVID is being dried up. The interest rates are going. Well, it's just the market correcting itself.
It was basically a money laundering scheme. So they gave money to Ukraine, Ukraine gave money to FTX, and FTX gave money to the Democrats.
Yes.
I'm like, damn, dude. I'm like ready to stop putting money in my 401k. I'm like, damn, I'm losing all this money, man.
And they are
hold on, Ryder. I just maxed out my 401k this year.
Did you?
Like in terms of contribution, yeah.
With this market, damn.
But yeah, I'm feeling you. I'm just like, fuck, man. Would I
Alright.
be better off just having that 20K sitting in
Yeah.
savings?
All right, Ryder, how old are you?
I'm 32.
Okay, just put the shit in your 401k because I'm guessing you're not exactly a stock trader. I don't know.
No, not really.
All right, then the shit's gonna bounce back eventually. So just Put in your 401k and don't worry. You got 30 years for this shit to get back to normal, which is probably going to be in like half a decade anyway.
They are moving the pension funds to ESG score ratings and stuff like that.
In the end, Uncle Sam always fucking wins.
Yeah.
Never bet against the Fed. Just
if
put
you
it there. Don't worry about it.
if you get more than $600 in Venmo or PayPal or Cash App, you have to report it now. Apparently,
Yeah.
Wait, Saffron, say that again. What about reporting?
so I have not cross-checked it, but some article was saying that if you're getting some 600 plus on any digital Cash App, then you need to report it in your tax statements or something.
Yeah, I think I heard about that last year or something. But yeah, that sounds real familiar.
Man, dude, that's such fucking bullshit. They donate 40 billion to Ukraine and they can't even report that, you know?
Well, that's because we are peasants and they are the kings.
Yeah, I get the 10K for, drug money laundering, but it's like, who the fuck gives a shit
In
about
the
peasants
you know in the
peasants trading $600? Like,
in
who
the
cares?
economic collapse of 2008, only the drugs money saved the economy of USA. Yep, that's a legit kind of.
Nice, nice.
No, have you seen that Pablo Escobar movie? They were legit burying like 10 million bundles in the backyard deep in the gardens and shit.
I remember that shit was so deep. The money was going bad because they weren't even fucking using it.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that shit could happen. I thought fucking dollars were fucking eternal or some shit.
I keep wondering for a time when I'll be driving down some lane and some drug kingpin will just drop his cash bag by the side road because he's being chased by police, and then I'll just pick them by accident and I'll be rich.
Yeah, I don't
Trolley.
know. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know how real it was, but some video showing they were remodeling a house. They took down a wall and essentially they had like hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash in the wall.
Could be, could be.
Yeah, it happened on Breaking Bad, so I'm assuming that's
Yeah.
real life.
Trolix, you remember that discussion we had with Sincere about you said there's basically only one way to invest or something like that.
Oh, I think that was with Pierre.
Yeah, well, probably. So can you repeat this and share it with the community?
Oh, like financial maxing?
Yeah.
Yeah, if people want to hear it, I guess.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, so where do I start? Like I mean, I'm not 100% expert on this, so take it with a grain of salt. Like plus everybody's situation is always different. But it was a pretty base discussion we had in VC on Medicans. And this fucking Pierre kid, for context, like he's just some JBW who geomaxed to Colombia, I think. And then he was getting, snuggles on the regular or whatever. So now he thinks at 22 he was all things expert VP. But he was talking about, oh, put your money in crypto, put your money in this. Oh, you can make like 60 million easy. I'm just like fucking delusional
Wait,
idiots.
hold on. What year and month was this discussion?
I would say November.
This nigga
last month.
retarded. Oh my
1
God.
week, 10 days ago. Yeah.
After the crash, after Bitcoin
Yeah.
like floated under 20,000.
Yeah, like people are speculating, BTC at 100K a coin. I'm like, bro, look at it now. It's like 13K or something from 60K peak.
Look, I ain't.
But
I
yeah,
ain't
the gist of it is like the whole idea of like financial maxing, it's like built on get rich quick scheme, like you gotta play your cards right. You gotta be on the pump and dump side or whatever, not on the dump side, but all that. I guess if you're in the inside, you might know, but for the average pleb, you're never gonna know. You're the one always gonna be holding the bag. In terms of these cryptos, I could agree that BTC, Ethereum, and maybe some other few coins are legit, but I mean it's already been proven.
What in the God's name of?
Yeah, what the fuck was that shit?
Whoop 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 whoop.
Someone riding a rickshaw.
That's not an American sound. I have never heard.
Yeah. Whoop whoop. Sound of the police. Okay, Drolix, continue, please.
Yeah. So the whole idea of like you're gonna money max with crypto is just so fucking JFL to me. Um, and yeah, maybe you were the lucky few that got in early, but unless you were like joining very late into the game, you're never gonna make any solid money. And so the whole idea is like people don't realize all you need is fucking $100 every month. And so it's mind blowing, but it's actually quite simple in the sense that if you took $100 every month, saved it, and put it into let's say even in this S&P 500 or whatever. The point is to start early. You put $100 away. Most people, if you have a job, you can put away $100 every month. I mean, it's not such a hard goal. Like for most people, they could save $100 a month easy, like even without really trying. Just stop buying your cigarettes or cokes or whatever. Just put away $100. It's not that hard. I'm not asking people to save like 500 or 1,000 a month. Like that's pretty tough. Anyhow, the whole point it doesn't take much. And so with compound interest, uh, if you took 100 every month and saved it until retirement age, let's just say 65, like you could have a solid 1.5 mil in your retirement account by the time you retire. And so, yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah, starting early is such a big deal because I remember I saw a chart. It showed two people, one started at 24, one started at 30. And by the time they both hit retirement age, I think the one at 24 had like almost 100K more than the guy that started at 30. It was crazy.
Yeah, exactly. And so the key is educate yourself, start early. The only thing I regret is like, fuck, I wish I knew this shit and started it, a decade ago, essentially.
One more thing I would like to point: there are many doomsday kind of a people on the internet, like that guy from the Rich Dad Poor Dad, Robert Kiyosaki or some guy.
Yep.
Yeah.
So if you listen to him since 20, 30 years, he's just saying that the whole world economy will collapse next year. So you should be like away from those kind of a guys, or the real estate gurus who say that everything is going to collapse next year. So just buy into real estate. So the whole point is
Yeah, I mean, yeah, technically their advice is technically solid, but then what you need to realize is the grift is in selling you the advice. So any kind of quote unquote fucking guru, crypto expert, whatever, even in the PUAs, like they're all fucking grifters. They're selling you the real money is in selling you the advice, right? That's what you need to realize. So yeah, go ahead.
Oh, that's so true. I actually know one of these guys, or she's actually a girl in real life. She sells like kind of a course subscription thing on stocks and crypto and stuff. And she even told me she doesn't even trade anymore. All she does is sell the course, and she makes over $1 million. And she's 19 as well. So you see, a lot of people are taking tips from people who aren't even able to drink yet. Isn't it?
Yeah. No,
That's crazy to me.
VVS Void is 100% right. The California gold rush back in the 1800s, the real fucking money was selling the shovels. You know what I mean? It's like sell the shovels, you'll make a lot of money as opposed
Yeah.
to being the sucker that goes out to dig for a
Yes.
nugget of gold.
Yeah, sell what people need. That's all. Yeah, sell what they
No,
need.
yeah.
Look, I could tell y'all how to make money off the stock market if y'all really trying to do that shit.
Yeah. Wait a second. So So Drolix, so yeah, so start as early to save your money, right? But then again, you have to invest it in something, or you just let it rot on the bank. So that's my question.
I mean, so if you're talking in terms of how to save,
Hmm. Yeah.
no. So the $100 a month thing is putting into investment account. Like you're
Mhm.
not gonna get that kind of return. It's based on interest, and towards the end of your life, supposedly with compound interest,
Yeah.
you would make a lot then.
Yeah,
But no, yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. So most people don't think about retirement because, like, why would you? If you're 20, fucking retirement's like
Yes,
40,
yes.
50 years ahead.
Mhm.
But the thing is to start early. And it's not necessarily about for retirement, it's the whole idea. So
Mhm.
if you would imagine you did $100 every month until like for the next 45 years, you would have a cool like something like 1.6 mil by the
Yeah,
time you
yeah.
retire.
Yeah,
If
that's a
you
good
did
idea.
Right. And then if you delay like cashing out your retirement,
Mm.
the extra years, like let's say from 65 to 70,
Yeah.
like that 5-year compound interest alone could put that 1.6 mil into even three and
Hmm.
a half mil.
So
Basically,
where would you invest? Would you probably in BlackRock ETFs and real estate when the prices go down for real estate, or where are you invested, or what would you recommend?
oh no, I play it safe. I'm in it for the long haul. So S&P 500.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
Ryder's the sensible one. I'm the degenerate person that learned everything from fucking Wall Street bets before it turned to shit.
All right. So tell us about it.
yeah, and historically speaking, at least for
Mm.
the market, stock market, S&P, it's like 5 to 7%.
Mhm.
And you take the average, 7% return on your money is pretty good.
Yeah,
So
it's true.
so historically speaking, if the market returns you a 7%, it's like for every dollar you get a penny, or not a penny, but 7 cents, right? So annually. So the whole idea, like you're gonna put in $1 and you're gonna 500 exit and turn it into $500 is just so fucking asinine. Like investment in general is like you're just getting pennies off your dollar. That is the whole concept or idea. But I mean, you're crawling at a snail's pace. But people, we're in the instant gratification generation or whatever. It's like I need to turn my 1,000 into 100,000. I'm like, good luck, dude.
Hey, I did it. Shit.
Yeah, but you can accelerate the process though. So you ever heard the fire movement?
Yeah,
Which
yeah. No,
Here we
this is
go.
That's
you
this is
said
also my plan.
exactly no, this is exactly what I was leading into. But you gotta establish the base, which is the very concept of just saving $100 and putting it into the markets every month without fail.
What Drox is
Obviously,
talking about is like honest to God, just basic financial literacy.
yeah, yeah.
Instead all
And
this flash in the pan bullshit all the time where you make the money if you're lucky and then lose it in the same fucking moment. Ask me how
exactly.
I fucking know.
Yeah.
No, no, and to say, let's say 10 years ago, I didn't know this shit. And there were boyos that were advising me exactly on this shit. And I could literally recall back in high school, there was a business expert that came to one of our social studies class, and he was literally giving the same spiel I was doing right now. Like, oh, just put $100 away. In 30 years, you're gonna thank me. When it finally dawned on me, because like when you start making money, like this kind of money only came to me recent, right? Like in recent years. And I was like, holy shit, I have 50K in my savings. Oh, I have 100K in my savings. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, I
it,
mean, of
it's
course.
it's like you have enough money to invest. Also, that's the sad part. Like being an average pleb, you're never gonna have enough money to invest. As in, oh shit, I got an extra 20K. What should I do with it? Like that's kind of like a luxury afforded only after you've
Yeah.
made enough money that your mind even wanders into, oh, where do I put my money?
Yeah. So where are you putting your money? So let's I mean, Jack Nickelback, you are in trading, but most of us are not, or we are clueless or beginners. So what do we do with the money?
y- oh,
ATF, buy ETFs, or I don't know, buy bonds or what?
all right. You usually slow boomer shit like in theory safe stocks, maybe ETFs and S&P 500. Basically, if Dave Ramsey would buy it, just buy that shit. I guess I don't know.
I don't trust Dave Ramsey though. He's a fucking
Yes.
blue pill.
Yeah, Ramsey is a cuckoo.
Wait, but Dralik. So, oh wait. So let me ask you then. Two questions. One, when did you start this investment strategy? And the second question is, um, what could I be just as effect? Would a person be just as effective investing in an annuity? So those are
Mm,
my questions.
so I started basically 6 years ago,
Okay.
or yeah, maybe yeah 6 years I would say. Like when I paid off all my loans and like shit, I'm actually making money every month that I didn't know what to do with.
Mm-hmm.
And it's such a fucking joke, man. Like yeah, maybe in one of the last stream or previous streams I did talk about it, but like oh right, Oyebo, you reminded me. But okay, because I got so much to say now, I'm getting myself all fucking confused. So to answer your question, yeah, I started like 6 years ago, and then annuity, I'm clueless about it. Like I don't know much
Well,
enough to like say advise on it.
well, I know it works off of, you put your money away. Think of it as like I guess and I'm not a financial expert, but the way I kind of think of an annuity is like a savings account that gives you a higher return. That, I don't know, maybe that's the wrong way to look at it, but that's how I think about it. But it works on the principle of compound interest. So
Yeah, I mean, I'm going off with CDs, like certificate of deposit. So like
okay,
your bank, yeah, your bank will offer you, like you have to put in a certain amount, like 10K, 5K, 50K, 100K, 250K. The larger the amount, the higher the interest. But then you can't touch it for X
right,
amount of years until
right.
it vests. And technically speaking, they make money when you break the contract and try to withdraw it early.
Hmm.
But I think the return on those is like 3% or 5%.
On the CDs or the annuities?
Yeah, on the CD. I think it's like ridiculously pretty low or something. Like
Hmm.
even if you had a quarter mil in them, like you only make like a 5K profit at the end of like the 2 year term or something. Yeah, so I mean it could be a legit one, but I think there are far better options. And then considering, an annual return in the stocks is probably anywhere from, 3 to 10% depending on the year or whatever, and taking the average 7%, it's far better option, I guess.
Hmm.
I mean, it's just one way of like if you had a lot of money and you want to diversify and keep it as a safe bet, yeah, I think it's legit. But
Many people,
then for
many.
someone that's starting out, I don't necessarily think it's good.
I think, as he said, saving 100 or a couple of $100. Most of the people, if they start learning how to cook at home, they will save a lot of money.
Hmm.
Yeah, that too.
Hmm.
And so going back to the basic one, obviously you're not gonna save $100 every month for 45 years or whatever. It's like you're gonna get better jobs. You're gonna get better, maybe you career maxed. Maybe you're gonna, and in some years you might be unemployed, so it's a up and down turn. But for most people, yeah, at 18 to 20, maybe saving $100 every month is a struggle, but like at 30, you should probably have a decent job by then. That saving $100 is nothing. Like you can afford to save like 250 or something, or even 300.
Mm-hmm.
In my case, I could put in three grand in savings away every month.
Mm-hmm.
So you will have the upward mobility in terms of your life as career progresses. But $100 a month is just the baseline. So assuming, let's say in your 30s, you got a good career, good job, now you're putting 500 away every month, or 600, or even 1,000. Like by the time you retire, from the projected 1.5, it could be easily 2.5.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so like the point is to get you into that mindset of like, I just need to put away X amount no matter what without fail, like to save X amount. And by the time you retire, you could be retiring comfortably. And it's not such a difficult thing to do. Like, even if you save $50 a month, like for most people, that's such a trivial thing, I guess.
I heard one financial expert say in a documentary once, if you start putting away, if you wait until after, if you don't start putting money away for retirement before 40, it's already too late.
Yeah, I think technically
Oh shit,
he
my
might
bad.
be he might be right. Yeah. I mean, at 50 and you're trying to save for retirement, like 10 years
Yeah, you're
isn't
done.
isn't gonna help you
Yeah.
really.
Yeah.
And the idea is to catch the compound interest at the
Yeah.
end of towards the end of your life, in a sense.
Right.
Now, here, if you're 50, here's my advice. You got to invest in Bitcoin now while it's low. It can't get any lower. It's only 15,000. It's gonna come back any day now.
Actually, that might be legit.
Yeah, it's
So
probably
then,
your only hope.
yeah. So then going back to Chips, what he was talking about earlier. So let's say, because I know Ryder, you make six figures. Prem, I know you do too. Uh, so assuming that you become a high income earner, this is exactly what I'm doing. I'm spending like less than 2K a month on living costs, and literally banking away like 80% of my monthly income.
Damn.
My issue right
So
now is my rent is over 2K. So
Yeah. See, I'm a, I'm
yeah,
a high rent. I'm a relatively high rent payer as well. Like, and I don't. I'm okay with that. So.
now
yeah,
I'm
rent
trying
is the
to
biggest
cut it.
pain. Yeah, rent is the biggest pain, and I know for some people it's impossible. Like having roommates and splitting the cost is probably the best way. Like my rent is like 900 a month, and that includes internet, utility, water, sewer, garbage. Like I'm not paying anything extra.
Shit, dude.
Yeah, the
It's-
only other bill is cell phone, credit card bills, and
Cars, stuff like.
food, and yeah, food and maybe car insurance. I don't even drive that much, so it's kind of like whatever.
See, with
But
me, yeah. Go ahead.
so anyhow, the idea is to cut your spending as much as possible, where you can at least save 50% of your income, if not more. The more you can save, the faster you will attain your goal. And
Yeah,
so,
I'm saving about 50% a month right now.
mhm. And so, assuming you reach that point, um, I'll just use 100K as an example. Technically speaking, with 100K, I think your net income would be like 80K, something around those lines. And then with 80K, if you keep your living costs to, let's say, less than 50%, which is going to be 40K, you'll be able to put 40K every year into the market, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so as soon as you start putting 40K and it growing, how fast would it take to reach, let's say, $1 million in investments? And so, like 40K for 10 years is 400K, and
Yeah.
40K net, right? 40K net for 10 years is 400K. 20 years, it's 800K. Now, imagine you're saving 80% of your income, 90% of your income. So then you're able to put away 70K instead of 40K. Let's say you got a pay raise or whatever, you're making 150K now. Minus taxes, you save like 80% of your income. You're putting away 100K or 80K into the market. So all you technically have to do is work 8 years, 10 years, 15 years. So you've worked, let's say, from 30 to 45, putting away 100K or close to 100K into the markets every year. So by the time you hit 30, or I mean 45, you already have a million compounding interest. And here's the fire method, or the gist of it is that, okay, now that you've hit your a million plus, if historically the market returns 7%, you could basically withdraw every year, let's say 3%, 4%. So you don't exceed what the net income or the net return of the market is. So what is 3%, 4% of $1 million? That's like 40K. Well, you already live on 40K a year or less. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So essentially, you don't have to work anymore. You've hit your goal. You've accumulated enough funds where the idea is to live off of the return. And so imagine you got a really good job and you're making 250K. You could hit a million in probably 5 to 6 years.
Mm-hmm.
And so as soon as you hit that, just continue on, let's say even 10 years, you'd have a 3 mil in your bank account or savings or investments.
Mm-hmm.
Take away 3% of 3 mil, that's 90,000 a year. Like you could live on that easy, you know what I mean? So essentially you're done. Like why the fuck do you need to work anymore? And that's the fire or early retirement in a nutshell. I mean, there's more to it, but that's the gist of it.
I tell you what, in a situation like that, you gotta. I mean, you can't have any mistakes. You can't have anything go wrong. I remember, I think about 2 or 3 years ago, I read an article in the Atlantic, um, and the headline of the article was, "Escaping poverty requires almost 20 years with nearly nothing going wrong." I don't know if any of you ever read that article, but it's something to
Yeah,
keep in mind.
I think I've heard of it or read of it or got a summary of it, but yeah, it is kind of true. And the whole point is it's kind of sad. Like the black pill truth is like you need money to make money.
Mm,
Yeah, and the my friend's mindset, he told me it's pretty good, is you got to start thinking of how every fucking dollar bill can start working for you, essentially, even if it's returning a penny annually. You know what I mean?
yeah.
So once you kind of realize that, it's like, fuck, I'm gonna skip out on cigarettes. The $5 to $10 that you spend, that $10 is like a couple of thousand in 10 years. Or, I gotta quit candy bars or whatever. It's like you kind of start to see money in a different way.
One more thing I would like to say, like many people are ignoring small boring businesses. So
Hmm.
to generate the wealth, you can start some boring business. There's always money in boring business.
Like what? Like what's a
Like
boring
like
business?
washing service, cleaning the crime scene service in a city where there's none. Stuff like that, where you require some labor and real work, and it's very boring as fuck. So many people think that you need to be the next Facebook guy or something to make like couple of millions. That's not the case.
Oh, dude,
It's a
speaking
really
of
good
that,
point.
yeah, Saffron, my brother started a cleaning business, and
Yeah.
It's literally just going to these big buildings like churches and event centers or whatever.
Yeah.
Like literally, contract wise, I will provide, like, let's say window washing service, emptying out the trash, putting
Mm.
new bags into the trash can, vacuuming the floor, and basic hygiene maintenance or whatever.
Yeah.
Dude, and it was basically him, his friend, and one other guy, three people. They would rotate between three or four buildings, and they were fucking making bank, like
Wow.
Yeah, that's
enough to be profitable.
yeah. One cleaning service is easily 3 to 5 grand, depending on the size of the building.
Mm.
So that's what many people are missing. Like in America today, you have a lot of opportunities, and many people are just in the retro of like everything is gone. Big banks are screwing us. Everything is going to doomsday. We have to read Rich Dad Poor Dad to become rich, like Robert Kiyosaki or something. The thing is,
Yo, Saffron, I actually have his book and I did read it. Uh,
Rich Dad Poor
the
Dad.
Yeah, the very first book. I
We
mean,
all did, man. We all
yeah,
believed.
Yeah,
no,
that
no.
book is.
All I gotta say is the idea presented is legit,
Yeah.
like, but it's a starter book into his grift. Like you could tell he's trying to get you to join his seminars and buy more books and shit. But as a
Mm.
starter book, like paying $10 for it, it's totally fine.
yeah,
The idea is the mindset.
that's the whole point, really. So the first book is okay. I also have it in my Kindle. So till that point, he was not a grifter. But as soon you realize there's some potential in your grift, you become a bigger grifter. So since last 1 decade or so, if you listen to him, according to him, or not exactly him, his genre of people, other people, the gurus and doomsday investors as whole, their basic grift is that the economy will collapse in couple of years, and that's why you need to listen to us and come to our seminars.
The sad thing about these guys is most of them are just motivational speakers. I don't listen to any of them unless they're giving me a type of skill, like a knowledge of a type of skill. So I'll read books about real estate, or I'll read books about coding or investing, but I won't read like a Kiyosaki or a Onyx Singal or a Tony Robbins. These are all motivational speakers.
Yeah. Yeah.
Motivation, basically, if you go into the psychometrics of it, the motivational speakers and all, it does nothing for an individual. Like you tell them, think positive, imagine what you want. It's same kind of a secret bullcrap all over. You need to create your reality. You have to think, and you will become rich. All
Oh.
those kind of things. So if you're not performing, see, you are thinking for 24 hours day a week, and another guy is just doing a pressure washing garage cleaning service. Who do you think will have 100 grand by the end of couple of years? Of course, the guy running a business that is actually helping people.
Mm.
Yeah, and my brother has two houses. Uh, all through his cleaning business. And if you're willing to do the work, like literally, he does the work, labor himself to, cut costs on actually hiring other people.
Mm.
And, you do that for several years as opposed to trying to fucking crypto max or some other scheme. Like you'll come out way ahead.
Oh man, you make me feel so bad because I actually started one back in I think in the beginning of 2020 I started a cleaning company, and I kind of chickened out, and then COVID hit, and it pretty much kind of deleted my dreams. I just focused on my STEM degree after that.
So that's fine. You can restart anything if you see the
Yeah.
opportunity. And basically, one mistake people do that, you have to select your region. You might not be successful in some remote rural Ohio village kind of a township or a countryside, something where people don't really need any cleaning and don't care about the glamour of their property. But if you are in suburban cities or the urban hubs, maybe their cleaning service will be more profitable. So you need to switch and mix your opportunity and options. And there's in the big cities like New York and some California cities, ghost kitchen is also very profitable, where people just buy a bunch of frozen food, they buy a bunch of packaging, they buy a microwave, and boom, you have your kitchen running.
The thing about cleaning companies too is sometimes you don't even have to do the work. So I watched this guy on YouTube. He ran one in the beginning. He had no employees. He didn't want to do the work himself, so he kind of hired 1099s for the first couple of months, and that was pretty interesting.
Yeah, you can just hire.
Yeah, I actually really I like this idea of like starting a small business. Honestly, it seems like a really good idea. Honestly, probably one of the better ideas that come out of this sphere or come out of this stream so far. It's a really good idea. You should definitely try to find something that you're really good at, or something that you're naturally kind
Yeah,
of good at, and just do that as well for like a small business idea. It's a pretty
yeah,
based
and
idea in my opinion.
Isn't this just Aaron
yeah,
Clary?
I remember. Oh,
I'm serious. He's talked
Yeah,
about the march of the
1099.
1099s. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Jarvis. My bad.
oh no, like this reminds me of another story. Like one of the guys I used to work with, like he was really chill, and he brought pies to work, like pies and cookies and donuts and shit. And basically, I found out he was using the office as an experiment, quote unquote guinea pigs of his wife's baking ventures. So she would bake stuff and she's not sure if this thing tastes good or whatever. So he would bring it to the office, we would eat it, give him feedback or whatever. And yeah, his wife literally just started a baking business, and it like took off, right? And so it's kind of funny. It's like you never know what might take off.
Honestly, that all sounds good, but I'm gonna stick with my STEM degree. So I'm about to graduate in like a year, and I'm seeing some my friends are getting offers, and with the benefits and everything, it's just like people always like to shit on 9 to 5s, but man, these look really good.
Oh
Shit.
yeah.
Honestly,
Hold
So
on.
here. Let's shift topic from the small business part. That's a legit way of going about it too. But since we got Ryder, Prem, Saffron, and myself, and where did Diego go? But yeah, and Chip, like that's good. You're almost done. You'll soon realize, like once you start making six figures and more, bruh, it's all about hiding money from the government.
Yep.
And
He's
and
Yeah.
right.
miss
Like, it's for real.
Uh,
Bro, taxes
yeah,
will fuck you, dog. And you is not playing. I
yeah,
mean,
and
not that I pay taxes, but whatever.
no, and we got a mystery here, on a legit accountant. Hey, you can back me up on this. So it's all about trying to lower your AGI, adjusted gross income. So, at 183K, in terms of if I consider HSA, 401K, the 3.5% matching, which basically my company gave me an additional 5K for free for maxing out my 401K. HSA, it's like 3,500. So these are all good pre-tax deductions. So I basically maxed out my 401K, which was like 20,500. My HSA is 3,500. So that's like 24 grand plus the 5 grand I get from my employer. That's $30,000 in pre-tax deductions. So technically speaking, if your salary was like, let's say 125,000, because you put all that money away into pre-tax, your AGI is essentially, under six figures. If you get my drift, like let's say your salary is 125, you manage to put away 30K into pre-tax dollars, then your AGI is 95,000. And so you don't get taxed at 125K salary. You get taxed at 95.
yeah.
that's nice. That's
I never thought of
nice.
that.
One more option you can explore is you can start your own LLC or some sort of a C corp or any company, and then rather than getting employed direct in any form, even this applies even to the technical jobs. You
Right.
can become an independent contractor and have a contract with the company. So in that way, whatever they send you, you can show them that you are a business, and you can show your expenses and all for your business, and that way you can save a lot of money rather than
Hmm.
just privately getting the salary in your personal checking or savings account. And one more thing you can do for the business, if you're working 9 to 5, that's always, I always says that making 9 to 5 is a good strategy. What you can do is you can open your business for the weekends, because if you are just active, your calendar is open for the weekend. That is good for many people. So you have to do a lot of juggling around, and it's not one size fits all. You have to see your own condition and scenario, and what you are made of, and what you can tolerate, and you
Hmm.
should go out from there. There's no one size fits all. Just buy some crypto and just relax, bro, kind of a strategy will not work for everyone.
Yeah. I'm just talking about the current, like, high end job offers that people get. Like when you reach the kind of good side of jobs, right? Like we're talking six-figure offer jobs and shit. And then the other part is stock options that the companies will offer. Like let's say if you work for Fang or any reputable company being traded at S&P 500 level or more. And so that's just salary, bro. So then you usually, like, I'll take any kind of Fang, for example, they'll offer you sign-on bonus. So like if you accept the job offer, come work for us, they guarantee you, let's say 100,000 in sign-on bonus paid out over the next 4 years. And depending on how much they give out, it could be like 25%, or meaning you'll get $25,000 paid out to you for the next 4 years, totaling 100K. So
Yep.
that's just 25K extra per year on top of your salary. They will also they can offer you RSUs, restricted stock units. So Amazon could offer you a quarter mil in RSUs. I think their structure was like pretty shitty last time I remember, but it's like you have to put in the work, as in you have to be there 4 years employed, but they vest over a period of time, and the vesting is different per year. So the first year it might vest like 10%. So you basically get 10% of the quarter mil on your first year, and then the second year it might vest 15%, and then on your third year it's like 30%, and on your fourth year it's 40%. So it's like another incentive for you to stay there to earn an extra, quarter mil essentially in Amazon stock.
Yeah, so that's the whole point. So maybe not everyone will get a chance to work at Fang Bang, but the key point what I want to add here is, these days if you're applying for any job, ask for a bonus, sign in bonus, joining bonus, and
Hmm.
you'll be surprised at how easily you can get starting from
Yep.
5K to 15K easily in most of the jobs. Before finalizing it, just say, is there any bonus, sign in bonus, and you can negotiate it. And they give it. I mean, first time I tried it out, I was like, no, no way this can work. I just told them I got like 25K just for the sign in bonus.
Wow.
So you should
No,
not miss that out. Many people assume that they will not give, so they never ask.
no, you're
Yeah,
definitely
it's
right. My sister did the same thing. She asked for a sign-on bonus, and they actually gave it to her.
Bro, in
Yeah,
Amazon, they are giving you 3 to 5K just for the delivery and the packaging work stuff.
yeah. I
yeah,
mean,
and then
like that's the same with me.
oh, to finish off, like also, it's pretty typical. Most companies give like a 10% yearly bonus. I think it's like 50% company based performance. So if the company does well, you get a you get 50% of the 10%, and then the other 50% is based on your performance. And assuming you perform up to par in your job, you get the 50% of the 10%. So if you had a 100K salary, you'd get 10,000 in bonus, where 5K is dependent on the company performance, and the 5K is dependent on your performance, as an example. But
Yeah.
then also note they tax the shit out of it, almost like
Yeah, I guess.
40%.
Yeah,
Yeah. So
yeah. My
you're
sign-in was
actually,
taxed at 40.
yeah, so you're still getting 6K even though it's like a 10K bonus.
Yeah. So many people. One more thing is like, if you are going to be in the tech realm of things, don't just focus the technical companies. Focus the fintechs or the you have your McDonald's or your Home Depot or stuff like that. They also have technical teams and stuff like that, and the job profile is pretty much chilled out, and pay is almost good. I mean, it's up to the company standards and the industry standards, so you can make
Yeah.
above
the
100K.
the
So
other
Now for sure.
one, the other one, to finish off the, because see, this was exactly my point. Yeah, this was exactly my point of how the fuck do these rich fuckers get rich? It's because of these stock options that the company offers, where no other small business or pleb jobs would ever offer you such a shit. So yeah, 100K salary is nice for sure, but then it's not the 100K salary that will get you rich. It's the extra shit that they give you
Yeah.
that makes you rich. And so my whole point was, like, when I was talking to Ayebo earlier, how do you get rich? You get into Fang essentially, because where else in the fucking market can you get basically double your salary, triple your salary? Nowhere else but these kind of companies.
yeah, one more strategy I would like to give many of the, if you're uh, American citizen or you have your own company, contract company, either you can take couple of projects in your contract, technical projects, so you can make 300-400K, or you can just straight away just have 2-3 employers, get the full-time jobs from remote jobs from 2-3 employers. Try to maintain your meetings and don't cross them over, and try to pretend that you are not working for any company to each and every employer. This is a gray moral kind of a dilemma, but you should, uh, I would suggest you should go for it. So it's very, I would say it will be a blunder if no one is taking advantage of remote jobs being in
That's what
America. So
that's what I do. Yeah.
yeah, so just try to maintain your anonymity and just try to juggle 2-3 projects. You will make easily above 250-300K if you have 2 to 3 projects, and that is doable if you're a little bit good at it. And if you're not, if you're stressed out, get some external help on your project with your other technical friends and stuff like that. So just manage your shit around, and you can easily make money in technical realm overall.
You know what? I was doing that. I'm not uh and I might start doing it again, but I was doing that like as recently as last year. I was juggling two different jobs, and my and I'm in tech, so I've got one project for one employer, and then I'm working on another project for another employer, and at that time I was making like I think it was like 260K. Now I'm only limiting myself to one employer, but yeah, there was a time I was doing that and the money was very good. So that's a
Yeah,
good
but
point.
then I would say it's pretty hard to keep your AGI lower because you end up owing money.
Yeah, you end up owing more.
Yeah, see, that's why I was listening to what you were saying about lowering your AGI. I was listening very carefully.
Yeah, that's true and all. But what would you like? Would you like to make very less money and give less taxes, or you are being screwed a lot but you are making a lot? So I get the point.
Yeah.
Once you
No,
start
it's
making,
a
once you
it's a
start
fine
making,
balance.
yeah.
Yeah.
So once you start making bank, then you can be worried about the taxes. But if you are given a choice that okay, you just make a 50K a year and don't pay any taxes, or you will get 250 and you have to pay a lot of money and you can have to figure out what taxes you can save. So I think anyone will go for the 250 salary range
Mm,
where you pay a shitload of taxes, but still overall net you make more.
I'd
It
rather go for the
depends.
50.
No, it depends, Saffron. Like I
I don't want to
value
give these
my
chicks money, dog. Like fuck them. Shit.
no, no. I value my sanity and work-life balance, so to speak. Like you
Yeah,
don't want to
that's
be
true. So I
fucking burnt out, working
That's true. That's
60
true, and
hours a
all.
week.
So Rolex, I want to get your viewpoint on this. Your proposition is very true. I accept. You should try to aim for Mang companies, Fang companies, all these companies where you can easily make one project to 50K, 300K plus. If you are great at your job, you can even cross a 500,000. I am just trying to say that not everyone will get that opportunity. Not everyone is like technical genius. Maybe some people can sustain a job where you don't have a lot of responsibility. It's still a technical job. You are still a developer, but you make like 150. a year, something like that. So if they can manage the low pressure, low work, non-technical yet technical job environment like in fintech or something, don't you think if they can manage, it's better to go with 2 3 projects rather than just thinking that one day they will get into the mang companies? So that's my whole point. I'm not disagreeing with you. I agree with your point. The thing is, if you can do, because it's all a big kind of a messy race going on. You have to grab what you can. You can't just wait for 2 3 years down the lane or a opportunity for a referral to a Facebook or a Google. That's my
Yeah,
whole.
yeah. No, no, I get you, man. I get you. Like the big if is if you can, right? If you can.
That's the whole point. But so, for example, if you have very low skill technical job, very low skill some analyst job or something, and they are paying you like 75 k a year or something like that. If you just double your employer, if you take 2 jobs, remote jobs, you just double your salary. It's 150 now,
Mm-hmm.
and it's not very high tech. Like it's not very technically intensive job that you need to focus too much and do a lot of R&D or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I mean,
because
yeah,
depending on the job opportunities that you take, you might find it. You may find that the work balance, the work life balance is pretty easy to manage. But Saffron, what was your background skill again? Was it database administrator?
Yeah, I'm a developer. I'm a Java developer.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, and I mean, I realize this is probably only in the capitalistic US markets, like being a coder cell in EU or anywhere else, it's probably not gonna be could be as good as this.
Yeah, US is the highest paying market for the tech folks. That's no.
Yeah, I mean, I recently watched a documentary of the tech cells in Japan, and man, they just pay their engineers shit wages. It's like I can't even believe it. And technically speaking, I think the ratio was like if you wanted IT related work in Japan, it's like for every one person that's applying, there's 7 vacant positions.
Yeah.
But you know, the pay is shit, and you also have to adjust to culture and speak the language and all that stuff. And now they're like trying to import Indonesians and other Southeast Asian quota cells to fill the void. And I think the stats was like by 20, wait, we're in 2023 soon. Yeah, I think it was like 2030. It's like, or I forgot what the year was, but it's like a 800,000 IT tech jobs shortfall.
Wait, so they are opening their borders.
Uh, yeah, I think the program was like you come work and live in Japan. Not necessarily work, but I think it was like you live in Japan pursuing an education degree so that you can learn the language and culture, and then contractually you would go work for these companies for 3 years after you graduate or some shit like that.
Similar to American format that they have.
Yeah, and I guess if you're like coming from a poor Southeast Asia, like, you know, 1800 to 2200 a month is like a good salary.
Yep.
But I mean, in the West, that's kind of like pleb salary.
Yeah, like in India, still there's so many engineers in India. The starting salary for the average engineer in software, it's like around 6 700 dollars a month.
Wow.
And
Yeah, yeah.
the irony is you have these big companies, Indian companies like TCS, Infosys, Wipro, all these companies, they operate in United Kingdom as well and US as well. They pay the market rates in USA for average software engineer like 80K or something like that, 75K. But in India, they can pay just how much? Um, it's like 7 8 thousand a year. That's all.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I'll give you one story. I used to be a contract software tester before I became developer, and so you would get hired through Yeah, like what'd you call them? TCS or Tata
Yeah,
Consultancy or
Tata
those kind of
Consulting.
things.
That's TCS. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So, uh, I was doing that, and you gotta realize, like, man, so many people don't realize like what they're worth, quote unquote, what they're worth. So I got hired on, and I think I was contracted out to go work for Microsoft, or because all these big companies, they'll defer their hiring to third party like TCS and all that. So essentially, they're like, "Oh, we need X amount of bodies, X amount of people for these skills," and they pay like quote unquote market rate, let's say $35 an hour. But then from let's say a Microsoft perspective, we don't have to deal with employee discipline, other kind of contract shit.
Yep.
We don't have to pay taxes or benefits or any kind of thing. So it's all like managed through TCS. So then for Microsoft, it's like we just pay a flat fee, and then we get a contract person to come work for us.
Yes. So if
So
you're
so so then here's the shitty part, right? Uh, TCS or whatever, they'll give you slightly better than minimum cuck wage. So it's like, oh, you be a software tester and we'll offer you $12 an hour or $13 an hour. And but then technically speaking, Microsoft is paying you $35 for that position. So they're pocketing essentially 50% or 60% or more of technically what you would be getting paid. And yeah, I mean, there's a lot of or middle, basically it's the middleman, and they got to take their cut. And in terms of make a profit, and because they kind of handle all the risk in terms of like
liability.
what liability essentially. Yeah, so there's some money to be taken off, but they're fucking greedy, right? So
That's
I was talking to one of these recruiters, and I was like, dude, what are they fucking paying for the market rate? Like, what is this position paying by your client? And they would never tell you, but it's kind of like this guy was pretty new. He's like $40, and I was like, all right, so what's the next margin that you would accept in terms of you still making a profit and me getting my highest pay? And I think it was like he said somewhere from like we could take off like 13. And so imagine $40 minus 13, which is like 27, I believe.
yeah. So let
Uh
me
yeah,
yeah
so but then they were offering me $15 an hour for this job. You see where I'm getting at?
yeah. I think
No,
if you're on the
and
rate,
so yeah,
yeah,
so I was like, if you pay me 25 an hour, I'll take this job today. How about that? Literally done deal. And I basically from this $15 an hour job increased it to 25 and got the contract essentially.
yeah. So
And
I think
so the what's even more funny is I was working there, and then there's also another dude or another girl working there from basically TCS. It wasn't through TCS. I'm just using that name because it's a easy one to remember. But then she asked me, "Oh, like how much are you getting?" I said like basically 25, and she was like, "What the fuck?" Because she was getting like $12 an hour. See,
yeah,
it's because you don't know your worth and you don't know how to negotiate. It is another factor that probably puts you out of at a disadvantage.
yeah, that's true. And by your rates, you if you, those rates are like exactly you remember that must be around 10 years back or something like that.
Yeah, this was a long time ago.
Yeah, so in this, what you need to do, you need to avoid this big name brand kind of people like Infosys or TCS or even European Accenture, all this. So they give you a salary, they keep you on your W-2, and then they negotiate the rates on your behalf. What you want to do is, if you want to go for the hourly rate in technical sphere, you need to contact some other local American Indian run contracting firms, not the TCS and the big shots. And with the smaller firms, what you can do, you can openly talk to them about your rates, and you can negotiate the percentage. The general percentage in the market is 15 to 20%, depending on how good you can negotiate. So, for example, if you are negotiating 70 hours rate, or a 80 or 100 hours rate to the end client, like a big short company like a Facebook or Apple, so they will just take $20 and then $80 is yours. So that's more profitable and more clear for a contractor, if you want to be a contractor in the tech space.
Yeah, and I said to hell with contracting, just stem cell max and become FTE.
Yeah, full time and contractor, they are pro and con to both. In contractor position, you can earn a lot, but the thing is, you need to know completely how much is the market paying you.
I just got back. What the hell are we talking about?
How
Uh,
companies screw contractors?
Wait, what's that?
How companies screw contractors
Oh yeah.
and how to avoid that?
yeah, basically, if you're a contractor, you're treated like a second class citizen at the workplace.
Yep, that's true. And you will be the first to get fired if anything happens to the team.
Yeah, you're done.
Like
Typically.
like
Yeah.
generally as a contractor, because I've looked into this. I would say generally to cover the expenses that would typically be covered by an employer, such as insurance, as a contractor, you need to ask for an additional 30% in pay to cover those expenses. So
Yeah, that's true.
yeah,
The only thing is, all I suggest is take advantage of this new gold rush in a way, and you can actually make a good money in gold rush. Not many people made money, but in technical jobs, you have actual six-figure profiles paying. So it's logical that you should take couple of projects if you are not working for a big company paying $250,000.
yeah,
And it's not like you have to go hardcore. You can take jobs like 60 70K a pop, and maybe take 2 3 projects of that, and that will be very technically easy for you to manage and juggle around.
yeah, yeah. I started. I created my LLC. I think in 2020, and I plan to do the same thing that you're talking about. Take on projects through contracting with companies. But I've just been so busy with work and other things. I just kind of
So
had to
here's
put
here's
that on
how
the
you,
shelf.
how you can here's how you can do it. You just open up your LinkedIn, be open to work always, and whenever someone contacts you, are you open for the job or something, you say, yeah, I am looking for C2C roles, corp to corp
Mhm.
role. You have to
Right.
use this terminology. Is this position or is this role for corp to corp, C2C? I have my own company. Just say this two lines. And most of the people who are open for corp to corp roles, they will contact you and you can get the job positions.
Yeah, what I ultimately wanted to do was I wanted to offshore the work, to like workers in.
Yeah, that's a tricky one. You should keep it under the profile. You should not advertise that thing.
Yeah, because I've got some contacts in India, like some developers that I've worked with before who are in India, and what I wanted to do was basically have them work for me. So
Yeah, you can connect with me if you want to expedite that process.
yeah,
Anyways, so that's the basic thing. You do anything, just make a fortune out of the current tech run.
Yeah, that sounds good and everything, but the best part about having like a tech job is the work-life balance, because you're not usually working 8-hour days. So
No, man.
personally,
If you are actually in a high senior position, it's not that easy as the TikTok day in the life of a TikToker or
no, yeah, I know.
Yeah,
No, those videos are.
like the Foids in
Yeah,
the
they're like
yo.
sleeping
They
and
ruined
playing
it.
video games.
They just can't keep a secret. Like whenever I watch these videos, I'm like, bitch, shut the fuck up. You are don't rat us out. Don't snitch on us. Just shut the fuck up.
Oh, well, come on, women got to show off. That's their whole
Yeah,
purpose in
my
life. They
Tuesday
show off.
latte, some weird ass Dragon Ball Z kind of a salad with a exotic fruit chopped into onion slices, stuff like that. Just shut.
A lot of these tech YouTubers are pretty annoying too, honestly. The
And
day in the life videos.
yo, Chip, do you get irritated by that Stacy noise? Oh my God! Look at this, something like that. I just want to like punch the phone that I have in my hand or punch the laptop if I hear that noise. And especially that noise is from the white American girls who are over entitled and like, oh my God, look at this. I can do anything, literally anything, and no one will say anything.
It's so
No,
funny because they all talk the same and dress the same and eat the
Right.
same. Like they're NPCs. Just
Of course, dude. They're memes, as Face and LMS said. They're walking memes.
and they're entitled to the core. I mean, you cannot imagine how entitled they are.
Mm, yes, they are.
and that's the biggest issue, to be honest. It's not. So when you get to a certain level and you actually start getting, getting something, it's just the personality and the attitudes. It's just crazy. Especially when it comes to a lot of the Gen Zers, man, the entitlement is through the roof. Like they expect you to do so much right off the bat.
And the way
Yeah,
they
I was
communicate.
gonna say, uh, dude, like close to 200K a year, but I still live like a fucking pleb. I drive a 20-year-old car.
What?
I'm trying to save as much as possible. So it's like, yeah, I could live very comfortably, but I choose not to because going back to that whole fire thing, imagine if I could save half a mil or close to 800K. Like I'm fucking done, dude. Like you just go to Southeast Asia or anywhere where the cost of living is cheap. So that technical, $1 million, take 3%, 30K a year idea, it's so doable in elsewhere, like in say, South America or what do you call it, Southeast Asia or some other
Yeah,
place.
you can just buy with a fraction of like 10% of your net saving. You can buy a beachside restaurant property where
Yeah.
you can relax and make a good living for that society, and you can just sustain off that small property that you bought with very less investment from your actual fund.
Yeah, and even if we're going with the half a mil model and taking out 3%, which is what 15K, like 15K in Southeast Asia, let's say Thailand or something, is like you could still live a decent life without having to work. You know what I mean? It's like
In 15K, you can easily survive 2 years.
Wow.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
retirement sounds good, but retiring too early might not be the move because I actually like working and kind of grinding because
yeah,
it gives you something to like look
yeah.
forward to.
That's true.
Yeah, it
That's
gives a hope not to copious deleters.
Yeah, because like you don't
Yeah,
want to be retired with a bunch of money and then you're bored. Like,
I just want the option to just not be able to work.
yeah, yeah,
I just kind of wanted to be there to feel like, okay, like I can switch jobs pretty freely and not have to worry about like really the financial
Yeah,
ramifications of doing so. I can I just have more options in general. I can take time off to pursue a hobby or maybe get another cert, not have to worry about the money aspect of it. Just call it a day. Pay
Yeah.
for it out of pocket, and it just provides so much more of a buffer between like you and the average person.
I
yeah.
just
Yeah,
want to
no,
live as a
this is exactly what I'm trying to strive for. It's the I call it the fuck you money. It's
Yeah,
like
fuck you, money. Yeah, exactly what. Yeah,
yeah, just imagine you had 300K in your savings or whatever. It's like whatever, bro. They fired me. Great. I'll find another job soon enough. It's like, okay, like, you know, it just takes away that mental stress of having to worry about
Yeah.
your next paycheck or next meal or getting evicted or whatever. It's like
And that gives you a great edge, Rolex. Basically, you can negotiate through anything if you have like a 50 to 100K saved up.
Yeah, you got a lot of leverage with that.
Yeah, because that means you don't have to accept any in every job. You can just like job hop a little bit, not even job hop, just like be really choosy with jobs. And if it's something that really like, sparks your interest, and you just like go for it, and it's like okay, you'll actually be motivated to do it because that's actually something you actually want to do, versus like just some regular fucking job you have to work because like you have to work with your broker all the time or something like that. So
yeah, no, before that, man, I remember I was like, shit, man, I have like $3 in my account. Like I'm like trying to figure out how am I gonna live the next week. I was like, yeah, I could do it with 10 cents ramens, you know?
yeah,
Like I think everyone needs to hit that point to a sense, and it's just like, fuck this, never again.
Yeah,
I don't wanna have to deal with this kind of thing.
yeah. I
Was that
remember.
recent or was that a couple years ago?
Nah, dude, that was like in my 20s.
I remember I was in college, man. I used to eat like porridge every damn morning, and I remember once I had literally probably like less than $1.50 in my bank account, and I remember wanting to go to the soda machine and buy a Dr. Pepper. I'm like, I think a Dr. Pepper was 90 cents. I was like, please let me have 90 cents. And then I swiped my card in the soda machine and it went through, and I was like, I just like jumped for joy. I was like, yes.
I used to
Oh.
steal food from the university cafeteria I used to work for.
Wow.
Man,
Bro,
they
I
actually
bet.
used to they just threw all the good pizza food everything after 5 o'clock. So I just used to steal them.
I
Yeah.
always end up working and going to school, so I always kind of had cash. Like I never really had a problem having money, but I
Yeah.
worked like part time and then went to school full time, and then the schedule just kind of worked out the way it worked out. And I never had the whole college experience thing. So, but really not that much of it anyway. But yeah, it's kind of like a weird thing I kind of
Dude,
had.
you're a Chad. You're a Chad
Yeah.
bro or something. No, you are
So,
Tyrone, right? You're a built up, jacked up Tyrone.
There you go.
yeah, I guess I don't know, but all I know is that like it's just like a whole different experience when you're like driving to school every day versus like actually living on campus, obviously. And when you have a job, obviously it's a little bit different as well. If you're going to school at the same time.
Because they give
I
you
worked
job.
retail anyway, so yeah.
You look so well, they give you job every time you're unemployed.
I don't know.
The
I
halo
only know
effect.
that I got a pretty good job right out of college. Like it took me like 3 months to find a job. Wasn't not even 3 months, like 3 weeks actually to find a job right out of college, and I made it through.
Damn,
And
you got lucky, man.
yeah, I found a job really fast after college. Had an actual firm, and it worked out. Worked there for like 3 years or 2.5 years left. Yeah, I got my second job and making decent money now. So yeah.
That's the difference. Like in most of the accounting firm job or some other jobs, you cannot basically do a two full-time job in the remote mode. Most of the job, non-technical jobs, still you require to be in the office in some capacity or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always work from home 2 days a week nowadays, just to get my mind off of work really sometimes. But yeah, you still work from home obviously, but you end up working more. At least that's what I find. I end up working more at home than when I'm actually in the office because I have to get stuff done. But
Yeah, it's easier to con in office. You can show people that see how intensely I'm looking at my all open tabs.
yeah,
So you're in the finance sector, mystery, right? So
sort of like I'm an accountant, I guess. So like when I was in college, like basically we categorize the finance was a lot different than accountants, obviously, because finance deals with like how do you manipulate money to like make money at the end of the day, versus accountants just kind of like keep score. But like accountants were always, I guess maybe the math is different, but people always thought that accounting was a higher tier degree compared to finance. Because my options when I made it into the school of a business, and I ended up you had to choose between your major at that point, or choose your major from the School of Business. It was like, okay, you have accounting, finance. It was like ISOM or something like that, and some other it was like some sort of other IT jobs within the School of Business as well that I could have gone into as well. And there were a lot of other fields you could have gone into. Either way, at the end of the day, you pick accounting because like it's like the highest tier degree within the School of Business. So
I would say accounting is more complicated than most of the entry level tech jobs.
well,
And
yeah, like 'cause a lot of people they go to school for stuff something like a nebulous, like
yeah.
yeah,
So
nebulous and it's gonna be nothing. So.
yeah, right. I just imagine you buy a lot of shit from Walmart, then you have your bill in your hand. Have you ever thought of going through and adding all the stuff and trying to calculate whether everything went well or not? Now multiply that complexity by 10,000 and something like that. That's the job Misty does,
Wow.
counting the numbers.
Well, you know what? I can appreciate the how hard it is to a certain extent.
Well, it's very like mind draining, really, because like you're constantly in numbers, you're constantly looking at numbers all day long, trying to make sure things are working out normally. In my case, I'm actually a manager at a business, so like I manage the accounting and books, I manage the accounts receivable, accounts payable, the finance stuff, a lot of the stuff that goes on in the background of the company. So it's like I'm not just like a regular accountant anymore. I'm actually doing like pretty high end.
So can you
financial stuff,
like in
yeah.
your future, Mystic, does your career progresses to a independent auditor or some sort of that role? Is that the
Yeah, like you either basically there's a few paths within accounting. You can either go corporate, which is what I'm doing. I'm going like a corporate accounting route, where it's like you just handle the books of a corporation, or you handle the books of multiple corporations. Once you get your own, once you get your a CPA license done, you can basically open up your own firm, and then you can have your own little clients and stuff like that, and make money that way. Which is what a lot of people end up doing. Most people either become independent auditors. So like if you made it to the auditor route, you got like an auditing job right out of college, and you've been doing auditing and stuff like that the whole time. So there's auditor jobs you could go into, but it's kind of hard because like once you kind of get stuck within a niche within the market, you can, unless you know a lot about the other parts of the niche, you just kind of are another niche within the field. You can't really pivot jobs. Like you kind of get stuck within your own little lane. If that makes any sense. Like you could switch jobs like to an auditor, but you'd have to like really refresh on your auditing to be unless you're gonna go into like entry level or something like that. But once you get used to a certain salary up here, it's like you don't really want to switch to another job.
It's kind of the same even in the tech or programming world. Like you kind of get used to the tech stack or the type of work that you're most familiar with.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You get used to the company. You get used to the companies you typically work for. You kind of get stuck within like almost like a little niche, like naturally. Like let's say you didn't have the highest grades, but you didn't have the lowest grades either. So you're kind of like just a regular student. Like the higher tier students are probably going to do better anyway, like in life typically. But like you can carve out a pretty good existence if you're like somewhere decently tiered, and still make a decent amount of money as well. You don't have to be the most intelligent guy either, in my opinion. So because I didn't have like extremely great grades, I like decent GPA, but not like a great GPA going to college. So
And no one cares for the GPAs.
No, I don't think so.
yeah, after your first job, no one even asks what your GPA, dude. Like no one even cares. I don't even put them on my resume. It's like, okay, I went to college. You're like, okay, you made it through. You have some experience now, kid. So I'm gonna hire you now.
You should never put your year of graduation on your resume, nor the GPA on your resume. You should not put your exact address on the resume. Those things.
Why should you not put graduation year and other things like
Because your age will be guessed by the recruiter, and then they can have prejudice based on how young or old you are.
Oh, okay. Oh. That's interesting.
So
You don't put your address on there. That's kind of like old antiquated shit. And what else was there?
don't put like I'm a very enthusiastic, driven up to mark person, looking positive team, working environment, stuff like that. Just put your professional experience. So I have this much experience in this technology as a professional summary at best.
Mm-hmm.
Don't put I have interest in hobby and in playing basketball, and I play golf on the side, and I like cooking, and because I'm very neurodivergent, so I can typically do this shit. So all those things you should avoid.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, also, I don't recommend on like tech resumes like what is it like 50% in C++, like 80% in JavaScript.
Yeah.
It's like, what metrics are you basing that shit on? It's like, hey, Mystery, would you list 90% proficient in QuickBooks? You
Oh
know,
god, yeah.
100% proficient in Word doc or some shit or Excel.
You know what, Mystery? I actually have some insight into your world because right out of college, I was hired by Deloitte. And
Yeah.
Deloitte,
Those places
another.
are fucking churn and burn from what I've always heard, dude. Those places churn you out and burn you out really fast. And then,
yeah,
but because you have like that name on your resume, you can basically go work anywhere else and they'll hire you.
oh, it's very, very attractive on your resume.
Yeah,
And
they're like, oh shit, you work for fucking Deloitte or fucking god dang, you forget the other one, but yeah, Deloitte's like a huge one, yeah.
yeah, it's so I was hired, but Deloitte does because we were talking about auditing earlier. So one of their big services they offer is auditing and auditing, and of course they're auditing accounting books and things like that, general ledgers. But I was hired by Deloitte to be an ERP expert. I know some people are familiar with the term ERP, so others may not be, but basically ERP stands for Enterprise Resource Planning. It's software used to manage and drive organization business processes. And so, because I was being hired to be an expert to use those, and I was hired to be an ERP expert, I had to learn about accounting. So like I had to learn about accounts receivables, accounts payables, supply chain management. And I took the accounts payables exam uh, twice and failed twice. So it's pretty hard. I know the work that you do is hard. So
yeah, a lot of people don't really know what accountants typically do because, like, I mean, because we have so many different types of accountants nowadays, or in general. Like, you have corporate accounting, you have your tax accountants that you go to for your taxes. Obviously, those guys can make a lot of bank because, like, you want to do their own taxes nowadays. There's plenty of ways to make money in accounting. People just don't just either they end up working like some like a back end job where you just do payroll all the goddamn time or some other type of shit. You file taxes and shit like that, which is like can be pretty boring. But it depends on where you work at within accounting. Where it's like some of the more interesting work is like more like on the management side instead of the everything else. So yeah,
Mystery.
what's up?
Just to how smart the scammer bots are getting. So in your comment section, you have a scammer bot promoting some sex content. You can do a lot of whore maxing with
Huh.
200k at the rate some handle.
what the hell?
So they are adapting to the red pill and the black pill community, and they are saying you can whore max for 200k.
Oh my god.
What?
Oh my god.
145 IQ has left the chat. Huh.
IQ is not convertible to your real time money success.
I thought it was. I thought they just
Yeah, I thought it was
studied
too.
on that a long time ago. Like studied on a way long time ago, talking about how like your IQ has a pretty good correlation to your wealth and status in life typically.
Have you seen absolute dumb fucks making it bank and becoming rich? You must know one or two people in your life who are like dumb as fuck and they are rich.
Dumb as fuck and they're rich. I can name like maybe some like celebrities who are like that, but then again, they're probably talented in some other type of way that's actually valuable
Yeah.
to the market though as
So,
well. So it's
yeah.
like it's
So,
not necessarily a matter of IQ.
so the
Maybe it's a matter of skill as
yeah.
well. Depending on what
Yeah,
you're
so the
doing. So.
reason, exactly. So the reason is getting money is a process. Oh, it can be a lot of different processes. But even if you are dumb or you have IQ of 250 plus, super genius, if you are following that process knowingly and unknowingly, with a fluke or without a fluke, you will make certain outcome.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll give you an example. I had a relative in India. He was dumb as fuck. He went to another state which was a very big textile kind of a center. he started making buttons. You know buttons.
Yeah.
Yeah, he started making buttons, and long story short, he's a multi-millionaire now. He sells buttons.
Yeah, but is he just an exception and just not the rule? Like, what about the average, like, average of that average? Like, okay, so is your average low IQ person actually making like bank like that, or is he just like a fluke of nature? Maybe he just found some sort of niche in the market. Like, you can find niches in the market. Even somebody who's like who can somehow see a pattern occasionally and be like, oh wow, that's a good idea. I should make a business off of that. Yeah, but like, what about the average low IQ person? What's their experience like? I do wonder that. Like, are they actually making bank, or are they just kind of working a dead end job, making 40K a year, 30K a year? You
Yeah,
know,
so
yeah.
so the theory is like many ultra high IQ people, they fall in the trap of their own high IQ.
Yeah, that's true as well. But I'm talking about like there is like an ideal level of IQ. I think they've actually measured this as well. I think on Monday After Monday covered it actually, where it's like you can be so high IQ to the point where like you're almost extremely like autistic and pedantic, and you extrapolate too much and you do way too much thinking, and then so you end up doing nothing at all. And then there's an IQ range in like the 120 to 130 range where it's like really productive IQ, where it's like, okay, we're still able to manipulate you via the game or the system. So like the system is like, okay, here's your car, here's your nice fast car, here's your house, that's a really big house you want to live in. You're malleable, or your mind's somehow still on those type of like small tier desires and wants, and because of that, we can still use those things to control you. Whereas somebody who's like super high IQ, depending on how high IQ they are, those like frivolous things of like having a car or something like that, or having a really fast car is going to be like whatever to them. Like, who cares? So like their motivations change as your IQ gets higher and higher and higher. Or like it's almost like you're I don't even know what you've been doing at that level of IQ. I can't even think that fucking high, but yeah.
Exactly. So if you, whatever your IQ is, if you are doing that process, as you said, the action, if you are taking, you are of course going to make money, because money does not care for IQ. That's the whole point. Many people don't take action, and they just
No, but it typically does though. Like when we actually do the study, like they've done studies on this, where it's like IQ is a pretty good. It does. I think it even did it with SAT scores as well, where like those scores actually do determine typically to a high level of certainty your level of income in life at certain levels. Not to say it's foolproof, but it's like probably one of many factors that lead people to being high IQ with a high level of income as well. Like it might be like a lot of correlates there as well, not just one. So.
Yep.
IQ pill. Yeah, we're talking the IQ pill now. No one wants to talk about that pill anymore. That's old tier pill.
Have you taken that online IQ exam where you have the exam for free, and then for the result you need to pay $35?
I haven't fucking taken that thing I haven't taken an IQ test in years. I don't even know what my IQ is at this point. So who knows?
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of go with what people say about me. People typically say I'm pretty smart, but I don't know what that means. So I just like whatever, dude. I just take it on the chin.
Are you boning Stacy's by the side on weekends?
On weekends, though, but I wish.
So are you just limited to that fat chick from the copier machine in your?
Oh boy, dude. I don't want to go out that much like I used to, dude. I just want to go out. I'm just fucking tired. You come home when you're fucking tired and you don't want to deal with this shit anymore. You know, like you don't really care about the whole the dating rat race is getting kind of old now. Me and Black Pill J talked about this earlier, but the dating market is getting so like, who cares anymore, dude? Like you're just wasting all your money taking these girls out on dates, or even trying to like talk to them, wasting your time and your money, and it's like, what's the point? Like, what exactly is the end goal of this? Oh, is it to have a family and then, but society doesn't even care about the nuclear family anymore. So what's the point? There's so many things. What's the point about it? You know.
Your mystery. Have you realized how boring as fuck these chicks are?
Yeah, they're pretty uninteresting, really. When you actually like, I mean, like the most interesting part about them is the whole. That's the guy part about it. That's what you call them voids. Like, you talk to some girls and you're like, okay, like, what are you down to? And it's like, I'm a fucking idiot. It's like, okay, that's fucking great. Do you have any beliefs besides being an SJW fucking a liberal girl? Like, it's fucking insane. It's always the same ideology from all these girls, dude. The same fucking beliefs and shit. Yeah.
Yo, Mystery, you gotta tell us some of these conversations, cause most of us ain't getting fucking dates. So it's
Oh yeah, I
like,
remember
what
this
the
one girl.
fuck do you even talk
This
about?
one girl I was talking to, like, I always like it was like around the time she actually brought it up. It wasn't even me, but like she brought up the Kyle Rittenhouse thing, and I'm like, okay. And I'm like, yeah, like obviously the kid's innocent. Like just from looking at the videos alone, you could tell that like she thought he was like firing into the air out of nowhere and just kept shooting people for no reason. I'm like, what? Did you watch the same video I watched? There's no way you actually watched the video. And it's like, but she was so convinced by like the news media, MSNBC, the media narrative around the whole shooting was that like Kyle Rittenhouse was a fucking demon and should have been thrown in jail because he was a white supremacist shooting at black people. And it's like, what? None of that even happened. Like you can see it from the video that he shot like 3 white people, or I think he shot 1 Jewish guy or some shit like that. And it was like somehow all these guys were just like a bunch of like derelicts, and just like, at the end of the case, everybody knew he was innocent at the end of the day. But like, I'm surprised that somebody could even come out of that believing that this dude was fucking guilty at all. And they don't think at like a very, very high level. Like a lot of them think very, very, it's like very, very much of like a trend of like, hey, if society's saying this is right to do, then this is right to do. And it's like, this is stupid. Like you're not thinking at all for yourself. You're just being a fucking drone and following the fucking the narrative of society, dude.
Yeah, but banging liberal chicks is a good experience.
Yeah, all you have to do is just like agree with them. You can be like, okay, yeah, I'm pro, I'm pro-choice. I went to the women's march. I was there. I was, yeah, I was wearing the pussy hat. I was over there. Like, if you just like play the game, yeah, you can play that game where you're stuck in like a mind cave, where your mind can't even be like really what you truly are. You have to like constantly be wearing a mask around your own fucking wife and people be playing games, but like. Like fuck it, dude. Like, if you have these beliefs that are heartfelt and like about society or about how things are supposed to work, and it's like these chicks are just like talking on some like low tier fucking level, dude. And then like, what are you fucking here for, dude? It's a joke.
Yep, they like
It's
it rough.
just dumb. They're like so fucking dumb, dude. They don't have any beliefs other than like what the media or what the social media box says. And it's like, dang, your mind's like fucking stuck in like stuck in the fucking. I hate to use the fucking word a matrix, but it's like you're stuck in something, dude.
Because they basically don't need the high IQ or good thinking to survive in this world. They are so, in a general way, they are pretty enough to get fuck their way around, right? So they don't need to be smart. They can just persuade people to do what she wants.
Yeah, and then like you sort of like see through, like I think Jay was talking about this earlier as well. Like in the same way you can like sort of like detect where the relationship's going. Like you can sort of detect where things are going. So like if you know she's gonna like ghost you, it's almost like you have like a week of like she's gonna ghost me. Like you just feel in your fucking bones. And of course she ghosts you that week, or she breaks up with you over the text, or you're expecting something else to show up where it's like, oh yeah, like this girl's gonna break up with me because she's giving me the right signals now. Where it's like, okay, she's gonna break up with me or some shit, and it's like, what the fuck? And it's like you can always kind of tell, and it's like you also have like sixth sense about other things as well going on in the relationship, whether or not like she's happy or not, what's going on with her. Like you can just tell because like her normal self would be different versus her regular self, and then versus her moody self versus her bitchy self versus all this stuff like that. So it's like, when you're in a relationship, it's a whole different story. It's just like fuck, and it's like who wants to go through all that fucking bullshit? Like why? What's the point? Yeah, marriage is a joke nowadays. Yeah, it is.
The thing between the leg is the point.
Yeah, but it's like, yeah, it's worth it because we do crave that shit for it. But like, is it really worth it? I don't know. I'm not saying I fucking go gay. That's fucking bullshit. But like, I'm not saying fucking go trans. I'm not even like, maybe just accept the fact that like you're a MGTOW and just accept that and just literally just do something else.
You know how much I'm saving just by jerking off. So most of the time when some chick is around and she wants to meet or something, I just jerk one out and I save like 100, 200 bucks on a crappy New York weekend. Because then you need to dine them and then move around and your money will be wasted and stuff like that.
And it's like, to some extent, like you don't even want to take girls on dates anymore. You're just sort of like, once you've been played too many times about like for being the quote unquote the nice guy or being the guy who takes out on dates and shit like that, you stop doing it. And but to some extent though, like that's all you fucking know, like because like you're not really like an experienced dater or some shit, dude. So like you start off fucking really dumb, doing stupid shit, and then eventually you kind of like wise up to the game of like, oh shit, I'm getting this treatment because I'm either not attractive enough, or B, there's something else wrong with me or some shit like that. So it's like it's got to be like you go to Oakland's Razor, I believe, is the just most simple. It's gotta be like you're just not good enough for her at the end of the day. So,
So
and
a
like, who
chick.
wants to keep dealing with that?
So yesterday a chick came and she gave me some very high expensive chocolate box, and
That's
she
cool.
was like down to fuck or something. And my reaction was, I don't eat chocolate. And she was all like, her face was telling that she was disheartened or something. But I said, okay, thank you anyways. And then I just basically shut her off my door. So there's a change I'm noticing. I did not even like bring her inside my apartment.
The only interested chicks are usually religious ones, sadly. I
And
found
not
that experience too as well, but I don't believe in a like religious girl. I'm like, these girls cannot be fucking like. I feel like it's a fucking game. I feel like these
liberal.
girls like they don't really believe what they really say because they've been slinging that cat around like nobody's fucking business, dog, and we all know what fucking the Bible says about that shit. So like,
The most of them are pretending to be pygmies and be traditional and conservative after
yeah,
writing
that's
10
what it
points.
feels like. That's what it seems like to me, dude.
All the religious girls these days, they have 10, 20 at least body counts back from the college and the school days. So what are you talking about? They're just pretending. What do you call someone who pretends? What's the word for that? I'm forgetting that.
Someone who pretends like a chameleon.
Yeah, chameleon. Yeah, she's basically a chameleon. That's all. So it's all bull crap and being liberal or something. If you're fucking a girl, it's all same. And liberal girls are more interesting to bang around.
Typical desperate American. There are loads of low quality women. If you cannot see that, you're probably a desperate low caliber man. Sorry about that. Yeah, there's these women are not like these women you're meeting out here are not like these goddesses you think they are. A lot of men are like, I really want to get a girlfriend. It's like, okay, but like, what do you? But you're not gonna find what you're actually looking for, dude. Like, unless you're willing to accept some like really really low caliber fucking low tier fucking women, dude. Nowadays, like, you're not getting anything good.
The concept of
Like,
girlfriend and
especially if
boy,
you're not Chad, if you're not like a decently top tier, even Chads are getting sloppy seconds, dude. So like, there's like if you weren't fair first, to some extent, you're always going to be a second sucker at the end of the day. Or a second sucker at the end of the day, yeah.
so if she has three chats in her account, so she'll be comparing those three chats. And if you're chat number three, bottom list, you will be treated like a regular guy.
Yeah, that's true. Who
Hey
just goes the most
guys,
slutty?
I gotta go eat dinner now, so I'm gonna head out. But
All right, buddy.
See you, Ryder.
See you later, buddy. Ryder.
So that's the whole point, basically.
I mean, most people don't actually believe in God, even if they are religious. Yeah, you have like literal churches talking about how God was a trans woman. I'm like, seriously, what's going on?
Yeah, and Jesus was
Or
basically gay.
Jesus was a trans woman or some shit, yeah, which is basically the son of God. So you
There's
have
a
to be
TikToker.
extrapolating there.
There's a TikToker who dresses as Jesus and he says Jesus was gay, and I'll prove it because he never had a chromosome of his father because he was born without a father. And I was like, okay, I'm not Christian, but if I were Christian, I would be upset, and I see why people hate you.
Yo,
Average
just
modern woman are
remember.
terrible. It's like you're not missing out the 4K porn. No.
No, I think I had this conversation in VC yesterday too. Just remember from the dawn of time, Eve ate from the forbidden fruit and effed over man.
Yep, but the sin was given to Adam because he fell into the trap of Eve and he ate the apple too. So the sin came into existence only after Adam fell for his cuck wife and he became a cuck.
Yeah, easily manipulated by the serpent NPC, parroting the narrative.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, as far as like these girls go, though, like it just seems like a lot of them are extremely liberal. Yeah,
I
that's
miss my,
probably one of the
you
biggest
know
issues.
what?
And they're
I miss
yeah.
my college days full of bimbos, basically.
Yeah, the girls
Wait,
were just so much
mystery.
nicer back then. Yeah, when you're nicer to you, they were like so much easier to deal
Yeah,
with.
were these like black women that you went out on dates, or like
It'd be
all sorts
the
of
black
women?
women, sometimes the immigrants. I had the most success with the immigrant girls, really. Probably the easiest,
Yeah,
some of the better
boning
success
that
rate with
immigrant
with the
train,
immigrant girls.
mystery.
But every other type of girl, like any standard American girl or black girl, would have been like, yeah, nah, I don't know what's going on. So
Mystery is riding that ebony immigrant train.
No, are these like liberal white women that are parroting these things?
It'd be like it'd be like it really was like some of the white ones, yeah. Which makes some sense because a lot of conservative women probably aren't gonna fucking date a black guy if I had to guess. So you're probably gonna get a lot of liberal white women. But even then, all the women in general tend to be very, very liberal, very, very LGBT, XYZ plus. You know, they all have some sort of weird pronoun shit going on now. Not all of them, but enough of them do. Where it's like you see Transformers in your fucking shit now. Like it's getting almost tiring to even be on the app at this point. But yeah, the women like it really is like a crapshoot now with like what you're getting nowadays, especially as you get older because you get put into different brackets now. So like you get older, dude. What's the point of being on a dating app? Like, what's the point? You're getting too old for dating after that point. So you just kind of want to drop off.
Do you know something about Tinder? So since my college days and before, Tinder was a very good place for me to pick up girls, and I used to get lot of matches and stuff like that. These days, what's happening in New York area? Whenever I open Tinder, which over time is very less and less of time I open it, I get matched with lot of men, actual men, looking men. And why I get matched? Because they have women in their title. So I'm like, how the hell am I getting? For a moment, I think, was I subconsciously gay and I set my profile as open to men? Then I realized, okay, these are transformers trying to match with me.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on anymore, dude. This is a fucking like a weird fucking rover right now. Shit's so fucking creepy. But yeah, the women tend to be very a lot of them have these high ass standards. They want to be traveling every fucking where. Like they're all travelers. They all traveled somewhere else, which is like a code word for like, you know, I'm not doing anything, or I'm spending all my money up on traveling, or I'm being flown out by somebody else who's been banging me the whole fucking time. So it's like, okay. So you have like those type of girls, you know, like the girls who are like constantly traveling. And you're wondering how the fuck are you affording this travel? Like nobody travels 2 times a month
Even
and
Bill
does nothing
Gates,
at their job. No fucking
even,
way.
even Bill Gates and this Elon Musk guys, they don't travel so often as these chicks want.
Yeah, there's no way unless you're getting flown out or you're just spending every last dollar you have on traveling, which is like, what are you doing? That like, what kind of job do you work to let you fucking call out that fucking much? It's fucking
So
insane.
yeah, mathematically, only thing is possible that they have different nodes to fly to. That means each node represents different men. So they have like 10, 20 men around who fly them every now and then.
Or you have the career women or the women who are still in college going for the like 55th fucking master's degree, and all these girls do is go to college, and they keep getting more and more college debt no matter what they fucking do. But God forbid they ever actually work a real fucking job. They don't have any real jobs now. They just stay in college. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Like you're against racking up debt for a college degree. It's not gonna. I mean, I get it. You're getting it in some bullshit. So it's like, what the fuck's the point? You know, like I don't know, like some of these girls just stay on the, you know, they're on their girl grind set. I guess what I want to call. I don't know what the fuck they call it nowadays, but like they're all boss bitches now, and they think like I don't need a man, or you know, I'm this or I'm that, and it's like okay, well then fuck it, you know, too many of those around as well with that
But
attitude.
ultimately, all the boss bitches get fucked by some guy or the other, right?
Yeah. I mean, this is like, you know, these the typical girls you typically go out with, you know, but yeah, they're just fucking crazy, in my opinion. I don't know. Plus sugar daddies, yeah.
I think if you have lot of money, if you can afford young chicks, you should go for it. There's
If you
nothing.
can afford what?
If you can afford pretty chicks, you should always go and become a sugar daddy if you have lot of money.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's like one of the ways out. If you just want to have sexual access with somebody, you know, if you want to just get your rocks off, then yeah, I guess that makes up for it. I guess not being not being able to get sex the natural way, I suppose, or getting it the real way. But
Like
either
that
way, like
who's that
yeah,
Hollywood actor who changes after 25? Girlfriend
oh,
changes.
Leonardo DiCaprio.
Yeah, the Leonardo guy. He's basically a sugar daddy in a way, right? He gets a
Yeah, he's a
girlfriend at
sugar daddy. He gets
20.
a girlfriend at 20 years old or 19 years old, and 25 they're fucking done. He's like, you're out of here. Bye bye. Like he's this savage about it, dude. I mean, I honestly, but you can't help but envy the man, dude. He's getting prime to your fucking pussy. He never wants to fucking go back. He's like, I'm not going back. You know,
Yeah.
I worked my ass off to become one of the best, one of the most, you know. He wasn't naturally attractive, obviously. He didn't really work for that, but like he at least became like an actor and, you know, worked his way up to, you know, got into a few good movies and called it a day. So
That guy's working since he was like a child artist or something, and he's
yeah,
still on his peak. He's like still highly paid.
yeah.
Yeah,
So,
I think
yeah,
low key he's probably at least red pill, maybe even black pill.
he might even be like, who knows what kind of like life experiences he's had, because he's just like that. I'm not like, no homo, but he's an attractive dude. It is what it is. Like,
Politics wise, he's a blue pill guy because he keeps crying about climate change when he flies in his jet.
yeah, these guys don't really care about that shit, dude. They think that you have to change. Like, all climate change. Climate change is for the fucking plebs, dude. It's not for the actual
Yeah.
the rich and elite. They get to fly around their jets, have their huge parties, and
So
drink all this shit.
recently they had a World Economic Forum summit for the One World Government and all this climate activism and all in some, I think, Southeast Asian country or somewhere. I don't exactly remember. So there they had menu. So first of all, they flew on their private jets to that gathering, and then they had menu: 100% grass-fed wagyu beef, then poultry raised chicken, some delicacy, then oyster harvested freshly from Japanese sea or some kind. So this random as menu they had, and then they are trying to make you eat crickets and insects and God knows what. One more interesting fact: UN is trying to pass a resolution saying that it's a conspiracy theory that world is run by few elites.
Well, yeah, probably is. Who knows? I mean, I don't want to believe in conspiracy theories, but like, really, the reality is that obviously, like, you have influence. You have families who fucking have power in different parts of the
But
society. So
don't you see the irony? UN is one of the few elites of the world. That is a
yeah,
group of elites, and they are
yeah,
they're passing a law that it's a conspiracy theory that few elites are ruling the world.
yeah. This is pretty like obvious. It might be a revolving door of elites for some of them are permanent. Where like kind of like versus our president's always like been like temporary, typically there. But yeah, either way, those guys still become like very high powerful diplomats or high
Yeah,
powerful people within society at the end of the day. So it is a small level of elites running society at the end of the day. It's true.
and
Um,
most of
Now
these
what they're doing with it is a completely different story. But like yeah, but you can see the effects of what they've been doing. It's not working. So
most of the leaders are very friendly to each other, no matter how opposed their country is. When they meet at a global forum, they are very friendly and cordial to each other.
what's up, Jack? You're back,
Hey,
Echo,
off work.
huh?
echo.
We got an echo.
Okay, give me one sec. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. All right, let's do it. Any echo?
We're good.
All right, good shit.
Yep.
What's up, Jack?
Shit, just had to rush back, but
Oh, you're back. Okay, what are you back for?
because the stream's still going on, so I figured this was the legendary 12-hour stream this time. Like, I don't know.
Oh, okay, now, dude, we're gonna stop at some point for sure, but I'll
have
keep going for a little bit
tomorrow.
longer.
We have Monday tomorrow. Monday.
Yeah.
Monday.
The reality is, I don't know, just talking shit at this point. Mystery can count. Can I? Yeah, all I do is count all day long. I count peanuts all fucking day long, or the bean counter as they call me.
Yeah, he's a numbers man. He's a number.
Yeah.
Man. Hey, you can be a superhero. Your superpower will be counting numbers really fast.
No,
Yeah, they
I
already.
think low key mystery would make it in coder selling because a lot of it's kind of mind numbingly
Dumb.
tiresome looking at code all day and trying to figure shit out.
It's not even really trying to figure shit out on my end. Like, it's just a matter of like, you're trying to like make sure the company's profitable. You're trying to like give people advice as you see the problems coming. You give them advice, and it's only a matter of who's listening. So like, I have direct access to like the CEO of the company, and the president. And
That
typically, I go to the COO because they're the most accessible. So the CEO is kind of inaccessible, and the president's almost never around. So it's kind of hard to like get access to those guys. So the CEO is basically my go-to person for any sort of real
actually
advice.
that maximizes your chance of success in long run if you have high company level, higher leadership direct access.
Yeah. And they said they would make me their CFO once I get my license and stuff like that. So I was like, okay, well, I could do that, make some way more money at that point. But it's kind of like, yeah, we're waiting for that. So
Bro, man, you could fire Max, retire early.
I probably could. I mean, it's a matter of how much you're gonna pay me when I hit those milestones, but it'd be pretty good, honestly. I'm already making pretty decent money. I can't complain with so much. And then I'm also a treasurer at a nonprofit, so that's a pretty high position as well, where it's like you just manage the books and stuff like that of a nonprofit. It's not that big, but I get paid to do it, so it's not too bad either. It's like a side gig I have, so technically I'm working 2 jobs.
So just for context, we have a guy that's about to be a CSO, 2 6-figure programmers, and probably some like semi-legendary occultists, if I gave a fuck about. Yeah, so this is the fucking black pill Illuminati right here, just going up and fucking ranking shit, like, for real. I'm for real. Y'all notice this shit? Like, all these black pill people just going up and up in society. Just
I don't know what it is. Maybe it's
know,
because like we're just like it's just this group. I don't know what's going on. Like it seems like I have a lot of like really high IQ people in my high IQ and even like high tier people in my community who are just like making a lot of money or making a decent amount of money, and it's like they aren't like
Yeah.
broke. They aren't like
There's
jokes. You know, like
it's like that in the red pill too. Honestly, it's just like one day everybody's gonna wake up after complaining for so long, be like, "Oh shit, we actually run everything. We just changed the law secretly."
No, the funny part is also in Medi server. There's a couple of high IQ folks. I think it's like Pazdrov. He's a legit physics professor at a university. And then I think it was Erasmus. He's about to graduate with his doctor's degree, like a literal doctor cell. And
we have
we
Dusty
had
Jones
some
as
pretty
well.
good. Yeah, Dusty too. So we got pretty high IQ people there.
And isn't Goran a pharmacist, I think?
Yeah, pharmacy guy.
Yeah, Goran's pharmacy, Maxon.
I think even if you guys in the chat have said what they do, I think Ice Cactus is somebody pretty high up from when I'm saying he's like when he talks some stuff about his job, he's pretty high up. It's his job as well, so it's like it really is just a matter of like what the fuck, dude. This community seems to be very very high performing when it comes to like money maxing and stuff like that. But yeah, just kind of stuck in this predicament.
Hey guys, I make 6 figures. It's over.
I'm 6'3", blonde blue, over 100K a year. It's over, guys. Even what's that guy's name? Dante Sparta was like when he was around, he was like a really I'm not sure if he worked a good job. But I know he was like a he said it was really attractive. He just didn't want to date because like how degenerate society had gotten. So, but he's doing that on his own like accord. He's not doing it because like he has any real not desire to like I don't know what the fuck he's really on half the damn time. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking about a few years we could just make Afghanistan on the moon or something. I don't fucking know.
Nah. Blue balls matter. I'm head fry cook. I'm kind of a big deal. Huh.
SpongeBob ass.
Haven't watched SpongeBob in years. My God.
That's good because it was turned to shit after season 3.
Okay, I don't remember SpongeBob that much, but yeah.
Yep, that's the life, bro.
So like you said, you guys kind of get stuck in your own little lanes too when it comes to like your jobs, like where it's like you kind of you start doing stuff for a long time and you kind of get stuck in that lane. Do you are there what are the typical like job lanes within your industry as well? What are your guys' job lanes? Like what do you do? Like in the coding world?
Oh, yeah, usually a lot of stuff is, I would say the vast majority of the tech stuff is in the web space. So, like front end website development and then like the back end database management and all that stuff. Like if you boil it down to pretty much all application follows the CRUD model. It's like a create, update, delete, I forgot what or create, read, update, delete, So it's either you're creating something like a settings, you're updating that settings, you're reading that settings, you're deleting that settings. And so the front end is just like displaying all that info. The back end is like handling all that stuff. So I guess you could categorize like, web space development into those two. And then you either specialize kind of like in front end or back end or both, as in full stack, as they call it. And then there's a host of other shit like hardware engineers or like programming for chips, CPUs, and those guys paid quite a bit actually because there's less and less of them now. So like imagine working at Intel and you're programming for some chipsets or it's like the x86 architecture. And then yeah, then just basic application developers. I don't know, think like Microsoft, you're working on Word. And then, then you got your support engineers, kind of like DevOps, where they do the build pipelines and deployments and, managing like AWS or some Google Cloud or some sort of infrastructure. Yeah, it's a fucking diverse field for sure.
That seems interesting. Yeah, in my job, it would be like just basically different tiers of um, management positions, basically at the end of the day. So some positions would be like accounts receivable manager or something like that, or accounts payable manager, or at that level you're probably like doing like a lot of like a reconciliation of like the receivables, stuff like that, calling up with managers, stuff like that, calling up with other calling up with a vendor tax or not vendor tax, vendors and stuff like that, and to handle various things within the company. So you're doing a lot of like HR, a lot of like human management when it comes to management of employees and stuff like that. So it's a pretty like I said, you get a lot of skills when you're a manager at the end of the day because you have to learn how to manage people. You're talking to people at the end of the day. You have to learn how to manage their function. You have to know all their job titles and all their job duties and know how to fix their problems. So yeah.
Yeah, it's funny because back when I was in uni, I think it was like professional development for coder cell. I think something related to that title. And they were talking about like either late game engineers tend to choose into two different paths, as in you would either remain an engineer and you just keep increasing your skills, so to speak. And then there are those that branch off to be like technical project managers and stuff. So they were engineers for a while, then they become like tech leads or managers. And it's so true because like I guess I'm considered a senior now, and I've been in the industry like 6+ years, so it's like yeah, fuck management. Like I am not a people person, so I do not want to go that route. And
Yeah.
it's clearly adamant. Like I'm just like, nope, I'm gonna be an engineer.
Yeah, I actually
So
don't mind management too much because I know how to like. I've always been sort of a manager in most of my jobs I've ever been at, or always been a leader at certain most jobs. So you kind of
I,
get used to the authority, I guess, to some extent.
I
Mystery, you
like
are a fucking daywalker. I swear to God.
What? How to like?
Fucking in a black pill space with like still oddly like social as fuck. Like what the fuck are you
I
doing
don't know.
here?
I just like having the ability to like when I first got to my job, I had like I immediately had I didn't really have them fired, but I basically suggested that they go, and they basically did it. So I got rid of like 3 or 4 employees we didn't even need. I got rid of the payroll person because now I do the payroll because I figured, what's the point of having this person? I can do it myself. I
so
added that to my job function, and then I got rid of the we had a job recruiter at one point. Was like, what's the fuck's point of this job? It doesn't do anything. Nobody's even doing anything at this job. So we got rid of fucking her, and then we got rid of this one accounts
yo,
payable person. I was like, almost immediately got rid of her. So I was like, yeah,
basically,
Fucking black Elon Musk and shit. Get out of here.
basically,
fucking goddamn fucking Grim Reaper that motherfucker, dude. I was like, nah, dude, I'm done.
mystery, mystery is basically the evil capitalist American who's
I was
trying.
cutthroat about it, dude. I was like, yeah, I'm like, okay, fire her, fire her, fire her. And we kept the payroll person for a lot longer because I kind of liked
Bro,
her a little bit, but
that's a very,
yeah.
that's a skill. You should try to sharpen it and take all the advantages whenever you get any like management or anything chance. Just go through it.
Yeah, I didn't really enjoy doing it, but they got pretty good
Hey, you
severance
have to
packages
enjoy, man.
anyway. So,
You
but
have to enjoy. The suffering of the people should give you joy. Like I take it. Whenever I have these decisions to make, I just go brutal. I don't
yeah,
I don't only fire them, I give them a PDF defining all the things that they have done wrong.
Yeah, I didn't even have to do any of that, dude. I mean, one of them got fired on their own to some extent, but I definitely suggested that they be fired. But she kind of got fired on her own. She gets something really
Whenever,
fucked up. But yeah.
whenever I'm taking interviews, I ask so much of crap questions that I know no one will answer, and then I decide on that. Because the test, it's a test basically. You give them hard stuff, and if they can just survive that, it's good thing.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say, Mystery, a lot of people are getting a quote unquote rude awakening when the economy turns to shit, you know. You gotta scrutinize the books
Yeah, you
and
got
where
to
the
really figure
money's
out,
going.
okay, yeah, where's the money going here? Are we paying people too much? Are
If
we who's getting paid too much this time around? Oh shit, this person making way more than what they're fucking what they're putting out. Fire them. Like
mystery,
we can't afford to have the fat, you know.
one question, mystery. If you were the bookkeeper of FTX, this crypto exchange, do you think you would have caught it earlier on if you're keeping the books for the company?
Oh, you dude, you always know when something's going on. Like you can't not you can't. I mean, when you, I mean, when you know, I mean, most accountants know all the dirt going on in both companies, dude. Like, unless you're like, especially the higher up ones, dude. We have all the bodies are in the closet, dude. All the bodies of the shit you've done are in the closet, dude. About the stuff you did
But
to
bro, he
like
was
to get
he
where
was
you
told,
are. So like, yeah,
but,
like fucked up shit going on or something like that, dude. But at the end of the day, dude, like if you're high up enough in that company, you're looking at these books like, what the fuck? What are these entries? Like,
but bro,
you're like,
Sam was just doing some donation and charity shit, bro. He was unaware of all the mishandlings in the books. Can you believe that?
I
Man,
mean.
I'm just saying, maybe going to Epstein's private island counts as a business trip. I don't know. Like, you know.
Oh, so this dude went there. Is there's a connection with this FTX guy and
I have
Yeah.
no fucking idea, but it's like probably like a 51-49 chance it's true. Like shit.
but he's having orgy in Bahamas anyways, like 20 people leading the company and fucking around. It's actually reality.
Shit, he's
The,
probably going somewhere worse we don't know about. Who the fuck knows? Like,
imagine top management of a company, all the board directors and the VP and the chairman and the founder, they are fucking each other. That's what FTX was doing. Sam Bagman Fried in Bahamas.
Yeah, the theory about FTX is that apparently they had like a back doors in their accounting software where they could make entries, but I guess they didn't hit the books or something like that. So it made the books look like what they were like legitimate when like it should have been there should have been glaring errors all over the place. Like you can typically tell most companies are run off of trends. Like you can tell like there's a trend in their a business cycle that happens every time. Like you know like certain companies bring in so much revenue a month, you can typically calculate that pretty easily. They bring in so much expense, so it's not really that. It's a matter
Dude,
of trying to figure out where you can cut and what you can do
Yo,
to
but
maximize profit and expense stuff like
speaking
that.
of that,
So
right? Yeah, speaking of that, like saffron, you know, like I guess it depends on the company, but you know, I mean, we have pretty strict standards. Like before you check in your code, and you gotta have that peer review, and at least two people have to review it and approved, and that kind of shit. So it's like, you know, how do you what do you call it? You know, input some back end, back door. It's like you have to be the one just having like full, you know, privileges and just checking code and that kind of shit.
exactly. If you're the master admin of all the GitHub platforms and all the what you call package installation areas and Dockers and stuff like that, if you can
Yeah.
keep everything everywhere, you are the master admin. You can do anything without anyone knowing.
Yeah, because for most tech shops, it's like this is another unspoken thing about what do you call it, being a coder cell. But we, you know, version management in terms of code, it's any professional shop they'll have that, you know, whether it be GitHub, Bitbucket, or some other shit. But you could literally go back and look at all the commit histories. Like so and so checked in this lines of code for this purpose, for this, you know,
Yeah,
reason
if
or
they want to
whatever.
audit, you can easily audit your whole code base basically.
Yeah, and I mean, you can find out if people are lazy. It's like how many check-ins did they do in the last week? Like zero. What the fuck were they doing that week? You know, it's a stressful job in the sense that everything you do can be looked back and tracked, right? So I was just thinking like, how the fuck did this fucker get in like back, you know, backdoor code? And it's just like, yeah, he must have been like super high up and be able to just cover his tracks, so to speak.
You can create a ghost admin profile as well, right? Some XYZ, some Marcus Thomas, some pseudonym you can create easily, and you can just log in from that pseudonym, and you can push in the codes, and it's like Sam Bankman Free pushed that code in the production, but he did it from the Marcus Thomas account. So even if you audit, it's like you have to go to IP logs and you have to see which IP address logged which thing, and then you have to maybe confiscate the electronic device of other all the people, and then try to match the IPs. So it becomes tricky. I mean, technology is foolproof, but you can fool the technology around.
Yeah, and all these like quote unquote breaches and massive hacks and all that shit, it's like no matter how well you might protect it from outside threats, like, from the inside, you could like literally destroy everything.
Dude, you know the recent hack. There was a news that FTS some fund has been hacked. Do you remember that?
Not really familiar, but yeah.
Yeah, so I'll give you a gist. So basically, some news came out around a week or so. I don't know exact time, but so the news was that FTX got hacked for like 13 million or something, some weird high number of Bitcoin and other assets. And then after like 4 or 5 days or something, the news comes out that the hack was done due to the orders of Bahamas government, which instructed FTX to transfer those funds to the safe, what do you call, hard wallet or something for the government to control, the government of Bahamas. So it was not basically a hacking attempt or something. They just transfer the funds without telling anyone.
Yeah, I wouldn't call that a hack. It's like an inside job essentially.
Yeah, and this
Yeah,
guy,
but yeah,
any
I was gonna say the point was you might have like the ultimate defense like in terms of protecting from outside threats, but all it takes is like one internal actor to destroy everything. It's like
yeah,
I
that's
could
the
literally
thing.
just go in, log in, shut down like a production server and watch the entire chaos like unfold.
Yeah, that's only if you have the production access, and that's why you filter a lot of access to different people. And
Yeah, like I
you
mean,
do,
as the developer, you would have such access, but it's like that's what I'm saying. It's like the people that have the key to the inner workings can literally just destroy everything
sure.
from
Yeah,
internal.
that's the whole thing. See, basically, it's a hard drive waiting to be raised. That's all servers are. Servers are glorified, complex storage areas where you can put on your complex, crappy piece of codes in some file format or some executable file format, and it runs, and then you have your servers calling it and rendering it to give you the results on a website or a mobile app. That's the whole thing it's going on. So you can obviously just control shift delete it. I mean, in a way, not exactly, but in a way you can just swipe it clean and watch the fires burn around and stuff like that can happen, unless you have AWS highly controlled environment where you have copies of your instances. And but the thing is, with AWS and other such provider, they are prone on censorship, so they will censor your business out of existence. That's another thing. But to the point, yes, you can obviously nuke your own solution. You can easily nuke everything out. What if you push in some changes with a blank piece of code, like there's nothing in the file, it's just blank, and then you have the replica created that's also blank, and then the safe time for 90 days or 60 days backup goes around, and your backup is also blank. So of course things can happen. See, it's
Yeah.
all collusion, man. It's all collusion. So Sam Bankman Fried, if just tell me, Mystery, Jack, Rolex, or me, if any one of us would have robbed anyone of 1 million, let's forget about billions, 1 million or 2 million, do you think FBI would not fuck your ass up?
You would have got us by now, dude. It would have been done.
And this Sam Bankman Fried, this guy ate up the investment of millions of Americans, their retirement funds, their life savings, and everything. And he's just giving interviews and coming in the podcast like us. We are joining this Mystery School podcast. He's just joining podcast for big shot fake news media organizations. And he's like, yeah, I did not mean to do that. I was not trying to do that. Actually, I was trying to help
Yo,
people.
yo. But check this out. Like regardless of the what is it, the highest profile white collar robbery,
Yep.
it's like no matter how clever you think you are or how well you did or whatever that you got away from it, all you have to do is piss off the one guy, right? I mean, we're talking people that lost millions, if not billions. Like if
Yep.
someone wanted to delete, Mr. Freed or whatever, I'd be, worried. You know what I mean? It's
That's
like
why he ran to Bahamas
yeah, I
because
mean, you could fucking run to the North Pole. It's like they'll find you if you piss off the right person and
that's
they
the whole.
got the means.
He
Well,
bought.
that's assuming he's not also protected by the right people. So
He's of course he is protected. He laundered money for a certain party in a certain big, powerful
No, no, yeah,
nation.
yeah. So Jack, the people that are supposedly gonna open a Senate committee hearing, like all these fuckers had money in FTX or whatever.
They got
Like,
donations,
yeah, so they got donations from the company that robbed everyone else. Like, if
and
you
they are
don't see the conflict
company.
of interest there, it's kind of like so he basically paid off the right people to avoid the fiasco. But I'm just saying, anyone pissed off enough with millions, the deleter is coming for you.
yeah, I'm at the point where I don't get what the big deal is if it was only like $12 billion. I'm just used to such societal grift like the 2008 like trillions and shit. I'm like, oh, $12 billion. That's like fucking 1/10
After
of a military program. That ain't shit.
after watching
Like
this,
like
I
like
don't.
step your game up, dog.
Yeah. After watching this, I don't feel bad for any NFT grifters at all. I think NFT grifters are at least selling you a digital crap. At least you have your NFT.
Yeah, at least the
Oh
monkey
man,
comes in your email at the end of the day.
Yeah.
yo, but fuck, that reminds me. I think it was in Face's server. I gotta find it. I forgot to save it. But supposedly, oh, maybe it's in a Reddit thread too. Supposedly, this coder cell, was a coder cell for a while, saved up his money, and he basically used crypto and Tesla stocks, and to some extent, I think Facebook stocks to basically turn like his 100K, 200K into 1.4 mil or something. And it's very plausible. Like Tesla stock is overvalued. Fucking Meta stock is overvalued. Anyways, he was posting that like he was at his top of his game, like a couple of months back, at sitting on 1.4, and then he basically it dropped to nothing, like let down to like 10K.
Yeah, the first one's always free. That's
If
the first fucking mistake you get with speculation. You think because you were right, you're always right.
Hmm.
if you basically have made a substantial amount, you know how much is substantial for you.
Dude,
You of course
so
you have to withdraw 50% at least
yeah,
the day you do it.
exactly. I was like, holy shit, if you fucking made a 1.4 mil turning 200K into one, bruh, it doesn't care. Just fucking pay the capital gains tax or whatever.
Yeah, just
Withdraw
withdraw it.
fit, withdraw 50, even that's like 750K. Whatever tax you pay on that shit, it's still more than half a fucking mil in cash, liquid. And put that shit aside and just, go back to playing with the rest of the money.
Drox, have you ever done? Yeah, all right, I'm gonna ask you. Have you ever done heavy speculation like that before?
Oh man. No, I haven't. Like
You
it kind of.
you don't understand, dog. Like
I did with Dogecoin.
So wait, are you talking about like if you make it that big, you just want to keep going because you can make it further?
I'm saying speculation on that level, it does like once you're dealing with like those sorts of emotions, logic don't have shit to do with it. Like you might understand that okay, if I take it out and put it in a savings account, I can actually retire early and shit. That doesn't register. What registers is, okay, I just turned 200K into 1.4 million. What'll happen if I invest 1.4 million?
That's the
Now,
whole point.
yeah. Now,
That's
now
the
Yeah,
his now his
whole
thought
I
process was, I just made 1.4 million from 200K. So clearly I know what the fuck I'm doing. Let me just take my expertise and do it again, because clearly I know more now than when I started.
That's the whole point we were discussing earlier. Like you were lucky in that specific small process. You are not a genius. You get the point. You are not brilliant like rocket science creator. You're fueling the rockets with the water and some Gatorade drink mix. You are not Einstein or some big shot. You are just lucky with that small process. You invest in some shitcoin. You invest in some
yo
Tesla
yo
stock.
Saffron. They got fucking hedge fund managers managing millions of dollars, and they make good money too. But even those guys can't fucking predict such a, like a 10x or a 20x gain. You know what I mean? It's like there's professional fucking financial people getting paid top dollar to try and figure this shit out, and you would never hear such a story like with a 10x
The
or
the
If
50x.
o-
fucking Warren Buffett himself cannot do 10x in a year,
the only way you can do
nobody else on earth is. Look,
the only way you can do
Right.
10x or
So
20x is by running your own business of a sort. If you are exchanging values, then only you can make that much of money. That's why you see even today people making money in crypto. Who are they? They're NFT guys who are exchanging some certain tangible, some nonsense, like monkey Jack said, the dancing monkey or some nonsense. You have to exchange certain things to gain money at that pace. Just by using your money as investment, you cannot make 20x 30x. That's impossible, and that's basically a pyramid scheme or a grifting scheme. Or
right. No,
yeah,
but the whole point is the stupidity, the idiocracy. It's like, bruh, you literally just won. Secure that shit. Like stocks is a joke. Like you don't like it's virtual money essentially.
that's
It's
the
just
gambler's
some.
paradox, right? That's the
Yeah,
gambler's
yeah.
paradox.
Right. Like Elon Musk has billions, but that's just on, some virtual paper shit. Like he only will have billions if he withdraws that and has it in liquid cash, essentially. So, I mean, if you just turn 200K into a million, fuck, I would withdraw 80%, try to keep as much as possible even after capital gains tax, and then figure out your next move after that, not just have the entire shit in the market and speculate. That's how you
Uh,
go from like literally 1,000% to fucking negative
you
two.
know, if you have half a million liquid cash, cold cash in your account, you can literally in 6 months build a real estate empire that can give you from 20K a month to 100K a
Yeah,
month.
yeah. I think the idea is that, okay, if you had that kind of cold hard cash just sitting in a savings account, technically speaking, you are losing money by the second, because the longer your money is in the market, like you have, like it fluctuates, right? Like I know people that have millions, and the whole idea of getting used to loss, right? Like let's say you put 100K in, like you can see your account go down by 3,000 or even 10,000 or even 18,000. It is kind of nerve-wracking, but then the next day it goes up 3K, the next day it goes up 5K. Like it's just basically up and down, zigzag. You lose 5K today, you lose 20K tomorrow. The next day in 3 months, you could like get like, positive 5K, 6K or whatever.
That's the whole point. If you're trading
Yeah.
in stocks, if you
So this is the mindset I had to get used to, because like, I started off with 50K, and then the next day I'm like minus 3K. I was like, bro, did I just lost 3,000? Like, holy fuck. But then a week later, it's up to 55K. I was like, oh, okay, so I actually made 5K in a week, but I
God.
lost 3K in a day. It's like you have to become comfortable with this idea of like I'm just losing money or gaining money. very
Well,
quickly.
you better
I'll,
not
I'll,
go into swing trading and day trading. No, go
I'll,
ahead,
I'll,
Saffron.
I'll tell
Yeah.
you, I'll tell you, Jack, when I lost 50K in a Dogecoin bull run. So I invested around 5K, and my investment somehow reached around 35, 40K, 50K. I was super happy that I'm making 50 grand large on such a stupid investment. And then what happened? Something happened. This Elon Musk guy tweeted something, and the whole Dogecoin market collapsed. And I was just figuring, okay, it went to 35. Okay, maybe tomorrow it will go. Then again, it went to 30. Again. So finally, I sold it at 10K. So I lost around 30, 40K. I invested 4 5K. I made around 10K. So that was my net profit. So that's what I'm saying. If you're making stupid money, you kind of get into the spell of it, that you will keep making that thing, but it crashes so fast that you have to pay attention to it.
Well, there's if you, I'll tell anybody here who trades, there's an easy way to increase your profits by 50%. And if you're losing, there's a easy way to lose like a lot less. The first rule is to always set a stop loss when you enter. And the second rule is to just let yourself be taken out by the stop loss. Do not move that shit down thinking, oh, if I give myself some space, it's going to bounce back eventually. No, just set it, try to forget it, and just let the machines do the work.
So if you see the Apple stock, for example, let me give you one small example. So if you see the Apple stock locally, in the window of 1 to 2 months, you will see the stocks are crashing. Many people will panic and they will start selling. But if you zoom out your graph, if you see the trend of 1 year or 5 years, you will see you are still in the overall maximum, and the graph trend shows that the share might gain profits in 1 to 2 years. So most people panic, they see a drop in their share and they sell their Apple shares. But if they would have hold for 1 more year or something like that, the average would have been fine. They could have made extra money on the whole investment as a whole. So time is also a great factor. Many people underestimate time because of the instant gratification that we have these days, and that's the main point I think many people suffer.
Yeah, that was my whole point earlier too. Like this investment thing is a long-term game. It's not like, oh, this year I'll be a millionaire. It's like, no, it takes time, decades.
Yeah. Now, just as a word of warning, if anybody's dealing with options, you do not do that. That yeah, what y'all talked about is for stocks, and stocks don't expire. If you deal with options, as soon as shit turns bad, you got to go.
That's true. That's true. That's why I just stay with stocks, because stocks are intuitive. I understand stocks. I don't understand futures market or some different variations of stock market. I just know this is a share. I need to buy this. This is the graph. This is the performance. Here it will goes wrong. These are the news articles which can impact these stocks. That's my whole point of view. That's personal for me. Similarly, as Jack said, if you understand stuff, then only you should enter and like play around.
Yeah, basic rule of thumb for me: if I don't understand what's going on, I just get the fuck out.
I think Jack, Drolix, and Mystery, we should unite and we should sell our courses for $15 only. We should be a grifters too.
Yeah, I'm
We,
not.
we
I'm
should.
not.
Griff Max.
Bro, Smash TV gonna kill my ass. I ain't about to do that shit.
Yeah, they're live right now. Probably why I'm. All right, we're getting ready to head off anyway. So let's do some fucking last words and get the fuck out of here, my dudes.
Yep, it's
All right,
Monday.
dude. Jack Nickelback, my dude. Last words.
Yeah, as I said at the start of the chat, I'm gonna say something that I've been saying at least 2 family events, and one of them wasn't even my fucking family. Kanye was right.
There you go.
Kanye was completely right,
Yes.
and like certain other people, he did nothing wrong.
Yep.
I'm
right,
not
buddy.
talking about. I'm not talking about Dr. H, man. For anybody gets that idea, goddamn.
Okay. All right, my dude. Thanks for coming on, my dude.
Yep.
Saffron Pill, my dude. Last words.
Yeah. So as always, just stack your money and save. Be frugal. I need to learn from Drolix and just be frugal and save all you can. retire early and live your life. Take care.
All right, buddy. Thanks for coming on.
Yep.
Stralik, my dude, last words.
Money max, looks max, geo max. That's all we can do.
There you go. All right, man. Thanks for coming on, my dude.
All right, peace.
Peace out, my dude. All right, my dudes. Stack your cash and grift. Yeah, dude. If society's gonna grift you, you grift them first. Live in your memes based. Minimalism. Yeah. No grift. Can we get the corporate get discount? Nah, dude. Any chat have any last words? And DiGiorno pizza. And when you manifest your shadow and you're doing the hokey pokey and you're turning stuff around, that's what it's all about. And you realize that you've been living a life full of danger. And I'm gonna start crying now. Oh my god. Oh god. You're living a life full of danger, and that your shadow is manifesting in front of you, but you can't stop it. Just be a cuck, bucko. It's over. Peace and buckos and clean your rooms. 2023 is the year of boyos. Huh. Lol. And just be a cuck, bro. Wash your room. Wash your room. I'm telling you. He did not kill himself. Not yet. Jordan Peterson light. Last words, wash your penis to clean your casket. Wash your penis. Fucking hilarious. Just raise Chad's kid. Yeah, at the end of the day, that's what we're all doing at the end of the day. All society is basically based around like this, like I said earlier, it's one big huge orgy and you weren't invited. And yeah, the fun while it lasted, but now we're just the bastards of the machine. We're just gonna be walking around aimless and with no guidance or nothing to really live for. Our only desire is to consume next thing and live our life and try to fucking make money. Because our dating lives are fucking non-existent, and the ones who do get dates are just getting used. So like I said earlier, dude, like I'm just gonna end it with this. What exactly is the point of dating at this point? No, for anybody in the dating market right now, even Chads, they might have more opportunities with women, so they have the access to sex, so they really don't have a reason to stop dating top tier women. So they're kind of like immune from this shit. But the incel or the sub 5 or even the 5 out of 10, 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10 dudes, Chad light, high tier normies, these types of men, or maybe 8 Chad light, either way, these high tier normies and normies, like these types of men, they aren't getting anything. They're getting such a raw deal. Why would you bother dating at this point? Like when the deal's raw, the deal's just shitty. You're getting Chad's like sloppy 85th or some shit, dude. Like, what's the fuck's the point of dating at the end of the day? When it really comes down to it, what exactly is the point? You're wasting your time, you're wasting your money. Just money max, live your life, and see what you can do with it. Honestly, a surrogacy is starting to sound better every day at this point, dude. And I think I might end up taking myself up on that offer at the end of the day because it's getting insane. Look how the bots come, dude. The bots always show up when I'm being based. But yeah, I think that the surrogacy route is definitely a very, very good. If you have the money for it, why not go for it? But yeah, I think it's a huge godlike final words. Yeah, I think it was a what exactly is the point of all this when it really comes down to sleep, man. It's Monday soon. Yeah, I know it's almost Monday. It's 9:00 where I'm at, 9:30 where I'm at. But yeah, like I said earlier, dude, it's fucking insane. It really is a fucking it's a fucking huge grift. It's a huge game you're playing, and it's a wasteful game at the end of the day. I get it, you want sex, but I'm not going to tell any man to just go mistow. But like, go find something to do, find whatever makes you happy, because this life is not worth these women are not worth fucking making yourself depressed over or some shit, dude. That's not worth it. All right, my dudes, that's my final words. Final end of the words here. Last words I'm doing here. So yeah, hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I'm going to head to bed, maybe take a shower if I head to bed. wake up for tomorrow for the work day and do my thing. All right, my dudes. This has been SNC episode 9 of season 2. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Please like, share, subscribe, leave a comment if you like the video or hate the video. Never forget, guys, that wisdom's fucking gold. Peace out, my dudes. I'll see you guys on the flip side. Next week we'll have SNC episode 10. Do our typical shit throughout the weekdays, do our little streams, and yeah. A few guys told me that they're pretty lonely during the holiday season, so maybe I'll do a few more extra streams to make up for that. All right, my dudes. Cheers. See you guys next time, and peace out.